The reconstruction of Konohagakure smelled like fresh timber and wet earth. 3 months after the war's end, the village was a patchwork of skeletal frameworks and half-finished rooftops stretching across the valley where the old streets used to wind. Cranes made of wood and chakra wire swung beams into place from dawn until dark. The sounds of hammers and shouting workers had replaced birdsong as the village's ambient music, and Naruto Uzumaki had grown to hate every single nail being driven, not the rebuilding itself. He loved that. He loved walking through the new market district and seeing vendors already setting up stalls on streets that hadn't existed 2 weeks ago. He loved the way the village pulled together, civilians and shinobi working side by side, everyone covered in the same sawdust and sweat. What he hated was watching it from the outside. "You're doing it again," Shikamaru said from behind him. Naruto didn't turn from the window of the temporary administrative building, a repurposed warehouse near the eastern gate that smelled permanently of old grain. Below, a team of genin was hauling lumber under the supervision of Uruka, who kept pausing to mop his forehead. Late summer heat pressed down on the village like a hand. Doing what? That thing where you stare out a window like a kicked dog and pretend you're thinking deep thoughts. Naruto snorted. "Maybe I am thinking deep thoughts. You're thinking about how Kakashi-sensei shot down your proposal this morning. Again." Shikamaru dropped into the chair across the desk. Naruto's desk, technically, though Naruto spent more time standing at that window than sitting behind it. For what it's worth, it wasn't a bad proposal. The Joint Reconstruction Task Force with Suna makes strategic sense. Then why'd he say no? Because the elders said no, and Kakashi picks his battles. Shikamaru pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his vest, looked at them, and put them back. He'd been trying to quit. Koharu thinks any joint operation with another village right now signals weakness. Hamura thinks it's a security risk. They're both wrong, but they've got seniority and institutional memory on their side. Naruto finally turned. Shikamaru looked the way Shikamaru always looked these days, tired, sharp-eyed, and dressed like he'd slept in his flak vest. The war had aged him in ways that didn't show on his face but sat behind his eyes. "So what am I supposed to do? Sit here and file mission reports." "You're the village's top field operative. You could take a mission." "I don't want a mission. I want—" Naruto stopped himself, because the next words were going to be "I want to be Hokage already," and he'd said that enough times that even he was sick of hearing it. Shikamaru heard it anyway. "The council won't approve your candidacy until you're 21. That's the precedent. Minato was 24. Kakashi was 31. Tsunade was 50. You're 19. Gaara became Kazekage at 15. Gaara's village was desperate. Ours just won a war. Different calculus." Naruto dropped into his chair and leaned back hard enough that it creaked. The ceiling above was water-stained and peeling. Very inspiring headquarters for the so-called hero of the Fourth War. 2 years, he said. They want me to wait 2 years. At minimum. And in the meantime, they'd really prefer it if you stopped coming to council sessions and asking difficult questions. I asked one question. You asked Hamura why the civilian housing fund was being redirected to Anbu operational expenses when half the village is still living in temporary shelters. In front of 14 people. Naruto grinned. It was the sharp kind of grin he'd developed over the last year, less sunshine, more edge. Was I wrong? No, that's what made it so annoying. Shikamaru stood and stretched. Look, I'm meeting Ino for dinner. Team thing, you're welcome to come. Nah, Naruto waved him off. I've got stuff. Riveting. Shikamaru paused at the door. Naruto, the council's not wrong about everything. You're 19. You've got power that scares people. The more patient you look, the less scared they'll be. Since when do I care about looking patient? Since you decided you wanted to run a village instead of just save one. Shikamaru held his gaze for a beat, then left. Naruto sat alone in the warehouse office, listening to the distant rhythm of construction. The desk in front of him was covered in scrolls he was supposed to review, resource allocation reports, mission rosters, damage assessments. Kakashi kept sending them to him like homework, and Naruto kept reading them even though nobody asked him to. because if he was going to lead this village someday, he needed to understand how it actually worked. He picked up a scroll, read 3 lines, and put it back down. The sun was setting. Orange light came through the window and turned the dust motes into sparks. Naruto watched them for a moment, then stood, grabbed his jacket, and left. He wasn't looking for Tsunade. That was what he told himself as he walked through the reconstructed streets, hands in his pockets, nodding to the people who called out greetings. And they all called out greetings. Naruto-sama, Naruto-kun, hey hero, 3 months and the shine hadn't worn off yet. He smiled, waved, exchanged small talk about the weather and the rebuilding, and kept moving. He wasn't looking for her. He was just walking. The fact that his feet carried him toward the Eastern Residential District, where the temporary housing for displaced senior officials had been set up, was coincidence. The building was a repurposed inn, 2 stories, wooden, unremarkable. A lantern burned in the 2nd-floor window. It always burned late. Naruto stood in the street for a full minute, looking up at that lantern, before he admitted to himself what he was doing. He'd been checking on her, not every night, maybe 3 or 4 times a week. Usually from a distance, a rooftop across the street, a shadow in the alley, just making sure the light was on, just making sure she was there. It had started after the council stripped her of the Hokage title. Stripped was the diplomatic word. What actually happened was that Koharu and Hamura, backed by a coalition of clan heads who'd been quietly resentful of Tsunade's wartime authority, presented her with a choice. Resign gracefully or face a formal review of her wartime decisions, including the destruction of the old village. The controversial medical resource allocation during the final battle, and her decision to put herself in a coma to heal the village rather than maintain command structure. Tsunade had chosen to resign. She'd done it with her back straight and her jaw set, and a look in her eyes that Naruto recognized because he'd seen it in his own mirror, the look of someone swallowing rage to keep from burning everything down. That was 2 months ago. Since then, she'd been quiet. Tsunade was never quiet. She'd taken a small apartment in this converted inn, turned down 3 advisory positions, and spent her days doing what, exactly? Nobody seemed to know. Shizune visited daily and left looking worried. Sakura visited weekly and left looking angry. The light burned late every night. Tonight, Naruto didn't stay on the rooftop. He climbed the stairs and knocked, the door opened, and the smell of sake hit him first. Not the stale, sour smell of someone drinking to forget. It was the clean, sharp smell of good sake, the expensive kind Tsunade favored. She stood in the doorway in a simple dark robe, hair loose around her shoulders, and looked at him with an expression that was neither surprised nor welcoming. Just assessing. You've been lurking around here, she said. It wasn't a question. I don't lurk. You lurk like a fox outside a henhouse. At least come inside so the neighbors stop gossiping. The apartment was small. 1 main room that served as living space and bedroom, a tiny kitchen alcove, a door to what he assumed was a bathroom. A low table near the window held a bottle of sake and a single cup. Books were stacked in uneven towers against one wall, medical texts, mostly, but also history, political theory, a few novels. A half-eaten plate of dango sat on the kitchen counter. Tsunade didn't offer him a seat. She walked back to the table, sat down cross-legged, and poured herself a cup. Well, Naruto stood in the doorway, suddenly unsure what he was doing here. He'd been moving on instinct, and now instinct had delivered him to a room with a woman who looked at him like she could see through every layer of bravado he wore. I brought you this, he said, and pulled a small scroll from his jacket. What is it? The reconstruction timeline for the hospital district. Kakashi-sensei approved the expanded wing you designed. They broke ground today. Something shifted behind her eyes. Not much. Tsunade was better than almost anyone at controlling her face, but he caught it. A flicker of something that might have been gratitude, or might have been pain. I didn't design an expanded wing, she said. Yeah, you did. Shizune showed me the plans you drew up last month, the ones you said were just doodling. He dropped the scroll on the table and dropped himself onto the floor across from her, uninvited. "They're building it. Your design. Every detail." Tsunade looked at the scroll without touching it, then she looked at him. The lantern light caught the angles of her face. She'd dropped the transformation jutsu, he realized. Not completely. She didn't look her real age, but the version of herself she wore now was older than the one the public knew. Lines at the corners of her eyes. A sharpness to her jaw that spoke of clenched teeth and sleepless nights. She looked, he thought, like herself, just more tired. "Why do you keep coming here, Naruto? Why do you keep answering the door?" She almost smiled. Almost. "Because you knock like you're trying to break it down, and I don't want to pay for repairs." He grinned, and this time it was the real one, wide, unguarded, slightly stupid. The one he used less and less these days, but that still lived in him like a reflex. "I came because I wanted to talk to someone who isn't going to tell me to be patient. I might tell you to be patient. You won't. You're the most impatient person I know." Now she did smile, and it cracked through her composure like sunlight through cloud. She reached behind her and produced a second cup from somewhere. She'd had it ready, he realized. She'd known he was coming before he knocked. She poured for him, and he took the cup, and the sake was warm and smooth and far better than anything he usually drank. They sat across from each other with the low table between them and the window open to the evening sounds of reconstruction. "The council's blocking my candidacy," he said. "I know. They're scared of me. They're not scared of you. They're scared of what you represent. You're the Jinchuriki who saved the world. That's a lot of power in one person, and power without institutional control makes old politicians nervous." She sipped her sake. "They pulled the same routine with my grandfather. After he founded the village, the civilian council spent 20 years trying to make sure no single shinobi could hold that much influence again. It's the oldest game in Konoha. Your grandfather still became Hokage." "My grandfather still became Hokage," she agreed. "But he had to build the political infrastructure first. Alliances, institutions, systems that made people feel safe enough to let him lead." Naruto stared into his cup. "I don't know how to do that. You know how to make people believe in you. That's 70% of it. The other 30% is knowing when to shut up and let someone smarter handle the details." "Shikamaru. Shikamaru," she confirmed. They drank. The silence between them was easy in a way that surprised Naruto. He'd known Tsunade for years. She'd been his Hokage, his healer, the woman who'd bet against him and lost, the leader who'd put her life on the line for the village during Pain's invasion. But they'd never just sat together like this, talked like this. Without the titles and the protocols and the urgent press of crisis. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "You're going to whether I say yes or not. Why'd you let them push you out?" The question landed in the room like a dropped kunai. Tsunade's hand paused with the cup halfway to her lips. For a moment her eyes went hard, that flash of fury he'd seen the day she'd announced her resignation, and then it banked down to something quieter, something tired. "Because I was out of fight," she said. He waited. She didn't usually elaborate on things like this, and pushing would make her close up like a fist. So he waited and drank and let the silence do the work. "The war took everything I had left," she said eventually. "Not chakra, not technique, the thing underneath that, the..." She gestured vaguely with her cup, searching for the word. "The certainty. I used to be certain about things, about what was right, about what the village needed, about my ability to provide it. After the war, I was just tired. And when Koharu came to me with her very reasonable arguments about new leadership for a new era, I couldn't find the energy to fight her. So I didn't. Do you regret it? Every single day." Naruto poured her another cup. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read, somewhere between amusement and something warmer. "You're not bad at this," she said. "At what?" "Listening. When did you learn to listen?" "The war taught me that talking all the time means you miss things. Your sensei would be proud." "Which one?" "Both of them." That landed somewhere in Naruto's chest and sat there with a warm, heavy weight. He looked down at his sake and then up at her, and the lantern light was doing something to her face that he hadn't noticed before, softening the edges, catching the honey brown of her eyes, illuminating the way her loose hair framed her jaw. He looked away quickly. "Tell me about the hospital design," he said, because he needed to talk about something concrete. And she did. The wariness dropped away, and she talked about load-bearing walls and sterile field architecture, and a new triage system she'd been developing that could handle mass casualty events 3 times more efficiently than the current model. Her hands moved when she talked, drawing shapes in the air, building invisible structures. Her eyes came alive. This was Tsunade the way he remembered her, fierce, brilliant, certain. He asked questions. Some of them were smart, some weren't, but she answered all of them without condescension. She pulled out the actual design scrolls and spread them across the table, and they both leaned over them, heads close together, and she walked him through the logic of every room and corridor. "This section," she said, tapping a wing on the east side. "This would be dedicated to long-term chakra rehabilitation. We lost over 300 shinobi to permanent chakra pathway damage in the war. The current facilities can handle maybe 40 patients at a time." I didn't know the number was that high, because nobody talks about it. They're not dramatic casualties. They're not dead. They just can't be shinobi anymore, and the village doesn't know what to do with them, so it files them away. Her voice had an edge that could cut glass. "My grandfather built this village to protect people, not just the ones who could fight." "That's going in the proposal." "What proposal?" "The one I'm writing for the council. Expanded veteran services, rehabilitation funding, civilian integration support for retired shinobi." He pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his jacket pocket. He'd been carrying notes around for weeks, scribbling on them whenever an idea hit. "Shikamaru says if I can tie it to economic productivity metrics, the council might actually read it." Tsunade took the paper from his hand and read his terrible handwriting with narrowed eyes. He watched her face as she read, and saw the moment she realized he'd been thinking about this seriously, not just in broad, idealistic strokes, but in actual policy terms. Her eyebrows rose. She looked at him over the edge of the paper. "Who helped you with this?" "Nobody. I mean, Uruka-sensei explained some of the economic stuff, and I've been reading the Third's policy archives." Hiruzen's policy archives are in the restricted section of the administrative library. "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei gave me access." Another long look. Then she put the paper down and refilled both their cups. "You're not the same kid who challenged me to a fight outside that bar." "I'm exactly the same kid. I just read more now," she laughed. A real laugh, full and unguarded, and it transformed her face completely. He'd heard Tsunade laugh before, usually sharp, often sardonic, but this was different. This was the laugh of someone caught off guard by genuine amusement, and it made her look younger than any transformation jutsu ever could. Something shifted in the room. He felt it the way you feel a change in wind direction, subtle but unmistakable. The space between them, which had been comfortable and collegial, became something else. Charged. He was suddenly very aware of how close they were sitting, both leaned over the table, the scrolls between them, her hair almost brushing his arm. She noticed it too. He could tell because she went very still for a half-second, a pause so brief that anyone else would have missed it. Then she leaned back, picked up her cup, and drank. "It's late," she said. "Yeah." He didn't move. "You should go." "Probably." The lantern flickered. Outside, the sounds of construction had faded. The village was settling into night, and the silence was the kind that amplified small things, the sound of breathing, the shift of fabric, the clink of ceramic on wood. Tsunade. "Go home, Naruto." He went. He came back the next night, and the next. And the next. It wasn't planned. There was no decision point he could identify, no moment where he thought, "I'm going to make a habit of this." He just found that his evenings, which had been empty and restless, now had a direction. He'd finish his work at the administrative building, walk through the village as the sun went down, and end up at her door. They talked about the village. About politics, about rebuilding, about the 1,000 small decisions that went into running a hidden village that nobody ever told you about until you had to make them. She taught him things he couldn't learn from scrolls: how to read a room, how to identify who held real power in a council session versus who just talked the loudest, how to frame an argument so that even people who disagreed with you felt heard. Himura responds to precedent. She told him one night, 2 weeks into their routine. They were sitting on the floor again, but this time the scrolls on the table were council minutes and old policy documents. If you can show him that what you're proposing has been done before, even partially, he'll consider it. He's not creative, but he's not unreasonable. And Koharu responds to fear. Not threats, she's too smart for that. But if you can make her see the consequences of not acting, the risk of inaction being worse than the risk of change, she'll move. She's a survivalist. You make it sound like a game. It is a game. The deadliest game in the world because the pieces are people's lives. But it's still a game, and it has rules, and you can learn them. He was learning. Not just from her words, but from watching her, the way she processed information, the way she could hold 15 variables in her head simultaneously and see how they connected. Her mind was extraordinary. He'd always known she was brilliant. You don't develop the medical techniques she'd pioneered without genius-level intellect, but seeing it applied to politics and strategy was different. It was like watching a master calligrapher work. Every stroke deliberate, every decision informed by a depth of knowledge he could only begin to grasp, and there were other things he was noticing. Things he tried not to notice, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was concentrating. The low timbre of her voice late at night, when the sake had softened her edges just enough. How her fingers looked when they traced lines on a map. The rare, unguarded moments when she'd say something and then look at him, really look at him, and he'd see something behind her eyes that made his chest tight. He was 19. She was older. He didn't think about the number, because the number didn't mean anything when she was sitting across from him with lantern light in her eyes, and a strategic mind that made his head spin, and a laugh that he was becoming increasingly dedicated to earning. 3 weeks in, on a night when the late summer heat had turned the apartment into an oven, and they'd opened every window and were still sweating, Naruto said something he immediately regretted. "You look different without the full jutsu." She went rigid. Her hand moved toward her face, an unconscious gesture, checking the transformation she wore like armor. The version of herself she showed him these days was closer to real than the public mask, but still softer, still smoothed out. She didn't show anyone the full truth. "Forget I said that." He said quickly, "How do you know what I look like without it?" "I don't. I can tell when you're using more chakra on it. The fluctuation is..." He trailed off, because explaining that he could sense her chakra signature with enough precision to detect the subtle variations of her transformation jutsu was a sentence that would raise questions he didn't want to answer. Like why he was paying that much attention to her chakra. Like why he'd memorized its specific pattern. She stared at him, then she let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "You are something else, Uzumaki Naruto. Good something else or bad something else. I haven't decided yet." That night, when he left, she walked him to the door, which she'd never done before. They stood in the narrow hallway, close because the space demanded it. And he could smell the sake on her breath, and the faint floral scent of whatever soap she used, and something underneath both of those things that was just her warm skin and chakra, and the indefinable signature of a person you've gotten too close to. "Same time tomorrow?" He asked, and his voice came out rougher than he intended. She looked up at him. She had to look up. He'd gotten taller in the last year, taller than her now, and the shift in physical dynamic between them was something neither of them had acknowledged. Her eyes searched his face, and whatever she found there made her expression complicated. "Naruto." Her voice was careful. "What are you doing?" "I'm saying goodnight." "That's not what I mean." He knew what she meant. The honest answer was, "I don't know." The more honest answer was, "I know exactly what I'm doing and I can't stop." The most honest answer was one he didn't have words for yet. "Good night, Tsunade." He left. She let him. 4 weeks and 2 days after the first night, something broke. It was a bad day. One of those days that starts wrong and keeps getting worse, like a crack in a dam that spreads. Naruto's morning began with a council session where Himura publicly questioned his mental stability. phrased politely as concerns about the long-term psychological effects of Jinchuriki status, and ended with the revelation that his proposal for veteran rehabilitation services had been tabled indefinitely due to budget constraints that somehow didn't apply to the Anbu expansion Danzo's old allies were pushing. He left the council chamber, with his fists clenched so hard his nails cut his palms. Shikamaru followed him out and said something rational and strategic about long-term positioning, and Naruto heard approximately none of it. Kakashi found him on the Hokage monument an hour later, sitting on his father's stone head, legs dangling over the edge. "Ma, you're going to worry the civilians sitting up here looking broody." "I'm not broody. You're the definition of broody right now." Kakashi settled beside him with the ease of a man who'd sat on this monument more times than he could count. His Hokage robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked as uncomfortable in them as always. "I heard about the session." He called me unstable. He raised concerns about Jinchuriki psychology. It's a legitimate area of inquiry, even if his timing and framing were political. I was going to say dickish, but yes, political works too. Naruto almost smiled. Almost. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. Below them, the village spread out like a half-finished painting, new buildings next to rubble, cranes, and scaffolding, the ant-sized figures of people going about their lives. From up here, you could see the shape the village was becoming. It was going to be bigger, more organized, better. "Naruto, I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear it as your Hokage, not your sensei." Naruto looked at him. "The council isn't going to change their mind about the age requirement. I've pushed. I've used every chip I have. They won't budge." Kakashi's visible eye was steady. "But there's another path. If a sitting Hokage endorses a successor, and that successor demonstrates institutional competence, not just battlefield strength, but actual governance ability, the council's approval becomes advisory rather than binding." "You're saying you could just appoint me?" "I'm saying there's a mechanism, but it requires groundwork, political alliances, demonstrated expertise, and most importantly, it requires you to stop giving the elders ammunition." Kakashi turned to face him fully. No more confrontations in open sessions, no more questions designed to embarrass. "You play the game, Naruto. Quietly, strategically, and with the patience of someone who knows they're going to win eventually. Everyone keeps telling me to be patient, because everyone can see you're about to do something impulsive, and they're trying to save you from yourself." Naruto gripped the stone beneath him. The fourth Hokage's carved hair dug into his palms. His father's legacy, a title, a technique, and a sealed demon had shaped his entire life. Now the title was being dangled just out of reach by the same institutional machinery his father had navigated a generation ago. "I'll try," he said. "That's all I'm asking." Kakashi stood, brushing dust from his robes. "One more thing. I notice you've been spending a lot of evenings in the Eastern Residential District." Naruto's stomach dropped. "I'm not asking questions," Kakashi said, and his tone was carefully, precisely neutral. "I'm just noting that other people notice things too, and the last thing either of you needs right now is gossip." He vanished in a swirl of leaves, because Kakashi could never just walk away like a normal person. Naruto sat on his father's head and watched the sun go down and felt the day's frustrations curdling in his gut. The rational part of his brain, the part that had been growing larger and louder over the last year, the part that sounded a lot like Shikamaru, told him to go home. Take a cold shower. Sleep. Start fresh tomorrow. He went to Tsunade's apartment. She opened the door and took one look at his face and stepped aside without a word. The apartment was dim, just the one lantern, and the windows were closed against the evening air. She'd been drinking already. Not heavily, but enough that the bottle on the table was a third empty, and her movements had that particular fluid looseness that Sake gave her. "Bad day," she said. "Not a question. The worst." He paced. He couldn't sit. The energy in him was ugly and restless and needed somewhere to go. "Hamura called me unstable, in front of the whole council, and nobody, not one person, pushed back." "Kakashi." Kakashi gave me a strategy lecture on the monument. He's right about everything, and I hate it. Tsunade poured 2 cups and held one out to him as he paced past. He took it, drank it in one swallow, and kept pacing. They tabled my proposal, the Veteran Services proposal, the one you helped me rewrite 3 times. I saw. You saw. Shizune still has friends in the administrative office. I know everything that happens in that council chamber within an hour of it happening. She sipped her sake. Sit down, Naruto. You're making me dizzy. He sat. The floor was hard and the cushion was thin, and he could feel the anger in his legs, wanting to move. Across the table, Tsunade watched him with those eyes that saw everything. What did Kakashi tell you? That there's a mechanism for Hokage succession that bypasses the council, but it requires, he waved his hand, politics, patience, all the things I'm bad at. You're not bad at them. You're impatient with them. There's a difference. What's the practical difference when the result is the same? The practical difference is that impatience can be managed. Incompetence can't. She refilled his cup. You're not incompetent, Naruto. You're angry. And you have every right to be angry, but anger without direction is just noise. Then give me a direction. She raised an eyebrow. I'm not your advisor. No, you're the smartest political mind in the village who isn't currently constrained by a title. You know these people. You know how the institution works. You know what I need to do. He leaned forward. Tsunade, help me. Something happened in her face. A series of rapid micro-expressions that he'd learned to read over the past month. Surprise, consideration, calculation, and then something deeper and more dangerous. Want. Not for him, or not just for him, but for the game, for the work, for the feeling of mattering. You're asking me to play kingmaker, she said quietly. I'm asking you to help me do what you should still be doing yourself. The words hit her like a physical blow. He saw it, the flinch she almost controlled, the way her grip tightened on her cup. He'd gone too far. He'd said the thing neither of them had spoken aloud in all their evenings together. That she'd been pushed out unjustly, that the village had taken its greatest leader and discarded her, and that the waste of it was a wound neither of them could look at directly. Get out, she said. Tsunade. Get out of my apartment. He didn't move. The lantern flame guttered in a draft from somewhere. In the silence, he could hear her breathing, controlled, deliberate, the breath of someone who was keeping themselves together by sheer force of will. No, he said, her eyes widened. People didn't say no to Tsunade. Not to her face, not in that tone, not when she was radiating killing intent strong enough to make the hair on his arms stand up. You've been sitting in this apartment for 2 months, drinking and reading and pretending you're fine. He said, and his voice was steady even though his heart was hammering. You're not fine, you're miserable, and I'm miserable, and we're both sitting here being miserable separately when we could be doing something about it. You don't know anything about. I know you drew hospital designs in your sleep, because you can't stop caring about the village, even when the village doesn't care about you. I know you read every council minutes report Shizune brings you and annotate them with corrections that nobody will ever see. I know you haven't left this apartment in 6 days because I've been watching, because I can't seem to stop. He caught himself. The sentence had been heading somewhere he hadn't planned, pulled by a gravity he'd been fighting for weeks. Tsunade set her cup down. Her hand was shaking. Not from anger, from something else. Something raw and exposed that she was trying desperately to cover. You need to stop coming here, she whispered. I know. This isn't we can't, you're 19 years old, Naruto. I know how old I am. Do you understand what this would? She pressed her hands flat against the table, steadying herself. You have a future, the biggest future of anyone in this village, and if you say you're old, I'm going to lose it. I am old. In the ways that matter, I'm old. I've lost everyone I've ever. She stopped, closed her eyes. The transformation jutsu flickered, just for an instant, and he saw the real her underneath, still beautiful, still fierce, but worn in ways the jutsu couldn't touch. The kind of worn that came from decades of loss. Tsunade. Don't. He reached across the table. His hand found hers. Her skin was warm, and her fingers were calloused from decades of surgical precision and combat, and when he touched her, she went completely still. like an animal caught between flight and something else entirely. "I'm not asking for permission," he said. "I'm not asking for anything. I'm telling you that I'm here and I keep coming back and I don't want to stop." She opened her eyes and looked at him, and the mask was gone. All of them, the jutsu, the composure, the sardonic armor she wore like a second skin. Underneath was a woman who had lost a brother and a lover and a sensei and a village's trust, and who was so tired of losing that the idea of gaining something new was more terrifying than any battlefield. "You're going to regret this," she said. "You don't get to decide what I regret." She moved first. He would remember that later, when the politics and the fallout and the weight of consequences came crashing down. She moved first. Her hand turned under his, fingers interlacing, and she pulled him forward across the low table, scattering cups and scrolls, and when she kissed him, it was fierce and desperate and tasted like sake and grief, and the first green shoot pushing through scorched earth. The lantern burned. The night sounds of the village drifted through the windows. And two people who had been alone in different ways for their entire lives stopped being alone, at least for a few hours, in a small apartment in a village that was still learning how to rebuild. Morning was unkind. Naruto woke to sunlight cutting through the window like a blade, directly across his eyes. He was on the floor. They'd never made it to the bed, just pulled blankets and cushions down and created a nest of sorts in the main room. His body ached in the pleasant, bone-deep way of hard use, and for approximately 4 seconds, everything was warm and golden and perfect. Then he remembered where he was, and who was breathing slowly beside him. Tsunade was asleep. Actually asleep, not the light, combat-ready rest of a shinobi, but the deep, heavy sleep of genuine exhaustion. She lay on her side with one arm curled under her head and the blanket pooled at her waist. Without the transformation jutsu, which had apparently dropped entirely during the night, she looked like herself. The real version. And the real version, he realized with a clarity that hit him like cold water, was beautiful in a way the jutsu couldn't replicate. Harder, more angular, marked by time and experience in ways that told a story. He could see faint scars on her shoulders and arms that the jutsu usually concealed. A life written in skin. He lay still and watched her breathe and thought about what he'd done, not the act itself. He didn't regret that, and he knew he wouldn't. What he was thinking about was the geometry of consequences, the web of political, social, and personal ramifications that was going to unspool from this night like thread from a cut spool. Kakashi's warning echoed. Other people noticed things too. As if she could hear him thinking too loudly, Tsunade stirred. Her eyes opened, instant, alert, the transition from sleep to wakefulness as sharp as a drawn blade. She looked at the ceiling, looked at him, looked at the ceiling again. "Well," she said, "shit. Good morning to you too." She sat up, pulling the blanket with her. The morning light was merciless in the way it illuminated the apartment, the scattered scrolls, the knocked-over sake cups, the 2 pairs of shoes by the door that told a clear story to anyone who might glance inside. "This didn't happen," she said. It pretty clearly did. Naruto. She turned to face him, and her expression was the one she'd worn in war councils, all business, no warmth. "This was a mistake. We were drinking, we were emotional, and we made a bad decision. It won't happen again." He sat up too. The blanket fell away and he reached for his shirt, not because he was modest, but because this felt like a conversation that should happen with clothes on. Okay, she'd been bracing for an argument. His easy agreement threw her. "I mean, I don't agree with you. But I'm not going to fight about it right now." He pulled the shirt over his head. "You need time to think, so do I. That's fine." She stared at him with an expression that was hard to read. "When did you get reasonable?" "I have my moments." He finished dressing. She watched him, still wrapped in the blanket, hair wild around her face. The transformation jutsu was back now. She'd reactivated it reflexively while they talked, smoothing out the lines and scars, the armor going back on. At the door he paused. "Tsunade." "What?" "Thank you for last night." "Not just," he gestured vaguely. "The conversation, the hospital designs, the political advice, all of it. Thank you." Something cracked in her composure again, just a hairline fracture barely visible. "You're welcome." He left. The walk home was surreal. The village was waking up around him, vendors opening stalls, shinobi heading to the mission desk, children running to the academy. Normal life. Oblivious to the fact that Naruto Uzumaki was walking through it with the taste of the former Hokage still on his lips and the scent of her hair still on his skin. He showered. He changed. He went to the administrative building and sat at his desk and pretended to read reports, and he did not think about the way her fingers had traced the whisker marks on his cheeks, slow and wondering, like she was memorizing them by touch. He failed at not thinking about it. He failed spectacularly. 6 weeks later, Shizune burst into his office without knocking. Naruto looked up from a requisition form. Shizune was white-faced. Not the pallor of illness, the white of shock, the bloodless look of someone who has just received information that rewrites their understanding of the world. "Shizune, what's? You need to come with me, now." "I'm in the middle of, now, Naruto." Something in her voice, a blade wrapped in silk, made him stand without further argument. He followed her through the building and out into the street. She walked fast, almost running, and she didn't speak. "Shizune, what happened? Is someone hurt? Is it?" His stomach clenched. "Is it Tsunade?" "She's not hurt." The words came out clipped, controlled. She needs to talk to you." They reached the apartment in minutes. Shizune led him upstairs, opened the door, and then pointedly, deliberately, did not follow him in. She closed the door behind him, and he heard her footsteps retreating down the hall. Tsunade was sitting at the table. The same position, the same low light. But everything else was different. She was wearing the full transformation jutsu, the public version, perfect and polished, and her hands were flat on the table in front of her, and her face was a mask of such rigid control that Naruto felt ice form in his stomach. On the table between her hands was a small strip of paper covered in medical seals. He didn't recognize the specific technique, but he recognized the format, a diagnostic output. Medical results. "Sit down," Tsunade said. He sat. "I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to not react until I'm finished." "Okay." "I ran a full diagnostic panel on myself this morning. Routine. I do it monthly, basic health maintenance for a shinobi of my age." Her voice was clinical, detached. The voice she used when delivering diagnoses to strangers. "One of the results was anomalous. I ran it again, 3 times. The ice in his stomach was spreading, not up, down, through his legs into his feet, rooting him to the floor. "I'm pregnant," Tsunade said. 6 weeks, it's yours." There is no question about that fact. The world stopped, not metaphorically. For Naruto, in that moment, the world genuinely stopped. The sounds from outside, hammers, voices, carts, went silent. The light in the room went flat. His own heartbeat disappeared. There was just her voice, those words, and the diagnostic strip on the table between them. The probability of natural conception at my biological age, even accounting for my unique physiology, is approximately 1 in 40,000. The Uzumaki vitality factor likely played a role. The Senju cellular regeneration may have also contributed. I've analyzed the Tsunade hormonal markers and the Tsunade. Stop. She stopped. Her clinical mask cracked, and underneath it was terror, raw, undisguised terror. He'd seen Tsunade face down enemies that could level mountains without flinching, but this had her shaking. "You said not to react until you were finished," he said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. Calm, impossibly calm. "Are you finished?" "No," she swallowed. "There are options." Given the political situation, given your career trajectory, given everything, termination is the simplest solution. I can perform it myself. No one would need to know. It would be as if this never happened. She delivered this the way she delivered all her most painful truths, head-on, unflinching, with the precision of a surgeon who understood that clean cuts healed faster. Naruto looked at the diagnostic strip. He looked at Tsunade. He looked at his own hands, which were resting on his knees, perfectly still. "No," he said. "Naruto?" "No." The word hung in the air, simple, Absolute, not angry, not emotional, not defiant, just clear like a bell. Tsunade's breath hitched. You don't understand what this means. If this becomes public, and it will become public, your Hokage candidacy is finished. The council will destroy you. They'll call it a scandal, an abuse of power dynamics, eh? I don't care, you should care. You've been working toward this your entire life. You can't throw it away for. For what, say it? She flinched. For a mistake. He stood, walked around the table, knelt in front of her so they were at eye level. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, because Tsunade didn't cry, but with the terrible sheen of emotions held at bay by willpower alone. This isn't a mistake. He said, you and I might have been a surprise. This might have been a surprise, but I'm not going to sit here and call a child a mistake. My father sealed a demon in me on the day I was born because he believed I could carry it. My mother died with a smile because she believed I would live a life worth dying for. And you're telling me that the same village that expects me to carry a tailed beast can't handle me having a kid. It's not about the child. It's about who the mother is. It's about the politics. It's about... I know what it's about. He took her hands. They were trembling. The greatest medical ninja in history, the woman who could heal fatal wounds with a touch, and her hands were trembling. I know exactly what it's about, and I don't care. We'll figure it out. You keep saying we. Yeah, I do. He held her gaze. Unless you don't want me to. The silence stretched. The diagnostic strip sat on the table, small and innocuous, a tiny piece of paper that carried the weight of 2 legacies and the future of a village. Outside, the construction sounds continued, hammers and saws and shouting workers, building something new on the bones of something old. I'm scared. Tsunade whispered, and the admission cost her so much that he could see it in the way her shoulders curved inward, the way her mask finally crumbled, the way she looked at him with eyes that held 50 years of loss, and the terrible, terrible hope that this time might be different. Me too. He said, but I'm also, Tsunade, I'm also happy. Is that crazy? I'm terrified and I'm happy. A sound escaped her, half laugh, half sob, all raw. She pulled one hand free and pressed it against her mouth, and her eyes were bright, and her shoulders were shaking, and this was Tsunade without any armor at all, just a woman staring at something she'd given up hoping for decades ago. He pulled her forward and wrapped his arms around her and held on. She was rigid at first, a lifetime of not being held, of holding herself up through every catastrophe. And then something gave way, some internal structure that had been load-bearing for too long, and she leaned into him and let him take the weight. They stayed like that for a long time. The lantern burned. The sun moved across the floor. The village rebuilt itself outside, nail by nail and beam by beam. We need a plan, she said eventually, her voice muffled against his shoulder. I know. A real plan, not one of your charge in and hope for the best plans. Hey, those plans have a surprisingly high success rate. She pulled back and looked at him, and the ghost of a smile was there, fragile and real. Naruto, if we do this, when this comes out, everything changes for both of us. You understand that? Everything already changed, 6 weeks ago. She searched his face one more time. Whatever she found, and he hoped it was certainty, hoped it was the same unshakable, stubborn resolve that had carried him through every impossible fight of his life, seemed to satisfy her. Okay, she said. Okay, then we need Shikamaru. Shikamaru arrived 45 minutes later, looking like he'd been pulled away from something important, and was already 3 moves deep into figuring out why. Shizune let him in, and then positioned herself by the door like a guard, which was probably exactly what she was. The apartment felt smaller with 4 people in it. Tsunade had composed herself, the mask was back, the clinical detachment was back, the full public jutsu was back. She sat at the table like she was chairing a war council. Naruto sat beside her, close beside her, deliberately, visibly close. Shikamaru looked at them, looked at the diagnostic strip Tsunade pushed across the table. Read it again, then closed his eyes and said very quietly, troublesome. That's it, Naruto said. That's your reaction. Give me a minute. I'm calculating variables. Shikamaru's eyes were still closed. His fingers moved at his sides, shadow gestures, the unconscious habit of a Nara working through complex problems. After approximately 90 seconds, he opened his eyes. How far along? 6 weeks, Tsunade said. How long until it's physically apparent? For a kunoichi of my level, I can conceal it with medical jutsu and transformation for approximately 4 months. 5 if I push it. So we have 4 months before this becomes public knowledge, whether we want it to or not. Shikamaru pulled out a cigarette, looked at Tsunade's flat stare, and put it back. The council's reaction is predictable. Koharu will see it as a power grab, Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines combining. Hamura will see it as a scandal that undermines institutional authority. The clan heads will be split. The civilian population will, he paused. Actually, the civilian population will probably love it. War hero and beloved former Hokage. It's a story. We're not a story, Tsunade said sharply. You are now, whether you like it or not. Shikamaru's eyes moved between them, and Naruto could almost see the calculations running behind them, political angles, alliance structures, risk assessments. The question is whether we control the narrative or let someone else control it. We control it, Naruto said. Then we need to talk about timing, framing, and allies. Shikamaru leaned back. First, timing. We don't reveal this until we have the political groundwork in place. That means alliances with at least 3 clan heads, a concrete policy platform that makes Naruto look like a serious governance candidate, and ideally a Hokage endorsement. Kakashi knows I've been coming here, Naruto said. He doesn't know about this, but he knows something. Kakashi is manageable. He'll support you if the political calculus works. He wants out of that office anyway. Everyone knows it. Shikamaru drummed his fingers on the table. Second, framing. When this goes public, we need it framed as a relationship between equals, not a scandal. That means you two need to be visibly together before the pregnancy becomes known. Courtship first, baby second. We're not going to manufacture, Tsunade began. I'm not asking you to manufacture anything. I'm asking you to stop hiding what's apparently already real. Shikamaru's gaze was steady. Is it real? The question sat between them. Naruto looked at Tsunade. She looked at him. And in that look was everything they'd built over the last month. The conversations, the strategies, the laughter, the quiet understanding of 2 people who recognized something in each other that no one else could see. Yeah, Naruto said. It's real. Then show people, gradually, naturally. Let the village get used to seeing you together before they have to process anything else. Shikamaru pulled out a piece of paper and started writing. Third, allies. I can bring the Nara clan. Choji's father will follow if I ask. Ino's family is trickier. They're politically cautious, but Ino herself is an asset. We need at least 1 major clan. The Hyuga, Tsunade said. Both men looked at her. Hayashi owes me. I saved Neji's life during the war when no one else could have. That's a debt he hasn't repaid. Neji's alive because of you? Naruto said. Neji's alive because I performed surgery for 16 straight hours with chakra I didn't have. The official report credits the medical corps. The unofficial reality is that I did it myself and nearly died. Her voice was matter of fact. Hayashi knows. He'll support us if I call in the favor. Shikamaru wrote faster. Good, the Hyuga gives us weight. Now, there's one more thing, Tsunade interrupted. The medical reality, She hesitated, and for the first time since Shikamaru arrived, the clinical mask slipped. My body is not standard. The strength of 100 seal, the cellular regeneration, the decades of medical jutsu, they've altered my physiology in ways that make this pregnancy unpredictable. I need a secondary physician I can trust absolutely. Sakura, Naruto said immediately. Tsunade nodded slowly. Sakura. Shikamaru stopped writing. He looked at them, at the way Naruto's hand had found Tsunade's under the table, at the way she hadn't pulled away, at the diagnostic strip sitting between them like a small flag planted on new territory. For the record, he said, this is the most troublesome situation you've ever dragged me into, and you once asked me to help you fight a god. Did you just make a joke? Naruto said. I'm stressed. I cope with humor. Sue me. Shikamaru stood. I need 48 hours to put together a preliminary strategy. Don't tell anyone else until I have a framework. Don't be seen together publicly until we have a plan for that. And for the love of all that's holy, don't do anything impulsive. He looked directly at Naruto when he said the last part. I'm not impulsive, Naruto said. Everyone in the room, including Shizune by the door, gave him the same look. Fine. I'll try not to be impulsive. Shikamaru left. Shizune gave Tsunade a long, complicated look that communicated an entire conversation in a single glance: concern, support, fear, determination, and then followed him out. The apartment was quiet again. Just the two of them and the diagnostic strip and the lantern and the massive, terrifying, exhilarating future that was now growing inside the woman sitting beside him. So, Naruto said, we're really doing this. Tsunade looked at the diagnostic strip, picked it up, held it in her fingers like something precious and fragile and dangerous. Then she looked at him, and the expression on her face was one he'd never seen before on her or on anyone. It was fear and hope and love and fury all woven together into something new, something that didn't have a name yet. We're really doing this, she said. Naruto leaned over and kissed her. Gentle this time. Not the desperate collision of their first night, but something softer and more deliberate, a promise, not a plea. When they separated, she rested her forehead against his and closed her eyes. You know they're going to come for us. Let them come. It won't be that simple. It never is. She breathed out a laugh against his lips. You're impossible. Yeah, but I'm yours. The sun moved across the apartment floor. The village hammered and sawed and shouted itself into a new shape outside. And inside a small, converted inn in the eastern residential district, two people who had separately survived everything the world could throw at them began the much harder work of building something together. Shikamaru was right about one thing. Everything was about to change. He was wrong about the timeline. They didn't have 4 months. They had 16 days. Because Shikamaru, for all his genius, hadn't accounted for the woman who was already watching from the shadows. A woman with root training, perfect intelligence networks, and a very specific interest in the convergence of Senju and Uzumaki blood. Suzaku already knew. Chapter 2. The storm before the storm. Suzaku had no family name. Root operatives rarely did. Danzo had believed that identity was a leash, something that tethered you to sentiment and weakness. He'd stripped names from his agents the way you'd strip bark from a branch, leaving only the smooth, functional core underneath. Suzaku had been 6 years old when she entered Root. She was 31 now, and the woman she might have become without Danzo's intervention existed only as a ghost, a theoretical person who had never drawn breath. She did not resent this. Resentment was sentiment, and sentiment was a leash. What she had instead was clarity. 25 years of training, intelligence work, and surgical precision had given her a mind like a glass lens. Everything that passed through it came out sharper, cleaner, reduced to its essential geometry. She saw the world in patterns, in leverage points and pressure nodes, in the spaces between what people said and what they meant. Right now, she was watching a pattern form that was more interesting than anything she'd seen in years. The safe house was underground, literally, a converted storage chamber beneath a noodle shop in the western commercial district, accessed through a trapdoor in the kitchen pantry. The noodle shop owner was a retired Root operative who'd found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he genuinely enjoyed making ramen. He never asked questions about the people who came through his pantry. He simply made sure the trapdoor was oiled and the sound seals were maintained. Suzaku sat at a low desk in the chamber's center, surrounded by paper. Intelligence reports, surveillance logs, intercepted communications, personnel files. The walls were covered in thin red thread connecting documents to names to locations, a physical manifestation of the network she maintained in her head. To an outsider, it would look like the obsessive work of a conspiracy theorist. To Suzaku, it was a map. And right now, the map was showing her something remarkable. Confirm the diagnostic, she said to the operative standing at parade rest by the door. Confirmed. Lady Tsunade performed 4 separate medical assessments on herself within a 3-hour window this morning. The chakra signatures are consistent with prenatal diagnostic jutsu. The operative, a young man with a face so forgettable it was practically a jutsu in itself, delivered the information without inflection. She subsequently contacted Shizune, who arrived within 20 minutes. Uzumaki Naruto was summoned shortly after. He remained in the apartment for approximately 2 hours. Nara Shikamaru arrived 45 minutes before Naruto departed. Suzaku processed this. Tsunade's medical assessment patterns were something she'd been tracking for months. The former Hokage's monthly self-diagnostics were as regular as clockwork, and any deviation from that pattern was significant. 4 assessments in 3 hours meant she'd found something unexpected and was verifying it. The specific chakra frequencies of prenatal diagnostics were unmistakable to a sensor with the right training. Uzumaki's behavior in recent weeks. Regular evening visits to Lady Tsunade's apartment beginning approximately 5 weeks ago, increasing in duration. His most recent visit lasted the entire night. 5 weeks. Suzaku did the math. 6 weeks pregnant, first overnight visit 5 weeks ago, with regular evening contact before that. The timeline painted itself. And the Nara's involvement? Newly introduced. Based on body language analysis during his departure, Nara Shikamaru appeared to be in strategic planning mode. He proceeded directly to his family compound and has not emerged. Suzaku leaned back in her chair. The ceiling above was stone, sweating slightly in the underground humidity. She stared at it and let the pattern complete itself. Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki, hero of the 4th War, carrier of Asura's transmigrant chakra. The single most powerful shinobi currently alive, and that assessment included the other 4 Kage. Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and Mito Uzumaki, possessor of the strength of 100 seal, the greatest medical ninja in recorded history, former 5th Hokage. Carrier of the Senju bloodline in its purest living form, and now, between them, a child. An Uzumaki Senju child, the first in generations. Possibly the first with this specific combination of genetic and chakra potential ever. Suzaku closed her eyes and felt something she almost never felt, genuine uncertainty. Not about the facts were clear. Uncertainty about what to do with them, Danzo would have known immediately. Danzo would have seen the child as a weapon to be claimed and shaped, or a threat to be eliminated. His worldview had been binary. Assets and liabilities. Nothing existed in between. But Danzo was dead, and Suzaku had spent the years since his death quietly, systematically dismantling the parts of his philosophy that didn't survive contact with reality. Root still existed, diminished, scattered, but alive, because Suzaku believed in its core function, the protection of Konoha through intelligence and covert action. She did not believe in Danzo's megalomania, his casual cruelty, or his conviction that he alone could decide the village's fate. She believed in information. And right now, information was telling her that the political landscape of Konoha was about to undergo a seismic shift, and she needed to be positioned on the right side of the fault line. Increase surveillance to full spectrum, she said. I want to know every person who enters or leaves that apartment, every message Shizune carries, every meeting the Nara schedules, and I want a full historical analysis of Uzumaki Senju bloodline interactions going back to the founding era. There are records in the sealed archives that Danzo kept. Find them. And our stance, Suzaku opened her eyes. Observation only, no action until I say otherwise. The operative bowed and vanished. Suzaku sat alone in the underground chamber and looked at her map of red threads and thought about children and power and the terrible weight of potential. Somewhere above her, in a small apartment on the other side of the village, 2 people were making plans to protect something fragile and new. She wondered if they understood how many eyes were already watching. Sakura arrived at Tsunade's apartment on a Tuesday evening, having received a coded message from Shizune that said only, "Come to Lady Tsunade's. Urgent. Tell no one." She'd spent the walk over running through scenarios. Medical emergency was the most likely. Tsunade's unique physiology meant that standard aging processes interacted unpredictably with her cellular regeneration, and Sakura had been quietly worried about long-term degradation for years. She'd prepared herself for bad news. She'd rehearsed calm, professional responses. She'd even brought a portable diagnostic kit, just in case. She was not prepared for what she actually found. Naruto opened the door. That alone was strange enough to make her stumble. Naruto, at Tsunade's apartment, opening the door like he lived there, wearing civilian clothes with his sleeves rolled up and his hair still damp from what looked like a recent shower. "Hey, Sakura," he said, and his voice had that particular quality it got when he was trying very hard to act natural and failing completely. "Come in. Why are you? Just come in." The apartment was tidy. Cleaner than she'd expected. Actually, the last time she'd visited Tsunade, 2 weeks ago, the place had been cluttered with books and scrolls and empty sake bottles. Now it was organized. The books were shelved. The sake was conspicuously absent. The table was set with tea. Tsunade sat at the table, and Shizune sat beside her, and they both looked at Sakura with expressions that she couldn't read, which scared her more than anything, because she could always read Tsunade. "Sit down," Tsunade said. Sakura sat. Naruto closed the door and sat beside Tsunade, and the physical proximity between them, shoulders nearly touching, a shared ease of space, set off alarm bells in Sakura's head that she couldn't quite categorize. "What's going on? Is someone hurt?" "No one's hurt." Tsunade paused, looked at Naruto. Something passed between them, a wordless communication that Sakura had never seen Tsunade share with anyone. "Sakura, I need your expertise as a medical professional. What I'm about to tell you is classified at the highest level. You will not discuss it with anyone outside this room." "Of course," Tsunade told her. Sakura's first thought was clinical. The probability of natural conception at her biological age, even with the 100 Seals' regenerative properties, is astronomically low. Her second thought was personal, and it hit her like a wave she hadn't seen coming. Naruto, not jealousy. She'd let go of whatever complicated feelings she'd had for Naruto years ago, or she thought she had. What she felt now was something more complex and harder to name. It was the sudden, disorienting realization that a person she'd known since childhood had become someone she didn't fully recognize. The Naruto she'd grown up with didn't have this kind of relationship. Didn't sit next to a woman 20 years his senior with that particular mix of tenderness and resolve in his eyes. Didn't make decisions that carried this kind of weight with this kind of quiet certainty. He'd grown up, and she'd missed it somehow, and that bothered her in ways she'd need to examine later. Her third thought was the one that mattered. "She needs me." "How far along?" Sakura asked, and her voice was steady and professional and betrayed nothing of the storm underneath. 6 weeks and 4 days. Symptoms: mild nausea, intermittent. Chakra fluctuations in the 100 Seal. The pregnancy is drawing on the stored chakra in ways I haven't fully mapped yet. No other abnormalities so far. Sakura's mind was already working. The 100 Seal was, in essence, a massive chakra battery stored in the forehead. It interacted with every system in Tsunade's body. A pregnancy would introduce a second chakra network, the developing child's, that would inevitably interface with the Seal's stored energy. The implications were staggering, both medically and in terms of the child's potential. "I need to do a full examination, tonight if possible. That's why you're here. And I need to know everything about your medical history that I don't already know, not just the official records. Everything." Tsunade nodded. She'd expected this, Sakura realized. She'd known exactly what her former student would need and had been prepared to provide it. That was the thing about Tsunade. Even in crisis, even shaken, her medical mind never stopped working. Sakura opened her diagnostic kit and began setting up. As she worked, she glanced at Naruto. who had moved to the kitchen to give them space. He was making tea, and the domestic normalcy of the action, Naruto making tea in Tsunade's kitchen, was somehow more shocking than the pregnancy itself. "When did this start?" she asked Tsunade quietly. "The pregnancy was not the pregnancy, you and him." Tsunade's jaw tightened. "That's not medically relevant. It's relevant to me." Their eyes met. Teacher and student, separated by years of training and trust, and a bond that went deeper than either of them usually acknowledged. Tsunade held Sakura's gaze, and Sakura saw something there she'd never seen in her master's eyes before: vulnerability that wasn't being hidden. Vulnerability that was being offered. "About 6 weeks ago," Tsunade said, "but it started before that. The conversations, she stopped. "Does it matter?" Sakura looked at her teacher, at the way Tsunade's hand rested on her own abdomen, unconscious and protective. At the fear underneath the composure, at the hope underneath the fear. "No," Sakura said, "it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're healthy and this child is healthy, and I'm going to make sure of both." Tsunade's breath released, slow and controlled. "Thank you." Sakura began the examination. Her hands glowed green with diagnostic chakra as she mapped the pregnancy in real time: fetal development, amniotic fluid composition, placental attachment, the complex interplay between Tsunade's chakra network and the nascent one forming in the embryo. What she found made her heart race. "Tsunade-sama." Her voice was carefully neutral. "The embryo's chakra network is already partially formed. At 6 weeks?" "At 6 weeks. Standard fetal chakra development doesn't begin visible network formation until week 16. This embryo has a rudimentary tenketsu system already developing along the spine." Tsunade's face went still. "The Uzumaki vitality factor. Combined with Senju's cellular regeneration, yes, the developmental acceleration is significant. I need to monitor this weekly to establish a baseline growth curve." Sakura moved her diagnostic hand lower, tracing the connection between Tsunade's 100 seal and the embryonic chakra network. "There's also a chakra bridge forming between the seal and the fetus. It's drawing small amounts of stored chakra, nothing dangerous yet, but the demand will increase as the network develops." "Can the seal sustain it?" "I don't know. Nobody's ever studied this combination before." Sakura pulled her hands back and looked at Tsunade directly. "This pregnancy is going to be medically unprecedented. I need to be available to you at all times. Not weekly checkups. I need to be your primary physician with access whenever either of us notices a change." "That's going to raise questions. You're the head of the hospital's surgical unit." "I'll take a leave of absence. Family medical reasons." "Sakura, you can't sacrifice your career for." "I'm not sacrificing anything. This is the most important medical case I'll ever handle, and you need someone who understands your physiology at a cellular level." Sakura began packing her diagnostic kit with precise, efficient movements. "Besides, this is what you trained me for, not just surgery, not just combat medicine. This." Naruto appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, 2 cups of tea in hand, and the look he gave Sakura was one of naked gratitude, the kind that didn't need words because it was too big for them. "Thank you, Sakura-chan," he said. And there it was, the thing she'd been trying not to feel, rising up through her professional composure like water through cracks. Not jealousy, something more generous than that, something that hurt in a clean way, like a wound that would heal well. "Don't thank me yet," she said, taking the tea. "Thank me when the baby's healthy and you've survived the political fallout. Shikamaru's handling the political stuff. Shikamaru's going to need help. The medical dimension alone has political implications. If anyone discovers the accelerated chakra development, the child becomes a target." The room went quiet. Naruto's hand found Tsunade's again, and this time Sakura watched it happen without looking away. She watched the way Tsunade's fingers curled around his, the way the tension in her shoulders eased a fraction at his touch, the way 2 people who should have been impossible together looked, instead, like they'd been waiting for each other without knowing it. "One thing at a time," Sakura said. "I'll do a comprehensive write-up tonight, encrypted, sealed, for our eyes only. We'll establish a monitoring protocol and a contingency plan for medical emergencies. And I want to start researching Uzumaki-Senju bloodline interactions immediately. The sealed archives might have something. Tsunade said. Mido Uzumaki, my grandmother, married Hashirama. There must be medical records from her pregnancies. If they exist, they're in the Senju clan archives or the Hokage vault. Can you access them? Not anymore. Tsunade's mouth twisted. I was stripped of Hokage-level clearance when I resigned. I can get them, Naruto said. Both women looked at him. Kakashi-sensei gave me administrative library access, and, he paused, thinking, Kurama might know something too. Sakura blinked. The Nine Tails. Kurama was sealed in Mido Uzumaki before my mother. He was there for her pregnancies. He might have observed things. Tsunade stared at him. That's actually brilliant. I have my moments. You said that already today. Still true. They shared a look that excluded everyone else in the room, not deliberately, not unkindly, but with the unconscious intimacy of people who had developed their own private language. Sakura watched it and felt something settle inside her. Not acceptance, exactly. Resolution. The decision that whatever complicated feelings this stirred up, her role here was clear, and she would fulfill it without hesitation. I'll start tonight, Sakura said, standing. Shizune, I'll need you to coordinate schedules. We need regular access without establishing a pattern that surveillance could detect. Shizune nodded. She'd been quiet throughout, the reliable constant, the steady hand, the woman who'd kept Tsunade alive through decades of self-destruction and was now prepared to do it through an entirely different kind of crisis. At the door, Sakura paused, turned back. Naruto. Yeah, take care of her. It wasn't a request. It was a warning, delivered with the full weight of a student's love for her teacher and a friend's concern for the people she cared about. Naruto heard both layers and nodded with a seriousness that satisfied her. She left, and the night air hit her face, and she stood on the street outside the converted inn and breathed deep and let herself feel the full scope of what had just happened. Then she squared her shoulders and walked toward the hospital, because she had work to do and she'd be damned if she wasn't the best at it. Shikamaru's 48 Hours produced a document he titled, with characteristic understatement, Strategic Framework for Political Realignment. He presented it in Tsunade's apartment 2 days later to an audience of Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune. Sakura was at the hospital, establishing the medical protocols they'd discussed. 3 phases, Shikamaru said, spreading papers across the table. Phase 1, alliance building. Quiet meetings with potential supporters. We start with the Nara and Akamichi clans, that's guaranteed. Hyuuga through Tsunade's connection to Hayashi. The Inuzuka are wild cards, but Kiba's loyalty to Naruto is absolute, and Tsum respects strength. If we can get 4 clans publicly supporting Naruto's candidacy before the pregnancy becomes known, the council loses its ability to frame this as a scandal. And the Yamanaka? Tsunade asked. Ino's father, Inoichi, died in the war. The clan's being led by a council of elders who are cautious and politically conservative. Ino has influence but not authority. I'm working on it, but I'd classify them as uncertain. Shikamaru shuffled papers. Phase 2, public legitimacy. Naruto needs visible governance credentials. Not just proposals, actual results. I've identified 3 infrastructure projects that are stalled in bureaucratic limbo. If Naruto can push them through, using political capital rather than shadow clones, it demonstrates institutional competence. What projects? Naruto asked. The Veteran Rehabilitation Center, your proposal that got tabled. I've found a way to reintroduce it through the Civilian Commerce Committee instead of the Military Affairs Committee, which bypasses the Elders block. The Academy curriculum, reform that Uruka's been pushing for 2 years. And the Intervillage Communications Relay System that Suna proposed last month. The one the Elders rejected. The one the Elders rejected because you proposed it publicly and embarrassed them. If we reintroduce it through the Kazekage office as a diplomatic initiative rather than a defense project, different committee, different optics. Naruto was quiet for a moment, You've been thinking about this for more than 48 hours. Shikamaru had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. I've been thinking about your Hokage candidacy for about a year. The pregnancy just accelerated the timeline. And Phase 3, Tsunade said. Phase 3 is the reveal. Timing is critical. Ideally, we announce the relationship first, a public appearance, carefully staged to look natural. We let the village absorb that for 2 to 3 weeks. Then the pregnancy becomes known, but by that point, it's old news that they're together, so the shock factor is reduced. How does it become known? We control the timing. We control the timing by controlling the source. Sakura, as Tsunade's physician, makes a medical filing that gets accidentally routed to the Public Records Office instead of the sealed medical archive. By the time it's corrected, the information is out. It looks like a bureaucratic error, not a deliberate announcement, which gives us plausible deniability and makes us look like victims of a leak rather than manipulators. That's devious, Naruto said. That's politics. Shikamaru met his eyes. Are you comfortable with this? I'd rather just tell people. I know you would, and that impulse is one of the things people love about you. But right now, the straightforward approach gets you destroyed. The elders are looking for any excuse to delay your candidacy. Handing them a scandal is handing them a weapon. Naruto looked at Tsunade. She looked back at him. Another one of those silent conversations that Shikamaru cataloged with the analytical part of his brain, while the human part felt something uncomfortably close to envy. Fine, Naruto said. We do it your way, but if anyone threatens Tsunade or the baby directly, the strategy changes. Agreed. Shikamaru gathered his papers. I'm meeting with my father's old advisors tonight to begin the clan outreach. Naruto, I need you at the administrative building tomorrow morning for a meeting with the Civilian Commerce Committee. Wear something that isn't orange. I look good in orange. You look like a target in orange. Wear blue. Shikamaru paused at the door. One more thing. I've noticed increased surveillance activity around this building in the last 72 hours. Not Anbu, the patterns are wrong. Someone else is watching. The temperature in the room dropped. Root, Tsunade said, and the word came out like a blade being drawn. Possibly. Danzo's network was supposed to be disbanded, but we both know that's optimistic. I'm looking into it. Shikamaru's face was serious in a way that erased all traces of his usual laziness. Be careful, both of you. He left. Naruto moved to the window and looked out at the street below. Evening was falling. The construction crews were packing up. Normal people were going home to normal lives. Root, he said. I should have dealt with them when I had the authority. Tsunade's voice was tight with old anger. Danzo's organization was a cancer, I knew it. Hiruzen knew it. We both let it fester because confronting it head-on would have split the village. Can they hurt us? Directly. Not easily. Root operatives are skilled, but they lost their leadership and most of their resources when Danzo died. What they can do is gather intelligence and sell it to people who can hurt us. She stood and joined him at the window. If they know about the pregnancy, we have to assume others will know soon. Then we accelerate. Shikamaru's 3-phase plan, we compress it. Naruto, you can't rush political. I'm not rushing it. I'm adapting to new intelligence. Isn't that what you taught me? The situation changed, so the strategy changes. He turned from the window. Tomorrow I talk to Kakashi. Not about the pregnancy, about the Hokage succession mechanism he mentioned. I want to know exactly how it works, every detail, every precedent. Then I go to the clan meetings. Then I push the infrastructure projects. And the surveillance? I'll handle the surveillance. How? Naruto's eyes changed. Not the red of Kurama's influence, something subtler. A hardening. The look of a young man who'd been a weapon before he was a person and who was remembering with cold precision exactly how dangerous he could be. I'll talk to them, he said. He found the Watcher on the 3rd night, not through surveillance or counterintelligence techniques, through patience. He'd spent 2 evenings expanding his sensory range around Tsunade's apartment building, using Sage Mode in short, careful bursts to map every chakra signature within a 3-block radius. Most were civilians. Some were shinobi off-duty, at home, unremarkable. But one signature kept appearing in the same location, a rooftop 2 buildings south, at the same time each evening, 8 p.m. to midnight. Disciplined. Professional. The signature was deliberately suppressed, barely above ambient, which was itself a tell. Regular shinobi didn't bother masking their presence in their own village. On the third night, Naruto didn't go to Tsunade's apartment. He went to the rooftop. The operative was good. Naruto would give them that. Positioned in the shadow of a water tower, wrapped in a visual distortion technique that bent light just enough to make the eye slide past, with a directional sensing apparatus aimed at Tsunade's window. Professional equipment. Root standard, from what little Naruto knew about their methods. Naruto landed on the rooftop 6 feet behind the operative and said, "Nice night for it." The reaction was instant and terrifying. The operative spun, drew a tanto, and attacked in a single fluid motion that covered the distance between them in less than a heartbeat. No hesitation, no assessment, just a committed killing strike aimed at the throat. Naruto caught the blade between 2 fingers. The operative's eyes, visible above a cloth mask, went wide. Not with fear, with recognition. They knew who he was, and they were recalculating in real time, and Naruto watched the process happen behind those flat, trained eyes. Threat assessment, escape routes, protocol for contact with high-value targets. "I'm not going to hurt you," Naruto said. "Sit down." The operative didn't sit. They stood rigid, Tanto still trapped between Naruto's fingers, and said nothing. "I know your route. I know you've been watching the apartment. I know you report to someone, and I want to talk to that someone." Naruto released the blade and stepped back, hands open, non-threatening. "I'm going to be on the Hokage monument tomorrow night at midnight. Alone. Tell your boss." Silence. "If your boss doesn't show, that's fine, but then I start hunting, and I promise you I'm better at finding people than you are at hiding." He held the operative's gaze. "Your choice." He left the rooftop via a body flicker, fast enough that tracking him would be impossible, and went to Tsunade's apartment through a different route. When he arrived, she was reading a medical text on prenatal chakra development, and she looked up at him with an expression that said she'd felt the brief spike of his chakra from the rooftop confrontation. "What did you do?" she asked. "Set a meeting." "With whoever's running route." Tsunade put the book down slowly. "You set a meeting with an unknown hostile intelligence operative, alone. Midnight tomorrow. Hokage monument. Absolutely not. Tsunade. You are not going alone to meet a potential enemy with unknown capabilities and unknown intentions while I sit here and wait." She stood, and the authority in her bearing was pure Hokage. The title might have been taken, but the presence never could be. "Either I come with you or you don't go. You're 6 weeks pregnant. I'm also one of the 3 legendary Sannin, and I could kill everyone in this building without breaking a sweat. Pregnancy doesn't make me fragile." "I didn't say fragile. I said pregnant." "As in, you have a reason to not put yourself in danger that didn't exist 2 months ago." They stared at each other. The argument crackled between them like static, 2 immovable forces meeting, neither willing to bend. This was the thing about them, Naruto was learning. When they agreed, they were unstoppable. When they disagreed, the resulting collision could level buildings. "Compromise," he said. "You're on the monument, but at a distance. Backup, not frontline. If something goes wrong, you intervene. If it doesn't, you observe and we debrief after." She considered this. He could see her weighing it, the tactical logic against her instinct to protect, the medical reality against her pride. Finally, she nodded, once sharp. "If I sense hostile intent, I'm not waiting for your signal." "I wouldn't expect you to." The tension broke. She sat back down and picked up her book, and he settled beside her and pulled one of the prenatal development texts from her stack. They read together in silence, shoulders touching, and the quiet domesticity of it was so at odds with the conversation they'd just had that Naruto felt something between a laugh and a prayer catch in his throat. This was his life now. Political conspiracies and prenatal care. Assassination concerns and bedtime rating. The absurdity of it would have been funny if the stakes weren't so real. The Hokage monument at midnight was a different creature than in daylight. The stone faces, Hashirama, Tabarama, Hiruzen, Minato, Tsunade. And now a rough-hewn space where Kakashi's face was being carved, stared out over the sleeping village with expressions that the sculptors had intended to convey wisdom and strength, but that, in moonlight, looked more like weariness. Like they were tired of watching, Naruto stood on the fourth's head. His father's stone hair ruffled in the wind, or rather, the wind ruffled Naruto's hair while the stone remained eternal and unchanged. And the contrast between the living son and the carved father felt heavy with meaning he didn't want to examine. He felt Tsunade's presence half a mile back, hidden in the tree line above the monument. Her chakra was masked, but he knew her signature the way he knew his own pulse, intimately, constantly, without effort. Midnight came, 5 minutes passed. 10, Naruto waited. Patience was still not his strongest quality, but the war had taught him that sometimes the most powerful thing you could do was stand still and let the world come to you. At 12 minutes past midnight, a voice spoke from directly behind him. "You're either very brave or very foolish, Uzumaki Naruto." He didn't turn, not because he was calm, but because turning would show surprise, and he'd rather die than give a root operative the satisfaction. Most people say both. Most people haven't assessed your threat profile. Footsteps on stone. Light, precise, unhurried. "I'm going to walk around to face you. I'm unarmed. You'll verify this with your sensing abilities." The woman who came into view was not what he'd expected. He'd been imagining Danzo's aesthetic, bandaged, scarred, severe. Instead, Suzaku looked almost ordinary. Medium height. Dark hair cut short and practical, features that were pleasant without being memorable. She wore plain civilian clothing, a dark jacket, practical pants, standard sandals. Nothing about her appearance announced threat, but her chakra did. Even suppressed, it had a quality that set Naruto's teeth on edge, controlled, compressed, dense with experience. This was not someone who fought with overwhelming power. This was someone who fought with precision, and precision was harder to counter than force. "Suzaku," she said. "No family name." "I led Root's intelligence division under Danzo. I currently lead what remains of the organization." "And what remains of it?" "Enough." She didn't smile. Her face was neutral in a way that went beyond composure into something practiced and permanent. "You requested this meeting. You've been watching someone I care about. I wanted to know why." Direct. "I appreciate that." Suzaku stopped 3 meters from him, outside striking distance for a standard shinobi, well within it for someone of Naruto's capabilities. She knew this. She'd chosen the distance deliberately, and the message it sent was clear. "I'm not here to fight." "Lady Tsunade's pregnancy is of interest to my organization," she said. Naruto felt ice in his veins but kept his face neutral. "What pregnancy? Please don't insult either of us." "I've had surveillance on Lady Tsunade for months. Passive, non-intrusive, purely informational." The shift in her medical diagnostics was unmistakable. Suzaku folded her hands behind her back. "I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here because the situation has created an opportunity that benefits both of us." "I'm listening." "The child Lady Tsunade carries is, genetically and in terms of chakra potential, one of the most significant births in shinobi history since the founding era. Uzumaki vitality, Senju cellular regeneration, potential compatibility with the strength of 100 technique, and the inherent chakra density of a Jinchuriki's offspring. These factors will not go unnoticed by Konoha's enemies. I'm aware. Are you? Because my intelligence suggests that at least 2 foreign intelligence services have already detected anomalies in Tsunade's behavior patterns. The Land of Rain's Remnant Intelligence Network, and a new operation based in the Land of Hot Water. They don't know specifically what's happened yet, but they're asking questions. When they find answers, they will act. The ice in Naruto's veins spread. This was the variable Shikamaru's plan hadn't accounted for, external threats moving faster than internal politics. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want something. There it is." "Yes, there it is." Suzaku's expression didn't change. "Root, under my leadership, has shifted its focus from domestic control to external intelligence. We monitor threats from outside the village's borders. We have sources in every major nation and most minor ones. We are, whether the current Hokage acknowledges it or not, the most effective intelligence apparatus the village possesses. And you want what? Official recognition? I want legitimacy. Not for myself. For the network. Root operatives are shinobi who sacrificed everything for Konoha. They deserve to serve openly, with institutional support and oversight, rather than hiding in underground chambers pretending the organization was disbanded. For the first time, something human flickered behind her controlled expression. Not quite passion, conviction. Danzo was wrong about many things, but the function root serves intelligence, counterintelligence, threat assessment. That function is vital. I'm offering to place that function under your authority. I don't have authority, I'm not Hokage. You will be. The trajectory is clear to anyone paying attention. She paused. I'm offering you Root's intelligence network, fully transparent, fully accountable to your office, in exchange for formal integration into Konoha's military structure. My operatives get identities, benefits, and recognition. You get the most comprehensive intelligence capability in the shinobi world. Naruto stared at her. The moonlight carved sharp shadows across her face, and the wind pushed between them carrying the smell of pine and stone. Behind him, the village slept. Ahead of him, a woman who represented everything Danzo had built was offering to put it in his hands. And if I say no? Then I continue to operate independently, as I have been. The intelligence I've gathered about external threats to your child remains mine. The protection my network could provide remains unavailable to you. No threat in her voice. Just facts, laid out with the clinical precision of someone who understood that facts were more dangerous than threats. I'm not your enemy, Uzumaki, but I'm not your friend either, not yet. I need to think about this. Of course. She reached into her jacket, slowly, deliberately, and produced a small scroll. This is a sample. Intelligence on the 2 foreign networks I mentioned, including operational details and personnel identities. Consider it a gesture of good faith. She placed the scroll on the stone at her feet and stepped back. I'll contact you in 1 week for your answer, through the same operative you spoke to on the rooftop. She turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. The Elder Council has scheduled an emergency session for tomorrow morning. The agenda is sealed, but my sources indicate it concerns Lady Tsunade's residential status. They're going to move to place her under medical supervision, essentially house arrest. The justification will be concerns about her mental health following her resignation. Naruto's hands clenched. You have approximately 12 hours to prepare a countermove. Suzaku said it the way someone might mention the weather forecast. I suggest you use them. She vanished. Not a body flicker, something smoother, quieter, like she simply stopped being present. One moment she was there, the next the rooftop was empty except for Naruto and the scroll at his feet and the carved stone faces of dead Hokages watching from below. Tsunade materialized beside him 30 seconds later. She'd heard everything, her expression told him that. She's dangerous. Tsunade said, yeah, she's also right, about the external threats, about the council. Tsunade picked up the scroll and examined its seals with a professional eye. This is genuine root encryption, high level. If the intelligence inside is accurate, we need it. We need it. She agreed, and the words tasted bitter for both of them. But we also need to deal with tomorrow. If the council moves to put me under medical supervision, they'll have access to my medical records. They'll find the pregnancy. How long do we have before the session? If Suzaku's information is right, the session starts at 9 a.m. Naruto looked at the village below. Sleeping, peaceful, unaware of the currents moving beneath its surface. He thought about Shikamaru's careful 3-phase plan, about the weeks of groundwork and gradual reveals and controlled narratives, and then he made a decision that was either the smartest or the stupidest thing he'd ever done. Wake up, Shikamaru, he said. We're accelerating everything. Shikamaru arrived at the Nara compound's strategy room at 2 in the morning, having been dragged from sleep by an Anbu-masked Naruto, tapping on his window like the world's most annoying bird. He looked at Naruto, looked at Tsunade standing behind him, processed the urgency in their expressions, and started making coffee without a word. "Talk," he said, once the coffee was brewing. Naruto told him everything. The root operative, Suzaku's offer, the foreign intelligence threats. The emergency council session. Shikamaru listened with his eyes closed, fingers steepled, doing that thing where his brain processed information at a speed that would make most people dizzy. The coffee finished brewing. He poured 3 cups, drank half of his in one swallow. "The 3-phase plan is dead," he said. "We need a new approach." "I figured." The council session is the immediate crisis. If they establish medical oversight on Tsunade, they control the information. We lose the ability to manage the narrative. He grabbed paper and started drawing diagrams, circles, arrows, lines of influence. "We need to block the session or change its outcome. Blocking requires a procedural challenge, which means we need a council member willing to object." "Who?" "Kakashi." Shikamaru looked at Naruto. "This is where you spend one of your biggest chips. You go to Kakashi tonight, right now, and you tell him everything. The pregnancy, the relationship, the root contact, the foreign threats. Everything. We agreed to keep the circle small. The circle just expanded whether we like it or not. If Suzaku knows, if foreign intelligence is asking questions, if the council is moving to investigate Tsunade, secrecy is no longer an asset. It's a liability." Shikamaru's pen moved faster, connecting nodes on his diagram. "Kakashi as 6th Hokage can overrule the emergency session. He can invoke executive privilege on any matter involving former Hokage security. It's unprecedented, but it's technically within his authority." Tsunade spoke for the first time. "He won't do it without a reason. The reason is the truth. Kakashi cares about Naruto. He cares about the village. And he's smart enough to see that a forced medical examination of a former Hokage, pushed by elders with political motives, is a terrible precedent regardless of what the examination might find." Shikamaru finished his coffee. "Beyond the immediate crisis, we need to deal with Suzaku's offer." "I'm not making a deal with Root," Naruto said. "You might have to. The external threat is real. If foreign intelligence services are tracking Tsunade, we need counterintelligence capabilities we currently don't have. Anbu Intelligence Division was gutted during the war and hasn't been rebuilt. Root's network is the only existing infrastructure that can fill that gap. Danzo's organization, Danzo's dead. The question isn't what Root was, it's what it could be." Shikamaru met Naruto's eyes. "I'm not saying trust her, I'm saying use her. There's a difference." "The difference is thinner than you think," Tsunade said quietly. "Maybe, but the alternative is facing external threats blind while fighting a political war at home." Shikamaru rubbed his eyes. The exhaustion was showing, not physical, but the deeper tiredness of a mind that never stopped calculating costs. "Here's what I propose. Naruto goes to Kakashi now, stops the council session. That buys us time. Tomorrow, we begin accelerated clan outreach. I'll go to the Akamichi and Inuzuka personally. Tsunade goes to Hayashi. Meanwhile, we analyze Suzaku's intelligence scroll. If the information is good, we open a conditional dialogue with Root. Not an alliance, a probationary exchange." "And the public reveal?" Naruto asked. Shikamaru was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed, a deep, resigned exhale that carried the weight of a man who just watched his carefully constructed strategy get set on fire by reality. "We don't have the luxury of controlling that anymore. The information is going to get out one way or another, so we get ahead of it." He looked at Naruto with an expression that was half frustration, half something that might have been admiration. "You wanted to just tell people. Fine, we just tell people. But we do it on our terms, in our way, and we do it before anyone else can spin the narrative." "When?" 3 days. That gives us time to secure Kakashi's support, get at least 2 clan heads committed, and prepare a public statement. On the 3rd day, you and Tsunade walk through the village together, publicly, visibly, and when people ask, because they will, you tell them the truth. All of it, the relationship, the pregnancy, your intention to stand for Hokage, everything." Shikamaru stood. The era of secrets is over. Now we fight in the open. Naruto looked at Tsunade. She looked back at him. In the low light of the Nara strategy room, surrounded by coffee cups and tactical diagrams, they made a decision without speaking. "Do it," Naruto said. Shikamaru nodded. "Then go wake up your sensei. And Naruto, bring coffee. The man is useless without coffee." Kakashi's temporary residence was a modest apartment above a bookshop chosen, Naruto suspected, entirely for its proximity to reading material. He arrived at 3 a.m., knocked twice, and waited. The door opened to reveal Kakashi in sleeping clothes, his mask still in place, his visible eye conveying a depth of irritation that bordered on killing intent. "This had better involve an invasion," Kakashi said. "Not an invasion. Worse." Something in Naruto's voice made Kakashi's eye sharpen. He stepped aside. The apartment was exactly what you'd expect from Kakashi, minimal, organized, full of books. A small reading lamp was still on by the bed, and a certain orange-covered novel lay face down on the nightstand. Naruto didn't sit. He stood in the middle of Kakashi's living room and said, "I need you to listen to everything before you respond." "Can you do that? You're scaring me, Naruto." "Good, you should be a little scared," and he told him all of it. From the first night in Tsunade's apartment to the pregnancy to Suzaku's midnight meeting on the monument. He spoke clearly and steadily, leaving nothing out, and he watched Kakashi's face as he spoke. Kakashi's expression went through several distinct phases. Surprise, brief, quickly controlled. Calculation, longer, his visible eye narrowing as political implications cascaded. Something that might have been concern, or might have been empathy. When Naruto described the moment Tsunade told him about the pregnancy, when Naruto finished, Kakashi was quiet for a long time. He moved to his kitchen, put on a kettle, and prepared tea with the methodical precision of a man who needed his hands to be doing something while his brain processed. "How does she feel about it?" Kakashi asked finally. Naruto blinked. Of all the questions he'd prepared for, political, strategic, logistical, that one caught him off guard. "Scared," he said, "but committed, we both are." Kakashi poured tea, brought 2 cups to the low table. Sat down with the slow, deliberate movements of someone who had just realized the world was different than it had been 5 minutes ago. "The council session tomorrow," he said. "Medical supervision for Tsunade. Suzaku's intel says 9 a.m. It's not just Suzaku's intel. I've been expecting this move for weeks. Koharu and Hamura have been building a case for Tsunade's psychological evaluation since the resignation. I've been blocking it through procedural delays, but I'm running out of mechanisms." He sipped his tea. "If they conduct the evaluation, they'll discover the pregnancy." "I know. And if they discover the pregnancy before we've established a political framework to protect it," Kakashi trailed off, "they'll use it to destroy both of us. Not destroy, control. The elders don't want you eliminated, Naruto. They want you managed. A pregnant Tsunade is leverage against you, against her, against any future Hokage candidacy. They'll offer to keep it quiet in exchange for your compliance." "That's not going to happen." "No, I don't imagine it is." Kakashi set his cup down. "Here's what I'm going to do. Tomorrow morning, before the session convenes, I'm going to invoke the Hokage security prerogative. It allows me to classify any matter involving former Hokage as a state security concern, which removes it from the council's jurisdiction." "Is that legal?" "It's arguable, which means it'll hold up long enough for us to get ahead of the situation. The elders will challenge it, but the challenge process takes a minimum of 2 weeks." A pause. "In the meantime, I need you to understand something." "What?" "I can protect you from the council. I can create political space for your candidacy. I can even support the Hokage succession mechanism when the time comes." Kakashi looked at him with an eye that held years of watching this boy grow into a man. "But I can't protect you from the consequences of your own choices. You chose Tsunade. You chose this child. Those choices will follow you every day for the rest of your life, and there will be moments when the cost is higher than you can imagine right now." "I know." "Do you?" "Because right now, you're 19 years old and in love and about to become a father, and all of that is generating a kind of momentum that feels like certainty." But certainty isn't the same as wisdom, Naruto. Certainty is what you feel before the world teaches you otherwise. The words were gentle, but they landed with the weight of experience, decades of it, bought in loss and disillusionment, and the quiet, grinding work of leading a village through peacetime, which was in many ways harder than leading it through war. I'm not certain about everything, Naruto said quietly. I'm certain about her. I'm certain about the baby. Everything else, the politics, the enemies, the path forward, I'm figuring out as I go. But the core of it, the part where I stand next to Tsunade and we face whatever comes, that I'm certain about. Kakashi studied him for a long moment. Then he reached across the table and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, a gesture so simple and fatherly and out of character for the usually distant man that Naruto felt his throat tighten. Your father would have made exactly the same speech, Kakashi said, word for word, and your mother would have punched anyone who got in her way. Good genes, terrible genes, wonderful results. Kakashi squeezed his shoulder once and let go. Now get out of my apartment. I have a council session to sabotage, and I need at least 3 hours of sleep to do it properly. Naruto stood. At the door, he paused. Kakashi-sensei, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when the dust settles and you're still standing. Is that your way of saying you think I might not be? Kakashi's eye crinkled in what was probably a smile beneath the mask. It's my way of saying I know you will be. I've been watching you stand back up since you were 12. I don't expect you to stop now. Naruto left. The pre-dawn air hit him like a splash of cold water, and he stood on the street outside Kakashi's apartment and breathed deep and felt the weight of the night. The meeting with Suzaku, the planning with Shikamaru, the confession to Kakashi settle into his bones. Heavy, but bearable. The kind of weight you could carry if you had someone to carry it with. He went back to Tsunade's apartment. She was awake, sitting at the table, pretending to read but clearly just waiting. When he came in, she looked up and read the outcome on his face before he said a word. He's with us, Naruto said. Tsunade closed her eyes. The relief that crossed her face was deep and genuine, and she didn't try to hide it. Then we have a chance. We have more than a chance. He sat beside her and took her hand. We have Kakashi, Shikamaru, Sakura, Shizune, and the most stubborn woman in the history of shinobi. We're going to be fine. You forgot to include yourself in that list. Nah, I'm just the loud one who draws fire. She laughed, that real laugh, the one that made her eyes crinkle and her shoulders relax. And then she leaned against him, and he wrapped his arm around her, and they sat together in the quiet apartment and watched the first gray light of dawn begin to filter through the window. Somewhere across the village, Shikamaru was drawing battle plans. Kakashi was drafting executive orders. Sakura was reviewing medical protocols. Suzaku was watching from the shadows, weighing the odds with her glass lens mind. Koharu and Hamura were preparing their agenda, unaware that the ground was about to shift beneath their feet. The dawn came slowly, then all at once. And as the sun cleared the Hokage monument and lit the village in gold, a messenger hawk circled above the administrative building, carrying an urgent notice to the Elder Council. The emergency session had been postponed indefinitely by order of the 6th Hokage, citing the security prerogative. Article 12, Section 4. Koharu read the notice in her office and went very, very still. The game had changed, and for the first time in a long time, she wasn't the one changing it. 2 days later, Naruto Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju walked through the main street of Konoha together. It wasn't dramatic. That was by design. Shikamaru had insisted that the first public appearance be mundane. No formal events, no announcements, no hand-holding or obvious displays. Just 2 people walking through the market district at midday, visible, unhurried, and together. Naruto wore blue, as instructed. Tsunade wore a simple green haori over civilian clothes, her hair up in a loose knot. They walked side by side, close enough to suggest intimacy but not so close as to declare it, and they talked about nothing important, the reconstruction, the weather, a new tea shop that had opened near the academy. People noticed. Of course they noticed. Naruto Uzumaki was the most recognizable figure in the village, and Tsunade Senju was the former Hokage. Their walking together would have attracted attention regardless. But it was the quality of their togetherness that caught the eye, the ease of it, the shared laughter, the way Naruto leaned down to hear something Tsunade said, and the way she looked up at him with an expression that nobody in the village had ever seen on her face before. By the time they reached the tea shop, the whispers had already begun. "Let them whisper," Tsunade murmured as they sat down. "Whispers become rumors, rumors become gossip, and gossip becomes accepted reality. By the time we make anything official, the village will already know." Shikamaru's playbook? Shikamaru's playbook. They ordered tea and dango, Tsunade's favorite, which Naruto had learned during their evening conversations, and sat by the window where they could see and be seen. A few people walked past the shop and very obviously tried not to stare. A genin team on the street corner was whispering furiously while their jounin sensei pretended not to notice. "We're causing a scene," Naruto said, grinning. "You're enjoying this?" "A little." "Yeah." And it felt, for the first time in weeks, like something was going right. The sun was warm, and the tea was good, and Tsunade was sitting across from him looking more alive than she had since her resignation. And the village was watching, and the village could deal with it. Then the explosion happened. Not metaphorical. An actual explosion, 3 blocks north, loud enough to rattle the tea shop windows and send a plume of black smoke into the clear sky. Naruto was on his feet before the sound finished, instinct overriding everything: conversation, strategy, the tea he'd just picked up. His hand caught Tsunade's arm, steadying her as the building shook. "That's the administrative district," Tsunade said, already moving toward the door. "Stay here. Not a chance." "Tsunade, you're—" "Finish that sentence and I'll hit you." They ran. 3 blocks through streets that were suddenly full of panicking civilians and mobilizing shinobi. Naruto's Sage Mode snapped on automatically, expanding his awareness in a pulse that covered half the village. He felt the damage: a building collapsed, fires starting in the rubble. He felt injured chakra signatures dimming. He felt Anbu converging on the site, and he felt something else: a chakra signature moving away from the blast site, fast, suppressed, but not suppressed well enough to hide from a sage. "There," he said, pointing. "Someone's running." "Go," Tsunade said. "I'll handle the wounded." "You can't. I am a medical ninja. There are injured people. Go." She was already running toward the explosion site, her hands glowing green before she'd covered 20 meters, and Naruto watched her go for half a second, fierce, determined, unstoppable, before he turned and launched himself after the fleeing chakra signature. The chase lasted 4 minutes. The runner was fast and knew the village layout, ducking through alleys and over rooftops with the efficiency of someone who'd trained for this. But Naruto in Sage Mode was something else entirely: a sensor net wrapped in a body that could move faster than almost anyone alive. He closed the distance block by block, rooftop by rooftop, until he was close enough to see the runner. A figure in dark clothing, no visible insignia, carrying a small pack. Naruto hit the rooftop ahead of the runner, cutting off the escape route. The figure skidded to a stop, turned, found the alternate routes blocked by shadow clones that had been flanking for the last 2 blocks. "Don't," Naruto said. The runner reached for the pack. Naruto moved. His hand closed around the runner's wrist before the fingers reached the zipper, and a twist of sage-enhanced strength drove the figure to their knees. The pack fell. Naruto kicked it to a clone who caught it and moved back. The runner looked up at him. A man, young, maybe mid-20s. No headband. No village affiliation markings. His eyes were flat and defiant and already dead in the way of someone who'd accepted the mission's cost before beginning it. "Who sent you?" Naruto asked. Silence. "Someone just bombed my village. People are hurt. You're going to tell me who sent you." The man's mouth moved. Not to speak, to bite down. Naruto saw the cyanide capsule a heartbeat too late, reached for the man's jaw, pried it open with sage-enhanced strength, and got the capsule out, but the tooth behind it had already cracked. A secondary compound. Root-style dead man's switch. The real poison was in a hollow tooth, not the capsule. The man convulsed once and went still. Naruto knelt on the rooftop beside a dead operative and felt the first real tremor of something that wasn't fear or anger but the cold, clarifying recognition of how serious this had become. This wasn't politics. This wasn't council maneuvering or intelligence games. Someone had just bombed Konoha and sent a professional to cover the retreat, and the professional had been prepared to die rather than be captured. The clone brought the pack. Inside, detonation seals of foreign manufacture, a communication scroll encrypted in a cipher Naruto didn't recognize, and a single photograph. The photograph was of Tsunade. Recent. Taken from a distance through a window, showing her sitting at her apartment table with one hand on her abdomen. Naruto held the photograph and felt something fundamental shift inside him. The young hero, who'd been navigating political chess games and relationship complications, was still there, but underneath him, something older and colder was waking up. Something that had been forged in the war and then put away because peacetime didn't need it. Peacetime was over. He sent a clone to Anbu headquarters with the dead operative and the pack. He sent another clone to find Shikamaru, then he went to find Tsunade. She was at the blast site. The building, a storage facility attached to the administrative wing, was a ruin of collapsed beams and shattered stone. 3 people were injured, none dead, by some miracle. Tsunade was treating the most severe case, her hands deep in green chakra, her face focused with the terrible calm of a surgeon in crisis. Sakura was beside her, having arrived from the hospital within minutes of the explosion. Naruto watched from the edge of the perimeter as Tsunade worked. Watched her save a life with steady hands and absolute precision while carrying new life inside her. Watched Sakura support her without being asked, the two of them moving in the synchronized rhythm of teacher and student, and felt the rage crystallize into something useful. Someone had come for his village. Someone had come for his family. He was going to find them. And when he did, patience and politics and careful strategy would not be the tools he reached for first. But first, there was a photograph to analyze, a cipher to break, and a dead man's origins to trace. And somewhere in the shadows, Suzaku was watching, and the intelligence scroll she'd given him was sitting unopened on his desk, and the answers he needed might already be in his hands. The smoke cleared. The wounded were stabilized. The village stirred with the angry, frightened energy of a people who thought the war was over, discovering that it wasn't. And Naruto Uzumaki stood in the wreckage and made a promise. Not to the village, not to Tsunade, not to anyone who could hear it. A promise to himself, silent and absolute. No one touches them, whatever it takes. No one touches them. The sun climbed higher. The village rebuilt again. And somewhere beyond the walls, in the shadow nations where mercenaries gathered and intelligence was currency, the people who had sent the bomber received word that the operative was dead and the target was unharmed. They would send more. Chapter 3. Blood in the water. The dead operative had no name, no village registration, no dental records in any database Konoha could access. His fingerprints matched nothing. His clothing was generic, mass-produced in 3 different countries, deliberately untraceable. Even his chakra pathways, examined post-mortem by Sakura, showed signs of deliberate alteration. Someone had surgically modified his tenketsu to obscure his training origin. "Professional," Shikamaru said, staring at the autopsy report spread across the table in the Anbu analysis room. Not just the operative, the people who prepared him. This is intelligence-grade sanitization. Someone spent significant resources making sure this man couldn't be traced. Naruto stood at the window, arms crossed. 3 days had passed since the bombing. The storage facility was already being cleared, the injured were recovering, and the village surface had smoothed over with the resilience of people accustomed to crisis. Underneath, though, the currents had changed. Anbu patrols had doubled. The gate checkpoints were running full identification scans, and the council, temporarily stymied by Kakashi's security prerogative, had found a new reason to be afraid. What about the communication scroll? Naruto asked. The cipher's complex. Our cryptanalysis team is working on it, but they estimate a week to crack. Maybe longer. Shikamaru tapped the edge of the report. There's a faster option. Suzaku. Root's cipher capabilities were always ahead of the village standard intelligence division. If her organization is what she claims it is, she could crack this in hours. Naruto hadn't opened Suzaku's intelligence scroll yet. It sat in a sealed drawer in his desk, radiating potential the way an unexploded tag radiated danger. Using it meant stepping onto a path he wasn't sure he could step off. I told her I'd give an answer in a week, Naruto said. It's been 3 days. The bombing changed the timeline. She knows that. She probably planned for it. Naruto looked at him sharply. You think she staged the bombing? No. The operative's preparation level suggests foreign origin. No one inside Konoha would need to sanitize an agent that thoroughly. But I think Suzaku knew something was coming. Her warning about foreign intelligence services wasn't hypothetical. She had specific knowledge, and she gave us just enough to establish credibility without revealing her full hand. Shikamaru's expression was the one he wore during shogi matches, calculating, several moves ahead, slightly annoyed at the complexity. She's playing us. Not maliciously, but strategically. She wants us to need her. And we do need her. Right now, yeah, we do. The door opened and Kakashi entered, still in his Hokage robes, looking like he'd been in meetings for 16 hours straight, which, based on the shadows under his eye, he probably had. The council's demanding answers about the bombing, he said, without preamble. Koharu's pushing for a formal investigation under elder oversight. Hamura wants to invoke emergency security protocols, which would give them expanded authority over village defense, including oversight of all high-value individuals. High-value individuals meaning Tsunade, Naruto said, among others. But yes, she's the obvious target. Kakashi dropped into a chair. I can hold them off for another 48 hours, maybe 72. After that, the political pressure becomes untenable. The village was attacked. People want accountability and protection. The elders are offering both, at the cost of our autonomy. At the cost of everyone's autonomy, emergency security protocols are a blunt instrument. They don't just affect Tsunade, they affect every shinobi in the village. Kakashi rubbed his face. We need to give the council something. A lead, a suspect, a direction. Something that makes them feel like the situation is being handled. I have something, Naruto said. He made the decision as the words left his mouth, not through careful analysis, but through the gut-level recognition that waiting was more dangerous than acting. Give me 12 hours. He opened Suzaku's scroll alone, in his apartment, at midnight. The intelligence inside was meticulous. 2 foreign networks, laid out in granular detail, personnel structures, communication methods, operational bases, financial flows. The first was a remnant of Aimgakure's old intelligence apparatus, reorganized after Pain's death by former operatives who'd scattered across the minor nations. They operated as information brokers, collecting and selling intelligence to anyone who could pay. Their interest in Tsunade appeared to be commercial. She was a high-value intelligence target, and information about her activities could be sold to interested parties. The second network was more concerning. Based in the land of hot water, it was connected to a coalition of minor nations that had formed quietly in the wake of the Fourth War. The coalition had no official name and no public existence. Its members were small countries, the kind that had been ground between the great nations for generations. Used as buffer zones and battlefields, their people treated as collateral. The war had devastated them disproportionately, and their shared resentment had crystallized into something organized. Suzaku's intelligence called them the Periphery Alliance. Their stated goal was self-determination for minor nations. Their operational goal, based on intercepted communications, was the prevention of any further consolidation of power among the great nations. And Uzumaki Senju child, born to 2 of the most powerful shinobi in history, raised in the strongest hidden village, From the Periphery Alliance's perspective, that child represented exactly the kind of power consolidation they existed to prevent. The bombing wasn't random. It wasn't even primarily about Tsunade. It was a message. We can reach you, we know what you're building, and we will stop it. Naruto read the scroll twice, committing every detail to memory. Then he burned it, because intelligence that valuable was a liability if it was found. At 2 in the morning, he went to find Suzaku. He didn't go to the rooftop or the monument. Instead, he went to the noodle shop. Shikamaru's brief investigation into Root's operational patterns had turned up a few breadcrumbs, and Naruto had followed them with the single-minded focus of a fox on a scent. The noodle shop's owner, a quiet man with steady hands and eyes that tracked movement with too much precision for a civilian, looked at Naruto when he walked in and said nothing. "I need to see her," Naruto said. "The shop is closed." "I know, tell her I've read her scroll." "Tell her the answer is conditional. She has 1 hour to meet me, or I start taking this building apart until I find the way down." The noodle shop owner studied him for a moment, then he disappeared into the back. 4 minutes later, he returned and gestured toward the kitchen. The trapdoor was well hidden. The chamber below was exactly as Naruto's Sage Mode sensing had suggested, underground, stone-walled, larger than the shop above. The red threads on the walls caught his eye immediately. He traced them with his gaze, reading the map they formed, recognizing names and locations and connections that overlapped with the intelligence he'd just burned. Suzaku was sitting at her desk, as if she'd been waiting for exactly this moment. She probably had been 3 days ahead of schedule. She said, "The bombing accelerated your decision-making, as I expected. Did you know it was coming?" "I knew something was coming. The Periphery Alliance's operational tempo increased significantly 2 weeks ago. I didn't know the specific target or timing." Her expression was, as always, controlled, but her eyes tracked his movements with an attentiveness that spoke of respect, or wariness, or both. "You've read the scroll." "I've read it. It's good intelligence, maybe the best I've ever seen." "It is the best you've ever seen." Root's analytical capabilities are unmatched. Humble, too. The ghost of something that might have been amusement crossed her face. "Humility is a luxury for people who aren't trying to prove their value. What are your conditions?" Naruto pulled a chair from against the wall and sat across from her. The desk between them was covered in papers, and he noticed that the red thread map behind her had been updated recently, new connections, new names. She was still working, still gathering, still building her picture of the world's hidden architecture. 3 conditions, he said. First, full transparency. Every piece of intelligence your network gathers goes through a review process. Shikamaru Nara will serve as the oversight liaison. Nothing is hidden, nothing is compartmentalized away from our access. Agreed, with one caveat. Source identities remain protected. I'll share what my operatives learn, but not who they are. Exposing sources gets people killed. Acceptable. Naruto held up a second finger. Second, no unilateral operations. Root doesn't act, doesn't surveil, doesn't intervene, doesn't make contact with any target without authorization from me or, in my absence, Shikamaru. That reduces our operational flexibility significantly. That's the point. You work with us, not beside us. Your judgment might be good, but it's not checked by anyone, and unchecked intelligence agencies are how you get another Danzo. Something flickered in Suzaku's eyes at the name, not affection, not anger. Something more complicated, the recognition of a debt owed to someone who was both creator and captor. Agreed, she said. Third condition. Naruto lowered his hand. This is non-negotiable. Your operatives get identities, real names, real records, real standing in the village. They're not ghosts anymore. They're Konoha shinobi with everything that means: protections, benefits, accountability. Suzaku went still. The controlled mask cracked just slightly, and underneath it Naruto saw something he hadn't expected to find. Hope. Raw, painful, held at arm's length like a weapon that might turn in the hand. You're offering them personhood, she said, and her voice was different, quieter. The clinical distance reduced by a fraction. I'm offering them what they should have had from the beginning." She looked at him for a long moment. The underground chamber was silent except for the faint sounds of the village above, muffled, distant, the noise of a world that didn't know this conversation was happening. "Danzo would never have agreed to any of these terms," Suzaku said. "I'm not Danzo." "No, you're not." She stood, walked to the red thread map, and pulled a specific document from the web of connections. "This is everything I have on the Periphery Alliance's operations inside the Land of Fire. Cell locations, communication schedules, personnel movements. There's also a financial trail leading to their primary backer." "Who's backing them?" Suzaku placed the document on the desk. "A senior official in the Land of Earth's government, not the Tsuchikage. Unoki is too old and too pragmatic for this kind of adventurism. Someone in the civilian government, operating without the Tsuchikage's knowledge. The financial transfers are laundered through 3 intermediary states, but the origin point is unmistakable." Naruto took the document. The implications cascaded in his mind. A faction within a great nation's government, secretly funding a coalition of minor nations to attack Konoha. If this became public, it could trigger a diplomatic crisis. If handled quietly, it could be leverage. "This changes things," he said. "This changes everything. The bombing wasn't just a message to you. It was a test, the Periphery Alliance probing Konoha's defenses and response capabilities. The data from the attack will be analyzed and used to plan something bigger." "How much bigger?" Suzaku met his eyes. "My analysts estimate a direct assault on the village within 4 to 6 weeks. Small scale but precision targeted, not at military infrastructure, at you, at Lady Tsunade, at the child." The air in the chamber felt colder. Naruto folded the document carefully and placed it inside his jacket. "Then we have 4 weeks to find them and stop them." "We have 4 weeks to find them. Stopping them is more complicated. The Periphery Alliance isn't a single organization with a head you can cut off. It's a network, decentralized, ideologically motivated, and spread across multiple countries. You can destroy cells, but new ones form. The only way to truly stop them is to address the underlying grievance. The underlying grievance being that the great nations treat minor countries like dirt." "Yes." Naruto stood. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. Political warfare at home. A terrorist network abroad. A pregnant woman who refused to stop being brave. And a child growing inside her who had already become the most contested human being in the shinobi world before drawing a single breath. "I'll address the grievance," he said. "Eventually, after I make sure the people I care about aren't murdered in their sleep. A pragmatic ordering of priorities. I've been told I'm getting more pragmatic. You are, it's your most promising quality." He left through the trapdoor and the noodle shop and the empty late-night street. The village was dark and quiet around him. Somewhere in this darkness, his people were sleeping, Tsunade in her apartment, Sakura at the hospital, Shikamaru in the Nara compound, Kakashi in his bookshop apartment. All of them trusting him to make the right calls, to carry the weight, to be the person they needed him to be. He went home and didn't sleep. Instead, he sat at his kitchen table and studied the intelligence Suzaku had given him and began to plan something he'd never planned before. Not a battle, not a political maneuver, but a hunt. The strike team assembled in the pre-dawn darkness of Training Ground 3. Naruto had chosen the members carefully. Not the largest group or the most powerful, but the most effective combination of skills for what they needed to do. Shikamaru, for strategy and tactical command. Hinata Hyuga, for her Byakugan's unmatched reconnaissance capability. Sai, for aerial surveillance and his unique understanding of route-style operations. And Kiba Inuzuka, because tracking across multiple countries required a nose that could follow a trail through any terrain. They stood in a loose circle, breath fogging in the cold morning air. Shikamaru had briefed them on the essentials, a foreign intelligence cell operating in the Land of Fire, connected to the bombing, requiring neutralization. He'd left out the details about Tsunade's pregnancy. The fewer people who knew, the fewer vectors for leaks. The closest cell is 40 kilometers northeast, Naruto said, unrolling a map marked with Suzaku's intelligence. Operating out of a converted farmhouse near the border of the land of hot water. 3 to 5 operatives based on observed traffic patterns. And we're sure this intelligence is reliable? Sai asked. His face was, as always, pleasantly blank in a way that Naruto had long since learned to read as deeply attentive. The source has proven reliable so far. Naruto didn't elaborate. Sai, who had spent years en route himself, probably understood more than the others about where this intelligence originated, but he said nothing. Our objective is capture, not kill. We need at least one alive for interrogation. The bomber's operative killed himself rather than be captured. Kiba said. Akamaru, enormous and alert beside him, rumbled low agreement. These people are prepared to die. Then we have to be faster than their suicide protocols. Naruto folded the map. Hinata, I need you on Overwatch. Full Byakugan sweep of the target area before we move in. Sai, aerial position, ink birds, high altitude, tracking escape routes. Kiba, you and Akamaru cut off the northeast approach, which is their most likely exfiltration path based on terrain analysis. Shikamaru and I take the building. Just the two of you? Hinata asked. Her voice was quiet, as it always was, but the concern underneath it was audible. She'd seen Naruto plan dangerous operations before. This felt different. The building is small. More people means more noise. Shikamaru's shadows can immobilize targets without killing them, and I can, he paused. Considered, I can be persuasive. The team moved out as the first gray light of dawn touched the eastern sky. They traveled fast and quiet, using the forest canopy to mask their approach. Naruto ran point, sage mode active, his awareness spread across the landscape in an invisible web of sensing. The forest was alive with small signatures, animals, insects, the ambient chakra of old trees and running water. But he filtered them automatically, searching for the human patterns that didn't belong. 40 kilometers in, he found them. 3 signatures in the farmhouse. 2 more outside, concealed in prepared positions as sentries, placed to provide early warning of exactly this kind of approach. Professional placement. Good sight lines. Overlapping fields of observation. Naruto raised a fist. The team halted instantly, dropping into the tree canopy without sound. 5 targets, he murmured. 3 inside, 2 sentries, northeast and southwest positions. He described the layout in precise detail, and Shikamaru absorbed it with closed eyes, building the tactical picture in his head. The sentries have to go down first and simultaneously, Shikamaru said. If either one alerts the building, the operatives inside will trigger destruction protocols. Everything we need, documents, equipment, intelligence, goes up in smoke. Sai, can you take the southwest sentry? Silent, non-lethal. Sai produced a scroll and brush with the casual ease of a man reaching for his wallet. Ink snakes, constriction and sedation, 20-second application time. Kiba, northeast sentry. Kiba grinned. It was not a friendly expression. Akamaru and I can be quiet when we need to be. Since when? Shikamaru muttered. Since shut up, Nara. Hinata, keep the Byakugan running. I need to know the second anyone inside that building moves toward a seal or a signal. Naruto looked at each of them in turn. We go on my signal. Sentries down, then Shikamaru and I breach. They dispersed through the trees, moving into position with the silent efficiency of shinobi who'd trained together since childhood and fought a war together since adolescence. Naruto and Shikamaru advanced toward the farmhouse, stopping 100 meters out in a position that gave them clear approach through a dead zone between the sentries' sight lines. They waited. The forest sounds were undisturbed, birds calling, wind in the leaves. The farmhouse looked exactly like what it was pretending to be, an abandoned agricultural building, unremarkable, forgettable. Naruto raised 2 fingers. Dropped them. Simultaneous silence from both sentry positions. No sound of struggle, no alarm, no disruption in the ambient noise. Sai's ink constructs and Kiba's predatory skills working in parallel, invisible and lethal. Clear, Hinata's voice came through the communication seal on Naruto's wrist, barely above a whisper. Sentries are down. Inside targets haven't reacted. 2 are seated at a table, northern room. 1 is standing in the southern room near what appears to be a communication apparatus. The one by the communications gear is priority, Shikamaru said. If they send a signal, I'll take that one. You handle the other 2. Shadow paralysis has a range of 10 meters in this light. I need to be inside the building. Then we go through the wall. Shikamaru gave him a look that managed to convey both exasperation and grudging respect. Through the wall. Faster than the door, they'll have the door trapped. Fair point. Naruto formed a Rasengan, small, contained, just enough force to breach a wooden wall without leveling the building. Shikamaru positioned himself beside him, shadows already extending from his feet, ready to launch through any opening. They moved. The wall exploded inward. Naruto was through the gap before the debris finished falling, already tracking the communication operative by chakra signature, already closing the distance across the southern room. The operative, a woman, 30s, sharp-featured, spun from the apparatus with a kunai in one hand and the other reaching for a seal array on the wall. Naruto's hand closed around her wrist before she touched the seal. He twisted, not hard enough to break but hard enough to make it clear that breaking was an option, and pinned her against the wall with his body weight and a Rasengan humming 6 inches from her face. Don't, he said, her eyes, dark, intelligent, afraid, flicked from the Rasengan to his face. Recognition hit her. He saw it. She knew who he was, and the knowledge changed her calculus in real time. This wasn't a random Konoha shinobi. This was the Jinchuriki, the hero of the war, the man who'd fought gods. She dropped the kunai. In the northern room, the sounds of brief, efficient violence resolved into Shikamaru's calm voice. 2 secured, both conscious, shadow paralysis holding. Naruto kept the woman pinned. Hinata. No signals sent. Communications apparatus is intact. The building's contents are undisturbed. He let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Sai, Kiba, secure the perimeter. Nobody in or out. The woman against the wall was trembling. Not with fear, with rage. Her eyes burned with it, a deep, personal fury that went beyond professional failure into something ideological. Use Uzumaki Naruto, she said. We knew you'd come eventually. Then you should have been better prepared. We're always prepared. This cell is one of dozens. Capturing us means nothing. It means I have your communications equipment, your encryption keys, your operational documents. Naruto leaned closer. And it means I have you, which means I have a conversation partner. Let's talk about the Periphery Alliance. The woman's face shuddered, training taking over, compartmentalizing emotional responses. I have nothing to say. You will. Naruto stepped back and let her drop to the floor. He kept the Rasengan active, a reminder, humming with contained destruction, casting blue-white light across the room. Not because I'm going to hurt you, because I'm going to show you something. He dismissed the Rasengan, reached into his jacket. Pulled out a small scroll he'd prepared specifically for this moment, Shikamaru's idea, one of the strategist's better ones. Do you know what this is? He held up the scroll, the woman's eyes narrowed. No, it's a reconstruction aid proposal. Specifically, it's a plan for Konoha to fund infrastructure development in minor nations affected by the Fourth War. Roads, medical facilities, agricultural support. I wrote it. The current Hokage has provisionally approved it. He placed the scroll on the floor between them. Your alliance exists because the great nations treat you like collateral damage. I know that. I'm trying to change it. Words, the woman spat. Promises from a Konoha shinobi. Your village has been promising change for 3 generations while our countries burn. I'm not promising anything. I'm showing you a document. Read it or don't. But understand this. I have the intelligence, the capability, and the will to dismantle your entire network in a matter of weeks. Every cell, every communication line, every safe house. I can do it. I'd rather not, because most of you are people with legitimate grievances who have been pointed at the wrong target by handlers who don't care if you die. Silence. The woman looked at the scroll, looked at Naruto. He could see her processing. The intelligence operative's mind working through implications, testing the offer against her training, her ideology, her understanding of how the world actually functioned. "Who is your handler?" Naruto asked. "The person running the Periphery Alliance." "Not the operatives, the money, the strategy?" "I don't know. You know something, everyone knows something." Her jaw worked, fighting the training, fighting the instinct to die silent. Naruto waited, and this time patience came easily because he could feel the balance tipping, the moment when the operative's faith in her cause met the reality of a young man who was offering something no one had ever offered her before. "We received instructions through dead drops," she said finally. Coded, the cipher changed monthly, but the strategic directives came from someone called the Architect. No real name, no face, no direct contact, just directives and funding. The Architect, in the land of Earth, her eyes widened. She hadn't expected him to know that. The confirmation was involuntary, a fractional change in breathing, a dilation of the pupils, but it was enough. "Thank you," Naruto said. He stood and called Shikamaru over. "We need to get these three back to Konoha for full debriefing. And I want the communications equipment analyzed immediately. Every message, every contact, every frequency." Shikamaru nodded, but his expression was complicated. He'd been watching the interrogation from the doorway, and the look on his face was one Naruto was learning to read, the look of a strategist recalculating his assessment of someone. "You didn't hurt her," Shikamaru said quietly as they supervised the prisoner's preparation for transport. "No. You offered her hope instead of pain. Pain makes people tell you what you want to hear. Hope makes people tell you the truth." Naruto watched the woman being restrained by size ink bindings, her face still caught between fury and something she didn't want to call consideration. "Jiraiya taught me that. I thought Jiraiya taught you the Rasengan. He taught me a lot of things." They moved out. The forest swallowed the farmhouse behind them, and the strike team traveled in formation with 3 prisoners, 2 unconscious sentries, a crate of intelligence material, and the growing certainty that what they were dealing with was bigger than a single attack on Konoha, the Architect. A shadow in the land of Earth's government, funding a network of minor nations to prevent power consolidation among the great nations. The motive was almost understandable, from a certain angle, in a certain light. It was even rational. The great nations had been devastating the small ones for generations. Someone had decided to push back. But pushing back by targeting a pregnant woman and an unborn child, that was where rationality ended and something uglier began. They returned to Konoha at dusk. Naruto handed the prisoners to Anbu for processing and debriefing, then went directly to Tsunade's apartment with Shikamaru. She was waiting for them. Not anxiously. Tsunade didn't do anxiety in any visible way, but with the coiled alertness of a woman who'd spent the day receiving updates through Shizune and controlling the impulse to follow Naruto into the field personally. Sakura was there too, having just completed a medical check on Tsunade. The 2 women sat at the table like a war council of their own, and when Naruto and Shikamaru entered, the atmosphere shifted to accommodate them. 4 minds, 1 problem, everyone bringing different pieces. 3 prisoners, full comms equipment, and operational documents, Naruto summarized, settling into what had become his spot at the table. The cell confirmed connection to a network called the Periphery Alliance. Coalition of minor nations, funded by someone in the land of Earth civilian government. They're calling the mastermind the Architect. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. The land of Earth. That's dangerously close to an act of war. If it's sanctioned by the government, yes. But Suzaku's intelligence suggests it's a rogue element. The Tsuchikage doesn't know. And you believe that? I believe it's the most useful interpretation right now. If we treat it as a rogue element, we have options, diplomatic back channels, intelligence sharing with Iwagakure targeted intervention. If we treat it as a government-sanctioned operation, the only response is military, and we're not in a position for that. Shikamaru nodded. The diplomatic angle is our best play. If we can identify the architect and provide evidence to the Tsuchikage, Earth Country handles the problem internally. We get credit for cooperation instead of blame for escalation. And the direct threat to Konoha? Sakura asked. She'd been quiet, focused, processing the security implications with the same analytical precision she brought to medical diagnoses. You said they have dozens of cells. Suzaku's network can identify and monitor most of them. Between Root's intelligence and Anbu operational capability, we can neutralize the immediate threat, but it's whack-a-mole unless we cut off the funding and the strategic direction. The architect, Tsunade said. The architect. Silence settled over the table. Outside, the village was moving into evening, the sounds of dinner preparation, children being called home, the shift change at the guard posts. Normal sounds. The sounds of a place that didn't know how close it had come to something terrible or how much closer it might yet come. There's something else, Naruto said. He'd been carrying this since the farmhouse, turning it over in his mind, testing it against his instincts and finding it solid. The operative I interrogated, the woman running the communications, she wasn't a fanatic. She was a person with a grievance. A real one. The minor nations have been getting crushed between the great nations for generations, and nobody's done anything about it. That doesn't excuse bombing our village, Sakura said. No, but it explains it, and explanation is the first step to resolution. Naruto looked around the table. I want to include minor nation aid in my Hokage platform, not as a concession to terrorists, as a policy position, reconstruction support, economic partnerships, diplomatic recognition. The things these countries have been asking for and not receiving. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. You want to give the Periphery Alliance what they want? I want to make the Periphery Alliance unnecessary. There's a difference. Naruto held his gaze. If the grievance is legitimate, then addressing it isn't weakness, it's leadership. And it pulls the ground out from under the architect. Hard to recruit people to a cause when the cause is being resolved through other means. Tsunade was watching him with an expression he'd come to recognize, the one she wore when he said something that surprised her, when the 19-year-old former deadlast showed a depth of strategic thinking that she hadn't quite expected. It wasn't surprise, exactly. It was recognition. The recognition of potential becoming actual. The council will hate it, Shikamaru said. The council hates everything I do. True, but this gives them legitimate ammunition. Naruto Uzumaki wants to send Konoha's reconstruction budget to foreign nations while our own people live in temporary housing. The optics are terrible. Then we fix the optics. Frame it as security policy, not aid. Investment in regional stability to prevent future attacks on the homeland. Same policy, different language. Shikamaru stared at him, then he pulled out his cigarette pack, looked at Tsunade, looked at Sakura, put it back, and said, When did you learn to think like a politician? I had a good teacher. Naruto didn't look at Tsunade when he said it, but the corner of his mouth twitched, and Tsunade's expression shifted by a fraction, warmer, closer to a smile. Sakura caught it. She caught everything these days, watching the dynamic between Naruto and Tsunade with a clinician's eye and a friend's complicated heart. She said nothing, but something in her shoulders relaxed, as if she'd been waiting for evidence of something real and had finally found it. I need to run another check on the baby, Sakura said, standing. The chakra bridge between the 100 seal and the fetal network has been fluctuating. Nothing dangerous yet, but I want to monitor it closely. Shikamaru took the hint. I'll be at the analysis room. The communications equipment should be ready for initial assessment by now. He stood, gathered his papers, and paused at the door. Naruto, good work today. It was, from Shikamaru, the equivalent of a standing ovation. Naruto and Sakura were alone with Tsunade. Sakura's hands glowed green as she began the examination, moving with practiced precision across Tsunade's abdomen. Naruto watched, fascinated and terrified in equal measure, as Sakura's expression shifted through microchanges that he was learning to interpret. Chakra network development is still accelerated, Sakura reported. The tenketsu along the spine are, Naruto, come here. He moved to sit beside Tsunade. Sakura took his hand and placed it on Tsunade's abdomen, then overlaid her own hand, channeling diagnostic chakra through both of them. He felt it. Faint, impossibly small but unmistakable, a pulse of chakra that wasn't Tsunade's and wasn't his own. A third signature, tiny and new and blazing with potential, like a star being born in the warm darkness of its mother's body. Naruto's breath stopped. "That's the baby's chakra." He whispered. "That's the baby's chakra," Sakura confirmed. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright. Strong already, incredibly strong for this stage of development. Tsunade was watching his face. She'd felt this before. It was her body, her seal, her daily reality, but seeing Naruto feel it for the first time was something new. His expression was open in a way that the war and the politics and the weight of responsibility usually covered. Raw wonder. Pure, uncomplicated awe. "Hey," he said to Tsunade's abdomen. "I'm your dad. I'm going to be pretty annoying about keeping you safe, so get used to it." Tsunade made a sound that was half laugh, half something else entirely. Her hand found his on her stomach, and Sakura quietly withdrew her diagnostic chakra, giving them the moment while she recorded her findings in a sealed scroll. It lasted maybe 30 seconds. Then the reality of their situation reasserted itself. The enemies, the politics, the ticking clock, and Naruto's face shifted back to the harder expression he'd been wearing more and more lately. But the wonder didn't disappear entirely. It went underneath, joining the bedrock of motivation that drove everything else. "Sakura," he said, "I need you to do something for me." "What?" "Start researching the strength of 100 seals' interaction with pregnancy in as much detail as you can. Not just for monitoring. I want to know if there's a way to protect the baby with the seal. A defensive application. Something that would make the child untouchable even if someone got past every other layer of security." Sakura considered this. The seal's primary function is chakra storage and cellular regeneration. Adapting it for fetal protection would be, theoretically, possible. Mito Uzumaki might have done something similar during her pregnancies, but the records, Kurama might know. They both looked at him. "I've been talking to Kurama about Mito's pregnancies. He was sealed inside her, he experienced them from the inside. His memories are fragmentary, but he remembers a technique she used, a kind of nested seal, protection within protection. He doesn't know the technical details, but he remembers the feeling of it." "You've been talking to the Ninetales about prenatal medicine," Sakura said slowly. "He's surprisingly helpful when the topic doesn't bore him." Tsunade shook her head. "Only you, Naruto. Only you could turn a tailed beast into a medical consultant. Is it useful, though? What Kurama remembers?" "Potentially very useful," Sakura said, her medical mind already racing. "If Mito developed a seal-based fetal protection technique, and if Kurama can describe even the broad parameters, I might be able to reverse engineer it. Combined with Tsunade-sama's existing 100 seal architecture." She trailed off, eyes distant, running calculations. "I need everything Kurama can tell you. Every detail, no matter how small. I'll have a full conversation with him tonight." Sakura left with her sealed scroll of findings and a mind full of research directions. Naruto and Tsunade were alone again, in the apartment that had become their war room and their sanctuary, and the quiet center around which increasingly dangerous events orbited. Tsunade sat with her hand still on her abdomen, feeling the tiny chakra pulse that Sakura had shown them. Naruto sat beside her, close enough to touch but not touching, giving her the space she sometimes needed after medical examinations. They made her feel exposed in ways she didn't articulate, but that he'd learned to read. "The operative you interrogated," Tsunade said. "You showed her the aid proposal." "Yeah, that wasn't in Shikamaru's playbook. No, it was risky. If she'd refused the olive branch, you would have lost leverage. She didn't refuse, but she could have. You gambled on her humanity." Naruto was quiet for a moment, the lamplight flickered. Through the window, the village's evening sounds continued their gentle rhythm. Jiraiya used to say that the answer to the cycle of hatred wasn't strength or strategy or even justice. It was understanding. Actually understanding what drives people, what hurts them, what they need. He looked at his hands. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. The Council, the Periphery Alliance, Suzaku, even Koharu and Hamura, they're all people with reasons for what they do. Bad reasons sometimes, dangerous ones, but reasons. And understanding those reasons makes you more effective at dealing with them. It makes me more effective at everything, including being scared. He looked at her. I'm scared, Tsunade, not of the Periphery Alliance or the Council or any external threat. I'm scared of becoming the kind of leader who stops seeing people as people and starts seeing them as problems to solve. The honesty of it hung in the air. Tsunade reached over and took his hand, a simple gesture, but from a woman who had spent decades avoiding exactly this kind of vulnerability, it carried weight. That fear is what will keep you from becoming that, she said. The moment you stop being scared of it is the moment you should worry. Is that Hokage advice? That's life advice, from someone who's been around long enough to know the difference between good leaders and great ones. Her fingers tightened on his. Good leaders solve problems. Great leaders see people. You see people, Naruto, don't ever stop. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles, a gesture that had developed between them in recent days. Too casual for ceremony, too deliberate for accident. A small, private thing that belonged only to them. We should go over Suzaku's intelligence on the architect, he said. After dinner, you haven't eaten since this morning and the baby doesn't appreciate a father who skips meals. The baby told you this? The baby's mother is telling you this. Don't argue with a pregnant Sannin. I would never, smart man. They moved to the kitchen, where the routines of preparing a meal together had become another kind of communication. A domestic language of shared space and divided tasks, and the quiet comfort of proximity. Naruto cooked rice while Tsunade prepared vegetables, and they moved around each other with an ease that belied the chaos of the world outside these walls. Over dinner, they reviewed the intelligence. The architect's operational footprint, as described by Suzaku's analysts, suggested someone with significant political and financial resources, deep knowledge of shinobi operations, and a long-term strategic vision. Not a warlord, a bureaucrat. Someone who understood that the most effective warfare was the kind fought through proxies and plausible deniability. This person knows the great nation's pressure points, Tsunade said, studying the analysis. The targeting choices, medical supplies in the first war, communication infrastructure in the second, now political targets in the third. They're not trying to defeat us militarily, they're trying to destabilize us institutionally. So we stabilize. We show them that the institutions they're attacking are stronger than they think. Which brings us back to your Hokage candidacy. A strong, unified leadership transition is the best counter-message we can send. It tells the architect and the Periphery Alliance that Konoha isn't fragmenting under pressure, it's consolidating. Kakashi mentioned the succession mechanism, Hokage endorsement of a successor. It's real. Article 7 of the Village Charter, Section 3. A sitting Hokage can designate a successor pending advisory approval from the council. The key word is advisory. The council's vote is non-binding if the Hokage invokes the emergency succession clause. And Kakashi would invoke it, if the political conditions are right. Which means clan support, demonstrated competence, and a compelling reason for urgency. She set down her chopsticks. The bombing provides the reason. The clan alliances provide the political support. Your handling of the strike mission provides the competence demonstration. You're saying the Periphery Alliance's attack actually helped us? I'm saying that crisis creates opportunity. It's ugly math, but it's accurate. Naruto finished his rice, stacked the dishes, came back to the table and sat across from Tsunade, and the lamplight was warm on her face, and the village was quiet outside. And for a moment, the world contracted to just the two of them and the tiny pulse of chakra growing between them. I'm going to find the architect, he said. Not eventually. Soon. I'm going to find them, expose them, and use the evidence to build a case for the Minor Nations Aid Program. Kill the threat and address the grievance at the same time. That's ambitious. I'm an ambitious guy. You're a reckless guy who's learning to channel his recklessness productively. There's a difference. You keep saying things like that. It's starting to sound like respect. Don't push your luck, Uzumaki. But she was smiling. The real smile, the one that lived beneath all the armor and the jutsu and the decades of practiced composure. The one that only he had learned to reach. He leaned across the table and kissed her, tasting miso and green tea and the particular warmth of her mouth that he was becoming addicted to. She kissed him back, one hand coming up to rest against his jaw, and the world outside, with its conspiracies and politics and people who wanted them dead, receded into background noise. When they separated, her eyes were soft in a way that she only allowed in moments like this. "Stay tonight." She said, "I was planning on it." "I know, I just wanted to say it," he understood. For a woman who'd spent decades not asking anyone to stay, the act of saying the words was its own kind of bravery, maybe harder than any battlefield courage, because battlefields ended but vulnerability was permanent. "I'm staying," he said. "Tonight and every night." "That's going to be logistically complicated. I'll figure it out. Your apartment has nothing in it but instant ramen and mission reports. Everything I need is here." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stood, cleared the table with the efficiency of someone who needed her hands busy, and said, without turning around, "The closet has room, if you want to bring some things over." It was, in Tsunade speak, a declaration of love. Naruto heard it perfectly. "I'll bring things over tomorrow." She nodded, still not turning. He could see the tension in her shoulders, the vulnerability of the offer, the fear of it being real. He went to her, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and rested his chin on the top of her head. "We're going to be okay," he said. "You don't know that." "I know that we're too stubborn to be anything else." She laughed, leaned back into him, and for a few minutes, in a small apartment in a village that was learning to rebuild, two impossibly powerful people allowed themselves to be simply human. The night passed. The village slept. And in an underground chamber across the city, Suzaku reviewed the intelligence reports from the farmhouse raid and began updating her red thread map, adding new connections, new patterns, new possibilities. The game was accelerating. The pieces were in motion. And somewhere far to the north, in a government office in the land of Earth, a person known only as the architect received a coded message informing them that the hot water cell had been compromised. They read the message, filed it, and began composing new orders. The first move had failed. The second would not. Chapter 4. The longest night the attack came on a Tuesday. Later, Naruto would think about that, the ordinariness of it. Not a significant date, not an anniversary, not a full moon or a solstice or any of the dramatic markers that stories attach to catastrophic events. Just a Tuesday in early autumn, when the leaves were starting to turn, and the air had that particular crispness that made you want to sleep with the windows open. He'd spent the morning at the administrative building, reviewing the communications intercepts from the farmhouse raid with Shikamaru and a small team of analysts. The cipher had been cracked, not by Konoha's cryptanalysis division, which was still working on it, but by Suzaku's people, who delivered the decrypted contents within 6 hours of receiving the raw data. The speed had been both impressive and unsettling, a reminder that Root's capabilities were exactly what Suzaku claimed, and that the organization's integration into Konoha's structure was going to be a longer, more complicated process than a simple handshake. The decrypted communications painted a picture that made Shikamaru's face go tight with concern. The Periphery Alliance's operational tempo hadn't slowed after the farmhouse raid, it had accelerated. New cells were activating across the Land of Fire. Supply caches were being moved. And a series of coded directives from the architect had gone out to every active unit simultaneously, using a priority channel that the Alliance reserved for one purpose: coordinated action. "They're mobilizing," Shikamaru said, spreading the intercepts across the table. Not for isolated attacks. For a coordinated operation, multiple units converging on a single objective. Us, Naruto said. The timing aligns with Suzaku's estimate. 4 to 6 weeks from the bombing, we're at week 3. Shikamaru traced the movement patterns on the map. The approach vectors suggest an assault from multiple directions, southeast through the forests, northeast along the river valley, and at least one team coming through the underground passages that connect to the old route tunnel system. They know about the tunnels. The architect has detailed knowledge of Konoha's infrastructure. The old tunnel network was supposed to be sealed after Danzo's death, but the sealing was incomplete. Several access points remain functional. He paused. Suzaku's people have been using them, which means the architect's intelligence may have come from Root itself, before Suzaku took over and tightened security. Naruto absorbed this. Every revelation about the architect added another layer to the picture. Someone with historical knowledge of Konoha's secrets, political connections in the land of Earth, and the patience to build a network over years rather than months. Not a reactionary. A planner. How much time do we have? Based on the movement patterns, 72 hours, maybe less. Then we prepare. The next 3 days were a masterclass in controlled urgency. Naruto worked with Kakashi to activate the village's defense protocols. Not the full wartime footing, which would cause panic, but a heightened readiness state that put Anbu on extended patrol, reinforced the gate checkpoints, and positioned response teams at strategic points throughout the village. Shikamaru coordinated with Suzaku's operatives to seal the remaining underground access points and establish a sensor net along the most likely approach routes. The irony of using Root's own tunnel knowledge to close the hole's route had created wasn't lost on anyone, but there wasn't time for philosophical debates about institutional accountability. Tsunade worked with Sakura to prepare the hospital for potential casualties. She couldn't use her full medical capabilities. Sakura had been firm about the chakra expenditure limits during pregnancy, and Tsunade had grudgingly accepted them. But her organizational expertise turned the hospital district into a model of emergency readiness. Triage protocols were updated, surgical teams were briefed, blood supplies were inventoried. Hinata's Byakugan patrols along the outer perimeter provided early warning coverage that overlapped with the sensor net, creating a detection system that should catch any significant force before it reached the walls. And through all of it, the village continued its daily life. Markets opened, children went to school, construction crews hammered and sawed and built. The disconnect between the peaceful surface and the invisible preparation for violence was something Naruto felt in his bones, a constant, low-grade tension that colored every interaction with dual meaning. On Monday night, he sat with Tsunade in their apartment. He'd been calling it that in his head for weeks, and she'd started doing the same and went over the defense plans one final time. The hospital district is the most vulnerable civilian zone, Tsunade said, pointing to the maps spread across their table. The same table where they'd shared their first sake, where she'd told him about the pregnancy, where they'd planned and argued and laughed and built something neither of them had expected. If the attackers breach the outer perimeter, they'll move through the eastern residential blocks to reach the administrative center. The hospital is directly in that path. I've positioned a response team at the eastern junction, Kiba and Akamaru on the rooftop for early detection. 2 Chunin squads in the buildings on either side. It's not enough. Tsunade, I'm not being overprotective, I'm being tactical. The hospital is full of patients who can't be moved quickly, including 37 shinobi in the chakra rehabilitation ward. If fighting reaches the hospital grounds, every patient is at risk. She was right. The hospital was always the hardest thing to protect in a village assault. It was large, full of vulnerable people, and critical enough that losing it was a strategic catastrophe. What do you recommend? Me. He'd known she was going to say it. He'd been bracing for it since the conversation started, watching her build the tactical argument with the same methodical precision she used for everything, constructing an airtight case that ended with herself at the center of the danger. "No," he said. "Hear me out. I've heard you out. The answer is no. You're almost 10 weeks pregnant. Sakura specifically said, Sakura said to limit my chakra expenditure and avoid direct combat. I'm proposing neither." Tsunade's voice was calm and certain and immovable. "I've developed a defensive technique specifically for this situation. A medical barrier, a chakra dome that uses the 100 seals' stored energy to create a protection zone around the hospital. It doesn't require physical combat. It doesn't endanger the pregnancy. It uses the same regenerative chakra that's already flowing to the baby, just redirected outward in a protective formation." Naruto stared at her. "When did you develop this?" "Over the last 3 weeks. Sakura helped me refine the chakra architecture. The technique is based on what Kurama described about Mito's nested seal system, protection within protection." She held his gaze. "I've tested it, not at full scale, but enough to confirm the theory is sound. The barrier can hold against anything short of a tailed beast attack, and it draws on stored chakra rather than active generation, which means the drain on my system is minimal. Minimal isn't zero. Nothing in combat is zero risk. But the alternative is leaving the hospital unprotected while you and the strike teams engage the main assault. I'm the only person in the village who can create a barrier of this magnitude without depleting the active defense forces." She was right. He hated it, but she was right. The math was simple and brutal. Every shinobi assigned to static defense was one fewer shinobi available for the mobile response. Tsunade's barrier technique could protect the entire hospital district by herself, freeing up 20 or more defenders for the front lines. If the strain becomes too much, Sakura will be with me, monitoring the baby's condition in real time. At the first sign of distress, I drop the barrier and fall back to the hospital's internal safe room. She reached across the table and placed her hand over his. Naruto. I know what you're feeling. I know the instinct to put me somewhere safe and stand between me and everything dangerous. But I'm not someone who hides. I've never been that person, and becoming pregnant hasn't changed that. It should change it a little. A little, not completely. She squeezed his hand. Let me protect my hospital. Let me do what I was born to do. He looked at her. This impossible woman, this force of nature in human form. Carrying his child and refusing to be diminished by it, and felt the war inside himself between the man who wanted to wrap her in armor and lock her in a vault, and the leader who recognized that her capability was a strategic asset he couldn't afford to waste. The leader won. Barely. If Sakura says stop, you stop. No arguments, no judgment calls, no pushing through. Agreed. And you tell me immediately if anything changes, not through channels, not through messengers, directly. Agreed. And when this is over, we're having a very long conversation about your definition of minimal risk. The corner of her mouth twitched. I look forward to it. Tuesday dawned clear and cool. Naruto was on the Hokage monument by 5 a.m., sage mode active, his awareness spread across the landscape like an invisible ocean. The village below was just beginning to stir, early risers, bakers, the night watch coming off shift. Normal. Peaceful. He felt them at 5:47 a.m. Not inside the detection net. Just outside it, where the forest was thickest and the terrain broke into ravines and ridges that fragmented sensor coverage. Multiple chakra signatures, suppressed but present, moving with coordinated discipline toward 3 distinct approach points. Exactly where Shikamaru had predicted, Naruto raised his hand and formed a single seal. Across the village, in strategic positions from the gate towers to the underground command post, every member of the defense force felt the pulse of his chakra, the prearranged signal. Incoming. Positions. The village's invisible machinery activated with silent efficiency. Ambush squads moved to interception points. The gate seals were reinforced. Civilian alert teams began the process of guiding people toward shelters without causing panic. A gentle, organized movement that looked, from the outside, like an unusually early morning routine. Naruto dropped from the monument and landed on the administrative building's roof, where Kakashi was already waiting. The sixth Hokage had shed his usual air of lazy detachment. In its place was the focused intensity of a man who had been a legendary jounin long before he was a politician, and who still carried a combat instinct that no amount of paperwork could dull. 3 approach vectors, Naruto reported. Southeast, northeast, and underground. Total force estimate, maybe 120. Not shinobi village quality, but professional, mercenaries and trained operatives. The underground approach concerns me most, Kakashi said. If they break through the sealed tunnels, Suzaku's people are in the tunnels. She guaranteed containment. You trust her on this? I trust that her people know those tunnels better than anyone alive, and that she has every reason to prove her value right now. Kakashi nodded slowly. The council has been moved to the secure bunker. Koharu wanted to object, but Himura, surprisingly, didn't argue. I think the old man is more pragmatic than we give him credit for, or more scared. Sometimes they're the same thing. Kakashi adjusted his headband, and for a moment, Naruto saw the faintest hint of the Sharingan's scar tissue underneath, a reminder of everything his sensei had lost and fought through. What's your play? I take the southeast approach personally. It's the largest force and the most direct route to the village center. Shikamaru commands the northeast defense from the wall, the underground is Suzaku's, and the hospital, Tsunade. Kakashi was quiet for a beat. You're sure? She's sure, and she's right. She usually is. Kakashi placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. The gesture from their conversation in his apartment, repeated now with the added weight of imminent combat. Naruto, whatever happens today, you've already proven yourself. Remember that. I'll remember it after everyone's safe. He launched from the rooftop toward the southeast wall, moving fast enough that the wind tore at his jacket and the village blurred beneath him. Shadow clones dispersed in his wake, taking positions along the approach route, creating a layered defense in depth that would slow the attackers and channel them into kill zones. The first engagement happened at 6:12 a.m. The southeast force emerged from the tree line 300 meters from the outer wall, approximately 50 combatants in dark clothing, moving in squad-level formations with the discipline of trained soldiers. Not shinobi elite, but far beyond bandits. They carried standard weaponry supplemented with explosive tags and what looked like chakra disruption devices, technology that had proliferated after the war as military hardware flowed into the black market. Naruto met them at the tree line. He didn't use the Ninetales power. Not yet. The Sage mode was enough for the opening engagement, enhanced speed, strength, and the ability to sense every combatant's position and movement in real time. He dropped into the formation like a stone into a pond, and the ripples were violent. The first squad went down in 8 seconds. Not dead, he was controlling the force of his strikes with surgical precision, breaking weapons and disabling limbs rather than killing. It was harder than killing. It required more focus, more restraint, more of the kind of combat artistry that Jiraiya had spent years trying to teach him, and that he'd only truly mastered in the war's final battles. The mercenaries adapted faster than he expected. They'd been briefed on him, they knew what they were facing, and their tactics reflected it. They didn't try to engage him directly. Instead, they split, flowing around him like water around a boulder, continuing toward the village while designated holding teams stayed behind to delay him. Smart. Professional. And ultimately insufficient, because the shadow clones he'd positioned along the approach route were already engaging the flanking elements, and the Anbu squads at the wall were moving forward to intercept. But the split forced Naruto to make a choice: pursue the teams moving toward the village or deal with the holding force in front of him. Every second he spent fighting here was a second the main force had to close the distance. He made the call. 3 shadow clones joined the Anbu pursuit. Naruto stayed with the holding force. Not because they were the greater threat, but because they were fighting with the deliberate ferocity of people on a suicide mission. They weren't trying to win, They were trying to buy time, and that meant the teams they were covering were carrying something important. He finished the holding force in 90 seconds, faster than he would have liked, rougher than he intended. 2 of the mercenaries would need medical attention. He couldn't afford to care about that right now. He vaulted the outer wall and found chaos. The northeast force had breached the wall, not through the gate, but through a section of new construction where the defensive seals hadn't been fully installed. Shikamaru's defense teams were engaging them in the streets of the northern residential district, and the sounds of combat echoed between buildings in a way that turned the whole neighborhood into a reverberating chamber of explosions and shouting. Naruto reached Shikamaru's position on a rooftop overlooking the breach. The Nara was directing the defense with the controlled fury of a general who'd planned for exactly this scenario, but was still angry about it happening. His shadow jutsu stretched across the street below, pinning 3 mercenaries in place while a Chunin team moved in to restrain them. The underground, Naruto shouted over the noise. Suzaku reported engagement 12 minutes ago. Heavy resistance. She's holding but requested backup. Hinata. On the eastern perimeter. The Byakugan picked up a 4th element, small team, maybe 8 people, moving fast toward the hospital district on a separate vector. She's intercepting with Kiba. A 4th element. Not in any of the predicted approach patterns, not in Suzaku's intelligence. A team that had been held in reserve, hidden from the Alliance's own operational communications, deployed only after the main assault began. The hospital district. Naruto felt ice crystallize in his chest. I'm going to the hospital. Naruto, the southeast? Your teams have the northeast. My clones are on the southeast. Suzaku has the underground. The hospital team is the real threat. They were hidden from their own communications network, which means the architect planned this specifically. Shikamaru's eyes widened. The implication was immediate and devastating. The entire assault, 100 combatants, weeks of coordination, was a diversion. The real objective was the small team heading for the hospital. For Tsunade, for the baby. Go, Shikamaru said. Naruto went. Tsunade felt the attack begin through the vibrations in the ground and the distant thump of explosions that arrived a fraction of a second before the sound. She was in the hospital courtyard, the 100 seal already active, chakra flowing through the prepared framework of her barrier technique. The dome materialized around the hospital district in a slow unfurling of green-gold light, not a hard barrier, but a living one, woven from the regenerative chakra that had kept her alive for decades. It shimmered in the early morning air, translucent enough to see through, but dense enough to turn back anything hostile that touched it. Sakura stood beside her, one hand on Tsunade's shoulder, monitoring the chakra flow and the fetal connection in real time. The baby's signature was steady, undisturbed by the technique. The nested seal system, Mito's innovation, reconstructed from Kurama's memories and Sakura's genius, hummed quietly at the interface between mother and child, a second layer of protection within the first. Barrier is stable. Sakura reported, chakra draw is within parameters, baby's fine. I can feel them, Tsunade said. Her medical sensing range was shorter than Naruto's sage mode, but more detailed within its scope. She could feel the patients inside the hospital, heartbeats, chakra flows, the specific signatures of injury and healing. She could feel the staff moving through corridors, calm and professional, following the protocols she'd drilled into them. And she could feel the combat happening beyond her barrier, the bright, sharp flares of jutsu and the dimming of signatures that meant injury or death. Stay focused on the barrier, Sakura said. Don't try to diagnose the fighting. I'm not diagnosing, I'm aware. You're worrying. I'm a pregnant woman whose lover is fighting a small army 3 blocks away. Worry is medically indicated. Sakura almost smiled, almost, then her expression snapped to alert. Tsunade-sama, 8 signatures approaching from the east, fast. They're not engaging the main defense lines, they're bypassing them. Tsunade felt them. 8 points of killing intent, moving with the focused precision of a dedicated strike team. They weren't heading for the breach points or the administrative district. They were heading directly for her barrier, for her. The hospital team, Tsunade said. The hidden element Naruto warned us about. Should I call for backup? Backup is engaged. We handle this ourselves. The 8 signatures hit the barrier simultaneously. A coordinated assault, using chakra disruption devices that sent vibrations through the dome structure like hammers on glass. The barrier held, but the resonance patterns told Tsunade something alarming. The devices were calibrated specifically for her barrier's frequency. They'd been designed to counter this exact technique. Someone had known what she was building. Someone had given the architect detailed intelligence about the barrier's chakra architecture. There was a leak. Somewhere in the chain between Tsunade's development sessions and this moment, someone had passed information to the enemy. They're adapted to the barrier. Tsunade said, adjusting the frequency in real time, shifting the chakra resonance to stay ahead of the disruption devices. Someone told them what to expect. Sakura's face went hard. The development sessions were classified. Only you, me, Naruto, and Shizune knew the technical details. And anyone with advanced enough sensing to analyze the technique during testing. Root, maybe, or the Periphery Alliance has their own sensors. Tsunade gritted her teeth as another coordinated strike hit the barrier. The disruption devices were adapting too, their frequency shifting to match her adjustments, staying in resonance. Whoever was operating them was skilled. I can hold, but not indefinitely. If they keep adjusting to my frequency shifts, the barrier will degrade in 12 minutes. Sakura calculated. Based on the current drain rate, then we need Naruto here in 12 minutes, or I need to do something drastic. Define drastic. Release the barrier and fight them directly. Absolutely not. The chakra expenditure of direct combat would be less than maintaining a degrading barrier against calibrated disruption. The math is clear, Sakura. The strike team hit the barrier again, and this time Tsunade felt the structure crack. Not break, but crack, tiny fault lines running through the chakra matrix like fractures in ice. The 8 operatives were working in perfect concert, timing their strikes to compound the resonance damage. This wasn't a blunt assault. This was a siege, and they were winning it. Tsunade closed her eyes, felt the barrier, felt the baby. Felt the nested seal humming between them, Mito's ancient wisdom protecting the tiny life within her, and she felt something else. Something she hadn't expected. The baby was pushing back. Not consciously, a 6-week-old embryo, now closer to 10 weeks, developing at an accelerated rate, didn't have consciousness in any meaningful sense. But the nascent chakra network, stimulated by the barrier technique and the threat resonance, was generating its own output. A pulse of energy flowing from the developing Tenketsu system into the barrier architecture, supplementing Tsunade's chakra with something raw and wild and startlingly powerful. Sakura, Tsunade said, her voice altered by wonder. Are you seeing this? Sakura's diagnostic hand was already on Tsunade's shoulder, and her eyes were wide. The fetal chakra network is active. It's channeling into the barrier. The output is, she shook her head. This shouldn't be possible at this developmental stage. Use Uzumaki vitality, Tsunade murmured. Senju regeneration, and something else. Something new. The barrier brightened. The fault line sealed. The green-gold dome flared with an intensity that made the strike team's operatives flinch back, their disruption devices suddenly overwhelmed by a chakra frequency they couldn't match. Tsunade opened her eyes, and they were blazing. The barrier will hold, she said. Get the patients moved to the interior rooms, away from the walls. Whatever happens next, they need to be shielded. Sakura ran. Not because Tsunade had ordered her. Sakura didn't take orders from anyone anymore, not even her teacher. But because the tactical logic was sound, and because Sakura had seen the look in Tsunade's eyes and recognized it from 100 battlefields. The look of a woman who had found her footing and was done retreating. Naruto arrived at the hospital district 45 seconds before the barrier would have been breached. He came in hot, Nine-Tails chakra mode active now, the golden cloak burning around him like a second sun. Sage mode layered underneath, giving him perfect awareness of the entire engagement. He saw the 8-person strike team arrayed around Tsunade's barrier, their disruption devices pulsing, their formation tight and professional. He also saw something that stopped him midair for a fraction of a second. The barrier was glowing with an intensity that shouldn't have been possible from Tsunade's stored chakra alone. Something was supplementing it, something fierce and bright, and the baby. He could feel the baby's chakra in the barrier. His child, weeks from even being a recognizable human form, was already fighting. The pride hit him like a physical blow, followed immediately by protective fury so intense it dimmed the sun behind his eyes. He hit the ground between the barrier and the strike team like a meteor. The impact crater was 3 meters wide. The shockwave threw the nearest operatives backward, disrupting their formation, and Naruto was moving before the debris settled. Not Sage Mode's calculated precision this time, but Nine Tails' enhanced devastation, cloak tails lashing out like golden whips. Each strike carrying enough force to shatter stone, the strike team was good. Better than the mercenaries outside the walls, these were the architect's dedicated assets, and they fought like it. They regrouped instantly, abandoning the barrier attack and redirecting their disruption devices at Naruto himself. The chakra disruption field hit his Nine Tails cloak, and he felt the interference, a grating buzz that weakened the chakra shroud at the contact points. But the devices were calibrated for Tsunade's frequency, not his. The interference was annoying, not debilitating, and Naruto closed the distance before they could recalibrate. 3 operatives went down in the first exchange, brutal, efficient takedowns that left them unconscious, but alive. A 4th tried to flank him and met a shadow clone that had been circling since Naruto's initial approach. 5 down, the remaining 3 fell back, tightening their formation. One of them, a tall man with a shaved head and the flat, empty eyes of a professional killer, raised his hand. Not in surrender. In signal, the ground beneath Naruto erupted, the underground team. Not all of them had been contained in the tunnels, a reserve element held in sealed chambers beneath the hospital district itself, activated by the strike team leader's signal. 5 more combatants boiled up from concealed tunnel exits, catching Naruto in a crossfire between the surface team and the underground element. For approximately 4 seconds, Naruto was surrounded by 8 hostile combatants with disruption devices and killing intent, in a confined urban space where collateral damage to the hospital was a constant risk, with the woman he loved and his unborn child 30 meters behind him. 4 seconds was too long. Kurama's voice resonated through his consciousness, not words exactly but a communication deeper than language, a surge of intent, of ancient power, of the fox's own fierce protectiveness for the kit growing in Tsunade's womb. The chakra cloak expanded. Not the full-tailed beast mode that would level the district, but something between. A controlled amplification that doubled Naruto's speed and strength while maintaining precision. He moved. The next 12 seconds were the most violent 12 seconds of combat Naruto had ever experienced outside of the war. Not because of the power involved, he'd fought beings that dwarfed these operatives by orders of magnitude. But because the stakes were concentrated into a space the size of a courtyard, where every missed strike could hit the hospital, and every opponent had weapons designed to interfere with his primary combat ability. He fought with his hands. With sage-enhanced taijutsu that turned his body into a weapon system, each movement flowing into the next with a fluidity that came from years of training and months of war. Rasengan variations at point-blank range, miniaturized to avoid structural damage. Chakra arms from the Nine Tails cloak, grabbing and throwing with the precision of surgical instruments. When it was over, 8 bodies lay in the courtyard, alive, restrained by shadow clone teams that materialized from the surrounding buildings, but thoroughly broken as a fighting force. The shaved-headed leader was the last one conscious. Naruto knelt beside him, Nine Tails' cloak still active, golden light casting sharp shadows across the courtyard. Who sent you? Naruto asked. The man's eyes were still flat, still empty, professional to the end. You know who sent us. I want to hear you say it. The architect, and you're too late. This isn't the only operation running today. Ice again. Naruto's sensing expanded involuntarily, sage mode sweeping across the village in a pulse that reached every corner, every building, every hidden space. The main assault was being contained. Shikamaru's defense was holding the northeast. Anbu had mopped up the southeast remnants. The underground fighting was still active but localized. But the man's words, "This isn't the only operation running today," sent Naruto's awareness beyond the village, beyond the walls, into the surrounding landscape. And there, 15 kilometers to the northeast, moving fast toward the village, he felt something that made his blood freeze. A large force, not the scattered cells and mercenary squads of the assault. A military formation. Over 200 signatures, organized into company-level units, approaching on the same vector the Northeast strike team had used. The assault wasn't the main event. The assault was the opening act. An army was coming. Naruto? Hinata's voice through the communication seal, urgent in a way he'd rarely heard from her. My Byakugan has picked up a large formation approaching from the northeast. 200 plus, mixed composition. They'll reach the village in approximately 40 minutes. Naruto stood. The shaved-headed operative was smiling, a thin, satisfied smile that said you didn't see the whole board. Behind him, the hospital barrier flickered and dimmed as Tsunade released the technique. She emerged from the dome's fading light, Sakura at her side, and one look at Naruto's face told her everything. How many? She asked. Over 200. 40 minutes out. That's not a strike team, that's an invasion force. Yeah. The courtyard was quiet except for the groans of the restrained operatives and the distant sounds of the village's defense forces finishing the initial assault. Naruto stood in the golden light of his cloak and felt the weight of what was coming settle onto his shoulders like a physical thing. 200 combatants. The village's defense forces were already engaged and scattered across 3 fronts. Reorganizing in 40 minutes was possible, but would leave the response thin and disorganized. The wall defenses were designed for the initial assault scale, not a secondary wave 3 times the size. I need Kakashi, Naruto said, and Shikamaru, and Suzaku, everyone. Now. The War Council convened in the hospital's underground safe room. The most secure location available with the administrative buildings, upper floors damaged in the fighting. Kakashi, Shikamaru, Suzaku, her first appearance in an official Konoha setting, drawing sharp looks from everyone who recognized the root implications. Tsunade and the Anbu operations commander crowded around a tactical map. 237 signatures confirmed. Hinata reported via communication seal. She was still on the perimeter, maintaining Byakugan surveillance. Mixed composition. Approximately 60% are standard mercenary grade. 30% are trained shinobi, Chunin equivalent or higher. The remaining 10%, she hesitated. The remaining 10% have chakra signatures I don't recognize. They are unusual, dense, altered. Altered how? Kakashi asked. Enhanced, artificially, I think. The chakra pathways show signs of external modification. Silence in the room. Artificial chakra enhancement was a prohibited technique, the kind of research that Orochimaru had pioneered and that every village had officially abandoned. Officially. The architect has access to human enhancement technology, Suzaku said. Her voice was level, analytical, but Naruto could see the tension in her shoulders. This was new information, something her intelligence network hadn't detected. This changes the threat assessment significantly. Enhanced combatants at that level could individually match Jounin-grade shinobi. That gives them roughly 23 Jounin-equivalent fighters in addition to the standard force, Shikamaru calculated. Our available Jounin are currently scattered across 3 defense zones. We can consolidate maybe 15 in the time we have. 15 against 23 enhanced plus 200 standard. Kakashi's voice was flat. Those aren't good odds. "They're not fighting the Jounin," Naruto said. Everyone looked at him. "They're fighting me, Naruto," Tsunade started. 200 standard combatants are a problem for our defense forces. 23 enhanced combatants are a problem for our Jounin. But if I take the enhanced fighters out of the equation, the remaining force is manageable. He pointed to the map. I intercept the main force before it reaches the wall. Engage the enhanced combatants directly while the standard force has to either wait, bypass me, or split around me. Any of those options gives our defense teams time to consolidate. You're proposing to fight 23 Jounin-equivalent opponents simultaneously, Shikamaru said. I've fought worse. In the war with backup. I have Kurama and Sage Mode and Shadow clones. Naruto's voice was steady. I'm not being reckless, I'm being mathematical. I am the single strongest combat asset this village has. Using me as one piece of a distributed defense is a waste. Using me as a concentrated strike against the enemy's strongest element is efficient. Shikamaru opened his mouth, closed it, looked at the map, looked at the numbers. And, with visible reluctance, nodded. He's right. Mathematically, he's right. If Naruto can neutralize the enhanced fighters, the remaining force is within our conventional defense capability. I don't like it, Kakashi said. Neither do I. Naruto met his sensei's eye. But I didn't become the person I am by avoiding the hardest fights. You became the person you are by having people who fight beside you. And they will be behind me, defending the village. That's what they do. This is what I do. Kakashi held his gaze for a long moment. Then he turned to the Anbu commander. Begin force consolidation, all available units to the northeast wall. I want the defense line established in 30 minutes. The commander saluted and left. Shikamaru began issuing tactical directives, his voice sharp and precise. The lazy genius fully engaged in the mode that had won battles during the war. Suzaku pulled her operatives' communication frequencies and began coordinating intelligence support, her root agents providing real-time positional data on the approaching force. Naruto turned to leave. Tsunade caught his arm. They looked at each other. The underground safe room was noisy with preparation, full of people and urgency, but for a moment they existed in a private silence that contained everything they couldn't say in front of others. Come back, she said. I will. I'm not asking, I'm telling. He kissed her. Brief, firm, in front of Kakashi and Shikamaru and Suzaku and everyone. He didn't care. Let them see. Let them know what he was fighting for. I'll come back, he said against her lips. I have a kid to raise. Then he was gone, up through the safe room exit and across the hospital courtyard and over the rooftops toward the northeast wall, moving faster than thought, faster than fear, burning golden against the morning sky. He met the army at the tree line, 1 kilometer from the village wall. The formation was exactly as Hinata had described, a disciplined military force, moving in company-level units through the forest with the coordination of professionals. The standard mercenaries formed the bulk, spreading through the trees in a wide assault line. Among them, moving with a fluid grace that set them apart like wolves among dogs, were the enhanced fighters. Naruto stood on a branch at the forest's edge and let them see him. The golden cloak was impossible to miss, a beacon of chakra that lit the forest canopy and cast dancing shadows through the trees. He wanted them to see him. He wanted them to stop. He wanted the enhanced fighters to separate from the main force and come for him, because that was how predators worked. They couldn't resist the biggest prey. It worked. The main force halted at the sight of him. The standard mercenaries, people who'd signed up for a military operation against a hidden village's defenses, not a one-on-one with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, visibly hesitated. Unit cohesion fractured for a moment as officers struggled to maintain discipline in the face of a threat they'd been told about but had never truly processed. And the enhanced fighters came forward, not all 23. 14 of them, peeling away from the main formation and advancing toward Naruto's position with the confident, predatory energy of people who'd been enhanced specifically to handle threats like him. Their chakra signatures were wrung up close, buzzing with an artificial density that felt like static, like something forced into a container too small for it. Whatever had been done to them, it was powerful but unstable. He could feel the strain in their pathways, the microfractures where the enhancement was already damaging the tissue it was supposed to strengthen. These people were burning from the inside, and they either didn't know or didn't care. Naruto dropped from the branch and hit the forest floor. The fight started fast and never slowed down. The enhanced fighters were every bit as dangerous as Hinata's assessment had suggested, fast, strong, with chakra reserves that matched experienced jounin. Their techniques were diverse. Wind users, fire users, lightning specialists, a pair of genjutsu practitioners who tried to catch him in overlapping illusions that Sage Mode shattered like glass. But they fought like individuals. Like weapons rather than people. Each one pursuing their own attack pattern, covering each other through rehearsed formations, but lacking the organic, intuitive teamwork of shinobi who'd grown up fighting together. Naruto fought like a force of nature. The forest around them came apart. Trees split, the ground cratered, the air filled with the sharp ozone smell of heavy chakra discharge. Naruto used the terrain as a weapon. Roots and branches, and the natural obstacles of a dense forest that his Sage Mode awareness could exploit, and his opponent's straight-line combat styles couldn't. He drew them deeper into the trees, away from the main force, away from the village, into terrain that favored his awareness and mobility over their raw power. The first enhanced fighter went down 4 minutes in, a massive man with earth element techniques who'd been trying to trap Naruto in stone formations. A Rasengan to the midsection dropped him, and Naruto felt the enhanced chakra network flicker and fail as the artificial system overloaded under the impact. The second and third went down in quick succession after Naruto used a shadow clone feint to draw them into each other's attack zones. They took each other out more than he did friendly fire in the chaos of a three-dimensional forest fight, where the enemy's primary target was moving faster than their enhanced senses could track. 9 left. They were adapting now, pulling back into a tighter formation, coordinating their attacks more carefully. One of them, a woman with lightning-natured enhancement crackling along her arms, was directing the others with sharp commands and practiced authority. A field commander. Someone who'd led these enhanced fighters before. Naruto focused on her. 3 shadow clones engaged the outer ring of fighters, keeping them occupied with Rasengan variants and taijutsu pressure. The real Naruto closed on the commander through the canopy, using the trees as cover, Sage Mode painting her position in his awareness with crystal clarity. She sensed him coming. Her lightning-enhanced reflexes brought her weapon up, a modified tanto that crackled with electrical charge, and she met his initial strike with a parry that sent sparks showering through the undergrowth. They traded blows in the canopy. She was fast. Genuinely fast, not just enhanced fast. There was real skill underneath the artificial power boost, the kind of speed that came from talent and training. Under other circumstances, she would have been a formidable shinobi on her own merits. The enhancement just made her terrifying. "You're burning out," Naruto said between exchanges. He could feel it, her chakra network degrading in real time, the enhancement consuming her pathways like fire consuming kindling. "The modification is killing you." "I know," she said, and her voice was calm and clear and carried no self-pity. "We all know, that's not the point." "Then what is?" "The point is that someone had to stand up. Someone had to show the great nations that the small ones aren't prey." She pressed the attack, lightning crackling, tanto a blue-white blur. "You think you're the hero of this story. Your village has been devouring ours for 100 years. We're the ones fighting for survival." The words hit harder than her strikes, because she wasn't wrong, not entirely. The history of the great nations was written in the blood of the small ones, and the fact that Naruto was trying to change that didn't erase the truth of what had come before. But she was still trying to kill people he loved, and that truth overrode all others. He caught her tanto between his palms, a move that would have been suicide against a standard lightning technique, but that the Nine Tails cloak's chakra resistance turned into merely painful, and twisted it from her grip. His knee found her solar plexus, folding her forward, and a precise strike to the back of her neck dropped her. She hit the ground and didn't get up. Her enhanced chakra network was still sparking, the artificial system trying to compensate for her loss of consciousness. And Naruto knelt beside her and placed a hand on her chest and pushed Kurama's chakra through her pathways in a carefully modulated pulse that disrupted the enhancement without destroying the underlying network. "Sleep," he murmured. The sparking stopped. She breathed, unconscious but alive, and the enhancement's deadly burn rate slowed to something her body could survive. 8 left. Naruto stood and went back to work. It took 26 minutes to neutralize all 14 enhanced fighters. By the time the last one went down, a young man, barely older than Naruto, who fought with desperate ferocity until a shadow clone caught him in a hold he couldn't break, the forest looked like a battlefield. Which, Naruto supposed it was. The main mercenary force, deprived of their enhanced vanguard, had stalled. Some had tried to advance toward the village and been met by the consolidated defense line at the wall. Shikamaru's tactical deployment turning the northeast approach into a killing ground of shadow jutsu, Inuzuka tracking, and Anbu interception. Others had retreated, melting into the forest, their commitment to the operation evaporating in the face of resistance they hadn't been prepared for. By noon, it was over. The village stood, damaged but standing. The death toll was remarkably low. 6 Konoha shinobi injured seriously. None killed, a testament to the defense preparations and the quality of the response. The attackers had suffered heavier losses. Over 30 captured, an unknown number wounded and fleeing, and the entire enhanced fighter contingent in Konoha custody. Naruto walked back through the northeast gate and found the village already shifting from combat mode to recovery mode. Medical teams were treating the wounded. Construction crews were assessing damage. Civilians were emerging from shelters with the cautious optimism of people who'd been through this before and knew the routine. He found Tsunade in the hospital courtyard, directing triage operations with the same authority she'd used to direct the barrier defense. She looked tired, deep-bone tired, the kind that came from sustained high-level chakra use. But her eyes were sharp, and her voice was strong, and she was doing what she'd always done best, fixing things. She saw him and stopped mid-sentence. The medical staff around her pretended not to notice as she crossed the courtyard to him. "You're hurt," she said, her hands already moving, green chakra flowing over a cut on his forearm he hadn't noticed, and a bruised rib he'd been ignoring. Scratches. Scratches don't bleed this much. She healed the cut with a touch, her fingers lingering on his skin longer than strictly necessary. The enhanced fighters? 14 captured, all alive. Their enhancement technology is degrading, it's killing them slowly. They need medical attention. I'll see to it personally. Tsunade, the chakra expenditure, is my decision to manage. She met his eyes. I told you I'd protect the hospital. I did. Now let me protect these people too. He looked at her, exhausted, pregnant, stubborn beyond all reason, standing in a courtyard full of wounded people with her hands glowing green and her jaw set like granite, and fell in love with her all over again, in a way that was deeper and more solid than anything he'd felt before. Okay, he said, but Sakura monitors everything, obviously. He kissed her forehead, tasting sweat and chakra residue. She leaned into the contact for just a moment, before pulling away and returning to the triage operation, already calling orders, already healing, already doing what Tsunade Senju had always done. Pouring herself out for others and pretending it didn't cost her anything. The political aftermath was seismic. Kakashi convened an emergency council session the following morning, a real one, this time, with every council member present, and the damage reports still coming in. The mood in the chamber was tense with a cocktail of fear, anger, and the particular kind of righteous indignation that politicians developed when reality had the audacity to override their agendas. Koharu spoke first. The village was attacked, our defenses held, but barely. This proves that our security posture is inadequate and that the current leadership's intelligence capabilities are insufficient. The defenses held because Naruto Uzumaki personally neutralized the enhanced fighter contingent and the hospital strike team, Kakashi said. His voice was mild, which was how Kakashi sounded when he was most dangerous. The intelligence that predicted the attack came from sources that Naruto personally developed. And the defense plan that contained the initial assault was designed by Nara Shikamaru, operating under Naruto's strategic direction. Hamura leaned forward. The intelligence source. We've been hearing concerning reports about the origin of this intelligence. Root is being integrated into Konoha's formal intelligence structure under my authority, Kakashi said. The details are classified for operational security, but I can confirm that the Root remnant has been cooperating with my office and that their intelligence capabilities were instrumental in the village's defense. Koharu's expression could have frozen lava. Root's integration was never authorized by this council. Root's integration is a security matter and falls under the Hokage's executive authority, as does the response to yesterday's attack. Kakashi folded his hands, which brings me to the reason I called this session. The chamber went quiet. Yesterday's attack was the culmination of a coordinated campaign by an external threat, the Periphery Alliance, a coalition of minor nations funded by a rogue element in the land of Earth's government. The details are in the intelligence brief in front of you. The threat is ongoing, but the immediate danger has been contained due to the actions of our defense forces and, specifically, the leadership of Uzumaki Naruto. He paused. Let the silence build. It is my assessment that the village security requires a leadership transition that reflects our current threat environment. The 6th Hokage was a wartime appointment and a peacetime administrator. The village now needs something different, a leader who can project strength abroad while building institutional resilience at home. A leader who has demonstrated both combat supremacy and strategic intelligence. A leader who the village already trusts with their lives. Naruto, standing at the back of the chamber in a position Shikamaru had chosen for maximum dramatic impact, felt every eye in the room turn toward him. I am invoking Article 7, Section 3 of the Village Charter, Kakashi said, the Hokage succession provision. I am formally designating Uzumaki Naruto as my successor and recommending immediate transition of authority, pending advisory approval from this council. The chamber erupted. Koharu was on her feet, objecting. Hamura was speaking rapidly to the clan heads beside him. 3 council members were trying to talk simultaneously. The noise was immense, chaotic, exactly the kind of political pandemonium that Shikamaru had predicted and prepared for. Because while Kakashi was making his announcement, 3 clan heads, Nara, Akamichi, and Hyuga, secured through weeks of careful diplomacy, were rising to their feet in support. Their voices, added to Kakashi's, created a block that the opposition couldn't easily override. The advisory vote is non-binding under the Emergency Succession Clause, Kakashi continued over the noise. However, I welcome the council's input and will ensure that the transition process includes full institutional review and accountability mechanisms. Hamura, to everyone's surprise, spoke next. His voice was measured, careful, the voice of a man who had watched the battle from the secure bunker and done his own calculations. The village was attacked. The attack was repelled, primarily due to Uzumaki Naruto's capabilities. The threat is ongoing. He paused. While I have concerns about the precedent being set, I recognize that the current security environment demands leadership that can meet the threat directly. I do not object to the nomination. Koharu stared at her colleague as if he'd grown a second head. Hamura, Koharu. We can fight this, or we can shape it. I choose to shape it. He looked at Naruto. I will support the nomination on the condition that a formal advisory council is established with meaningful oversight authority over the new Hokage's policy decisions. Naruto stepped forward. The chamber hushed. He looked at Hamura, the old man who'd questioned his sanity, his stability, his worthiness, and felt not anger but something closer to understanding. Hamura wasn't evil. He was an institutional guardian, protecting the systems and structures that kept the village functioning. His methods were often wrong, but his motivation was recognizable. "I accept your condition," Naruto said. "An advisory council with real authority, not rubber stamp approval. I want people around me who'll tell me when I'm wrong. That's not a weakness. That's leadership." The chamber was very quiet. Koharu sat back in her chair, her face unreadable, her political calculations visibly recalibrating behind her eyes. "Furthermore," Naruto said, "I want to make something clear to this council before any vote is taken." He looked around the room, at the clan heads, at the elders, at Kakashi, at the people who would determine the village's future. "There is a personal matter that this council will learn about in the coming days. I am in a relationship with Tsunade Senju. She is carrying my child." Dead silence. Absolute, ringing silence, the kind that only happened when an entire room of people stopped breathing simultaneously. "I am telling you this now, publicly, because I will not build my leadership on secrets. You can choose to see this as a scandal or as a sign of what this village is becoming, a place where people can live full lives, not just serve as weapons. That's up to you." He let the silence hold for 3 more seconds. "But the child will be born, and it will be loved, and if anyone in this room or outside it threatens either of them, they will answer to me. Not as Hokage, as a father." The silence cracked, not with objection or outrage, but with something unexpected. Hayashi Hyuga stood. The head of the Hyuga clan, proud and formal, and a man of very few public gestures, stood and said, in a voice that carried to every corner of the chamber, "The Hyuga clan supports the nomination, and we congratulate Uzumaki Naruto and Lady Tsunade." One by one, other clan heads stood. Nara. Akimichi. Then Inuzuka Kiba's mother, Tsume, who grinned like a wolf and said something about strong bloodlines that made half the council blush. Then smaller clans, following the momentum, reading the room. Koharu sat alone in opposition, her face a mask, her political leverage evaporating in real time. Finally, with the controlled grace of a woman who knew when a battle was lost, she stood. "I do not oppose the nomination," she said, and sat down. Kakashi looked at Naruto. The crinkle at the corner of his eye was unmistakable. "Then, by authority of the 6th Hokage, under Article 7, Section 3 of the village charter, I formally designate Uzumaki Naruto as 7th Hokage. The transition will begin immediately." The chamber broke into applause, not unanimous, not without undertones of concern and calculation, but real. The sound of a village choosing its future, messy and imperfect and alive. Naruto stood in the center of it and felt the dream he'd carried since childhood settle onto his shoulders. It was heavier than he'd imagined. Heavier and realer and more terrifying, but underneath the weight, like a heartbeat, like a tiny pulse of chakra in the warmth of someone he loved, there was something else. Hope. Suzaku watched the council session through one of her operatives' sealed communication channels. When the vote was confirmed, she closed the channel and sat alone in her underground chamber for a long time. Then she stood, walked to her red thread map, and began removing threads. Old connections, old operations, old patterns that belonged to the organization root had been. She replaced them, one by one, with new threads. New connections. New patterns. The map was changing. The organization was changing. She was changing. Whether that was a good thing remained to be seen. But for the first time in 25 years, the woman who had been stripped of her name at age 6 allowed herself to feel something she'd been trained to suppress. Not hope. Not yet. But the space where hope might grow, if given time and reason, she had both now. And a new Hokage who might, against all probability, be worth following. Chapter 5. Crowns and ashes, the Hokage office smelled like old paper and tea leaves that had gone cold in a cup someone had forgotten about days ago. Kakashi's cup, probably. The man had a habit of starting tea and then wandering off to read on a rooftop somewhere, leaving half-finished beverages scattered across the administrative building like breadcrumbs marking his escape routes. Naruto stood in the doorway and didn't go in. It was 3 days after the battle. 3 days after the council vote. 3 days since Kakashi had invoked Article 7 and the political landscape of Konoha had rearranged itself like tectonic plates, shifting, grinding, settling into a new configuration that was still finding its equilibrium. The transition wasn't complete yet. There were processes, protocols, a formal inauguration to be scheduled, but the momentum was undeniable. Uzumaki Naruto was going to be the 7th Hokage, and he was standing in the doorway of the office like a kid afraid to enter the principal's room. "It doesn't bite," Kakashi said from behind him. He was carrying a box of personal belongings, mostly books, Naruto noticed, with a few framed photographs and what appeared to be a potted plant that had given up on life sometime during the Third War. "Go in. Sit behind the desk. Try the chair. It's surprisingly comfortable. I had it replaced after the first month because Tsunade's chair was designed for someone who slams their fists on things regularly, and the lumbar support was non-existent." Naruto entered the office. It was larger than he remembered from his visits as a genin. When Hiruzen had sat behind the desk with his pipe and his patience, listening to a 12-year-old in an orange jumpsuit demand better missions. The windows behind the desk looked out over the village, the same view from the monument, essentially, but lower, more intimate. From here, you could see individual faces on the street below, individual lives. He sat in the chair. Kakashi was right, it was comfortable. But the comfort made the weight of the position more real, not less. This was where decisions were made. Not the dramatic, battlefield decisions that history remembered, but the daily, grinding, consequential decisions that shaped whether people ate, whether children were educated, whether the village's infrastructure held together or crumbled. 1,000 small choices that added up to something enormous. "The paperwork is in the left drawer," Kakashi said, setting his box down. "I organized it by priority, which means the things that will make you want to gouge your eyes out are on top, because those are the ones you need to deal with first. The things that are actually interesting are at the bottom, as a reward for surviving the rest. That's sadistic. That's governance." Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, and for a moment the mask and the lazy posture and the deflecting humor all fell away, and Naruto saw the man underneath, tired, relieved, genuinely proud. "You're going to be good at this, Naruto." "How do you know?" "Because you're terrified. The ones who aren't terrified are the ones you should worry about." He picked up his box. "I'll be around. The special advisory role Shikamaru invented for me basically means I show up when I want and give unsolicited opinions. It's the perfect job. Kakashi-sensei." Thank you. "For everything, for believing in me before I earned it." Kakashi's eye crinkled. "You earned it a long time ago, Naruto. The rest of us just took a while to catch up." He shifted the box to his hip and turned to leave. "Oh, one more thing. The formal inauguration is scheduled for next week. The council wants full ceremony, robes, oaths, the hat, the whole production. Koharu is insisting on traditional protocols, which means approximately 4 hours of standing while old people make speeches." 4 hours. I got it down to 3 for mine by pretending to faint. "I don't recommend that approach for you. Your reputation can't handle fainted at his own inauguration." And with that, he was gone, his footsteps fading down the corridor with the light tread of a man who had just shed a burden he'd carried for years. Naruto sat alone in the Hokage's office. He opened the left drawer and looked at the stack of paperwork inside. On top was a budget reconciliation report that was 47 pages long and appeared to be written in a language that only existed to make people miserable. He closed the drawer and looked out the window. The village was rebuilding. Again. The damage from the Periphery Alliance's assault was being repaired with the same stubborn efficiency that Konoha applied to every catastrophe: scaffolding going up, walls being reinforced, the northeast gate section receiving a complete reconstruction that would make it stronger than before. From up here, you could see the pattern of it. Destruction and renewal, destruction and renewal, the village's heartbeat measured in cycles of breaking and mending. He thought about the enhanced fighters in the hospital's secure ward. 14 men and women, their bodies slowly deteriorating from the artificial modifications that had been forced or chosen. Naruto wasn't sure which, and the distinction mattered. Tsunade was treating them personally, stabilizing the enhancement degradation with techniques she was developing in real time, because that was what Tsunade did. She saw broken things and fixed them, even when the broken things had been trying to kill her hours earlier. The field commander, the lightning-enhanced woman who'd spoken to him about the small nation's suffering, was conscious now. Her name was Rieka. She'd been a Chunin from Takagakure before the war destroyed her village's military infrastructure and left its survivors scattered across the continent. She joined the Periphery Alliance, not out of ideology, but out of fury. The specific, corrosive fury of someone who'd watched their home burn while the great nations fought their war overhead, treating her country as a convenient battlefield. Naruto had visited her in the hospital that morning. She'd looked at him with eyes that held equal parts hostility and confusion, the confusion of an enemy being treated with kindness by the person they'd tried to kill. "Why are you healing us?" she'd asked. "Because you're people. We attacked your village. You did, and we stopped you. And now you're injured, and we have the best medical ninja in history, and she doesn't believe in letting people die when she can save them. Neither do I." Rieka had stared at the ceiling for a long time after that. When Naruto left, she was still staring. He turned from the window and opened the drawer again. 47 pages of budget reconciliation. The first page alone contained 14 line items that he didn't understand, 3 acronyms he'd never seen, and a footnote that referenced a policy document from the second Hokage's era. He started reading. Shikamaru arrived 2 hours later with coffee and a look that said he'd been awake since 4 in the morning and was running on caffeine and irritation. "The inauguration logistics are a nightmare," he said, dropping into the chair across from Naruto's desk. It felt strange, the geometry of it, Naruto behind the desk, Shikamaru in front. A reversal of every dynamic they'd had for years, and yet somehow natural, as if they'd been rehearsing for this arrangement without knowing it. "The council wants traditional Hokage ceremony. Full military honor guard, all clan heads in attendance, diplomatic representatives from allied villages. Gaara's already confirmed he's coming personally, which is both a show of support and a security headache." "Gaara's coming," he insisted. His message said, and I quote, "I will attend or I will be offended, and you do not want me offended," which for Gaara is practically a love letter. Shikamaru sipped his coffee. "The ceremony itself is straightforward. Oaths of office, transfer of the Hokage seal, the hat, speeches. Kakashi hands you the formal authority, you accept, the village cheers. Simple. You said it was a nightmare. The ceremony is simple. Everything around it is the nightmare." Shikamaru pulled out a scroll covered in his cramped handwriting. "The seating arrangement alone has taken me 6 hours, because putting the Hyuga delegation next to the Uchiha Memorial delegation is apparently a diplomatic incident, and Koharu wants the Elder Council on the stage, which gives them implied authority over the transition. And the Civilian Commerce Guild is demanding representation because they feel excluded from military governance decisions, which they are because they're civilians. Let them have seats on the stage. The Commerce Guild. Everyone. The whole stage. Clan heads, elders, civilian representatives. If the inauguration is about showing the village what my leadership looks like, then it should look like inclusion." Naruto tapped the budget report he'd been reading. "This reconciliation report, do you know what's buried on page 31? I haven't memorized the page numbers, no. A discretionary fund allocation for ceremonial expenses that's been untouched for 11 years. enough to expand the inauguration into a village-wide event, not just a military ceremony, a festival. Food, music, open attendance. Every person in Konoha who wants to be there gets to be there. Shikamaru's eyebrows rose. That's actually smart. It reframes the inauguration from a political transition to a community celebration, changes the narrative from controversial young Hokage, takes power to beloved hero celebrated by the village. It's not a narrative strategy. It's how I want to start. If I'm going to lead this village, I want to start by feeding people and letting them celebrate. Not by standing on a stage while old men make speeches at them. The old men are still going to make speeches. They can make speeches. But they'll be making them to a crowd that's eating festival dango and watching fireworks, not a formal audience sitting in uncomfortable chairs. Different energy. Shikamaru stared at him, then he set down his coffee, pulled out a fresh scroll, and started writing. Festival logistics. I need 3 days to organize this. Catering, entertainment, security for a village-wide open event, coordination with the Merchant Guild. He trailed off, already deep in the planning, his pen moving at the speed of thought. Naruto let him work and returned to the budget report. Page 32 had something even more interesting than the ceremonial fund. A long dormant line item for inter-village cultural exchange that could serve as the seed funding for his minor nation's aid program. Kakashi had probably known it was there. The man's parting gift. A financial trail buried in 47 pages of bureaucratic density, waiting for someone patient enough to find it. Patient. Naruto smiled. Maybe he was learning after all. The formal confirmation process began the next day, and it was every bit as brutal as Shikamaru had warned. The village charter required that any Hokage nominee undergo a public review. Not a vote, since Kakashi's invocation of the succession clause made the appointment binding, but a formal hearing where council members and clan representatives could question the nominee's qualifications, policies, and character. The hearings were open to the public, held in the council chamber with the doors unsealed, and anything said during them became part of the permanent record. Naruto sat in the center of the chamber, on a chair that was deliberately positioned lower than the council's elevated seating, and answered questions for 9 straight hours on the first day. The questions ranged from the substantive to the absurd. Hamura asked detailed questions about fiscal policy that forced Naruto to reference the budget reconciliation report he'd spent 2 days studying. And he answered them, not perfectly, but competently, citing specific line items and historical precedents that made Hamura's eyebrows rise incrementally higher with each response. The Aburame clan head asked about environmental policy and got a 20-minute answer about sustainable chakraforestry practices that Naruto had apparently researched after a conversation with Shino about insect habitat preservation. The level of specific knowledge surprised everyone in the room except Shikamaru, who'd been feeding Naruto briefing materials for months and was quietly gratified to discover that Naruto had actually read them all. Then Koharu took her turn. Uzumaki Naruto. Her voice was ice wrapped in silk. She sat in her elevated chair with the rigid posture of a woman who had been a political force in this village for longer than Naruto had been alive. I wish to discuss the matter of your personal relationship with former 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. The chamber went quiet. Not the shocked silence of the previous revelation. The news had spread through the village in the days since the council vote, carried by gossip and speculation and the surprisingly efficient civilian rumor network. People knew. The question was how they felt about it, and the answer was complicated. Ask your questions, Naruto said. The age difference between yourself and Lady Tsunade is significant. Over 30 years by standard counting, and considerably more if we account for her actual biological age rather than her transformed appearance. Do you not see this as problematic? No. You don't feel that a romantic relationship between a 19-year-old and a woman of Lady Tsunade's years raises concerns about. About what, specifically? Koharu's eyes narrowed. She was used to people wilting under her questioning, not redirecting it. About power dynamics. About the influence a former Hokage might exercise over a current one through personal intimacy. About the perception that your political rise was facilitated by a relationship with someone who holds significant institutional knowledge and social capital. Tsunade Senju was stripped of her title and political influence by this council. Naruto's voice was level, controlled, carrying no anger, just facts delivered with the precision that Tsunade herself had taught him. She holds no official position, commands no resources, and exercises no institutional authority. If anything, my relationship with her is a political liability, not an asset. Every person in this room knows that. The question isn't whether she influenced my rise. It's whether this council is comfortable with the idea that I chose to be with someone they discarded. Silence. The kind of silence that followed a strike landing exactly where it was aimed. Koharu's face was unreadable. But Naruto had been watching her for months, studying her patterns the way Tsunade had taught him, and he saw the almost imperceptible shift, a recalculation happening behind her eyes, a reassessment of the young man sitting below her. "And the child," she said. "The child will be born, will be loved, and will grow up in a village that I intend to make worthy of them. Beyond that, my family is not a matter for public review." A Hokage's family is always a matter for public review. Your father understood this. Your mother understood this. The invocation of his parents was calculated and precise, Koharu wielding institutional memory like a scalpel. Naruto felt the strike land, but didn't let it show. My parents sacrificed everything for this village. My father sealed a tailed beast in his own son to protect it. My mother died holding that seal together. He held Koharu's gaze. I am their legacy, and I will honor that legacy by being honest with the people I lead, including about the things that make me vulnerable. I loved Tsunade Senju. She carries my child. These are facts, not weaknesses. The public gallery, packed with civilians and shinobi who'd come to watch the confirmation hearings, was absolutely still. Then, from somewhere in the back rows, someone began to clap. The sound was picked up by others, spreading through the gallery, building into an ovation that the chamber's formal protocols technically prohibited, but that no one, not even Koharu, moved to stop. The old woman sat in her elevated chair and watched the crowd's response with an expression that, for just a moment, showed something that might have been grudging respect. Then it was gone, replaced by her usual impassive mask. "I have no further questions," she said. The first day of hearings ended. Naruto walked out of the chamber into the afternoon sunlight and found Tsunade waiting for him in the corridor. She'd been listening. Of course she'd been listening. Shizune had secured her a position in the observation gallery, transformed enough to avoid attention, and she'd heard every word of every question and every answer. Her expression now was complicated and full and difficult to parse, pride and tenderness, and the lingering vulnerability of hearing someone defend you in public without apology. "You called me a political liability," she said. "I called the relationship a liability. You personally are the most valuable person in my life. There's a difference. A diplomatic difference. I'm getting better at those." They stood in the corridor, the sounds of the departing crowd filtering through the walls. Tsunade reached up and straightened his collar, a gesture so domestic, so casually intimate, that it contained more truth than any speech he could make. "You did well in there," she said. "Koharu's going to make the next session worse. Koharu's going to try. But you took her best shot today and didn't flinch. She'll adjust her approach, which means you'll need to adjust yours." Her fingers lingered on his collar. "What Koharu really wants isn't to stop you. She wants to make sure that whoever sits in the Hokage's chair understands the weight of it. She's testing you. You're defending her, I'm explaining her. There's a difference." A faint smile. Koharu was Hiruzen's teammate. She's watched 3 Hokage die in office. Her caution isn't cruelty, it's grief expressed as control. She's terrified of losing another leader, and her way of managing that terror is to make sure the next one is unbreakable. Naruto absorbed this. The idea of Koharu as someone motivated by grief rather than malice reframed dozens of interactions he'd had with her, casting them in a light that was less adversarial and more sad. "I'll try to remember that tomorrow," he said. "Remember it, but don't go soft. She'll eat you alive if she smells sympathy." "Noted." He took her hand. "Come home, I need to eat something that isn't committee room tea and anxiety." They walked through the administrative building together, past shinobi and civilians who watched them with expressions ranging from warm approval to uncertain curiosity to the occasional disapproving glance. Naruto noted every reaction and let none of them change his pace or his posture. This was what living in public meant. This was the cost of honesty. Tsunade, walking beside him, seemed to be having a similar experience from a different angle. She'd spent decades as a public figure, but always alone, always the solitary leader, the solo operative, the woman who needed no one. Walking through a building with someone's hand in hers, visible and unhidden, was its own kind of bravery for her. Naruto felt her grip tighten slightly as they passed a group of jounin who stared openly, and he squeezed back. "This gets easier," he said. "Does it?" "No idea." But it seemed like the right thing to say. She laughed. That real laugh, quiet and genuine, and the jounin who were staring saw it, and something shifted in their expressions. A softening, a recognition that whatever they thought about the politics, the two people in front of them were real. The second day of hearings brought a surprise no one had anticipated. Naruto was settled in his chair, prepared for another marathon of questions, when the chamber doors opened and a figure walked in that made half the room sit up straight. Sasuke Uchiha. He looked the same and completely different. The same dark hair, the same angular face, the same eyes that carried the weight of every terrible thing he'd done, and every harder thing he'd done to atone for it. But he moved differently, without the coiled aggression of their youth, without the barely contained fury that had defined him for years. He moved like a man who had walked a very long road and found, at its end, something like peace. He was supposed to be on his atonement journey. Somewhere far from Konoha, doing the quiet, thankless work of making amends in the small villages and scarred communities that the great nations had forgotten. Naruto hadn't seen him in over 4 months. Sasuke walked to the center of the chamber and stood beside Naruto's chair. He didn't sit. He faced the council with the flat, uncompromising stare that had made enemies quail and allies uncomfortable for as long as anyone could remember. "I request the opportunity to address the council regarding the nomination of Uzumaki Naruto for 7th Hokage," he said. Murmurs. Koharu and Himura exchanged a glance. Kakashi, sitting in the advisory section, had gone very still. "This is highly irregular," Koharu said. "You have no standing before this council, Uchiha Sasuke. Your status as a Konoha shinobi is itself contingent on. I'm not here as a Konoha shinobi. I'm here as a witness." Sasuke's voice was quiet, but carried the weight of someone who'd stared down gods and survived. "I've spent the last year traveling through the nations that the Periphery Alliance claims to represent, the small countries, the border regions. The places that still bear scars from wars that the great villages fought on their soil." The chamber was listening. When Sasuke spoke, people listened, not because they loved him, but because his words carried the specific gravity of someone who had seen things most people couldn't imagine. "In every village I visited, in every community that was struggling to rebuild, I heard 2 names. 2 names that people spoke with something other than fear or resentment when they talked about the great nations." He paused. The first was Tsunade Senju. Her medical techniques, shared freely during the war, saved thousands of lives in minor nation field hospitals. Communities that had no reason to trust a Konoha Hokage trust her because she healed their children without asking what village they came from. Tsunade, in the observation gallery, went very still. The second name was Naruto Uzumaki, not as a warrior, not as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, as the person who ended the war by talking to his enemy, who chose understanding over destruction. who demonstrated that the cycle of hatred could be broken by someone stubborn enough and brave enough to try. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Their eyes met, and a decade of rivalry and friendship and betrayal and redemption passed between them in a single moment. I've made mistakes that should have cost me everything. The reason I'm standing here instead of in a prison or a grave is that this man believed I could be better when no one else did, including me. The chamber was silent. The minor nations don't need Konoha's protection. They need Konoha's respect, and the only person I've ever met who gives respect to everyone equally, regardless of power or status or history, is Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke turned back to the council. I've said what I came to say. He started to leave. Naruto caught his arm. Stay, Naruto said. I'm not good at sitting in chambers. I know, stay anyway. Something that might have been a smile crossed Sasuke's face, brief, barely visible, but there. He pulled a chair from the side of the room and sat down. And the confirmation hearings continued with the last Uchiha sitting in the front row like a silent, watchful gargoyle that dared anyone to challenge the man beside him. The remaining questions were easier. Whether this was because of Sasuke's speech, or because the council had exhausted its appetite for confrontation, was debatable. Shikamaru, watching from the advisory section with his ever-present notepad, suspected it was both. The emotional weight of Sasuke's testimony had shifted the room's energy, and even Koharu seemed reluctant to push further against the current. By evening, the confirmation hearings were complete. The advisory vote was taken, non-binding, as the charter specified, but symbolically important. The result: unanimous approval, with Koharu being the last to raise her hand, holding it up for exactly the required duration and not a second longer. Naruto was, officially and irrevocably, the 7th Hokage. The week between confirmation and inauguration passed in a blur of preparation, policy work, and the kind of detailed logistical planning that made Naruto's head spin. Shikamaru managed most of it, operating on a level of organizational efficiency that bordered on the superhuman. But there were decisions only Naruto could make and meetings only Naruto could attend. The first major decision was what to do about Suzaku. She came to the Hokage's office on the 3rd day, her first time above ground in a formal setting, walking through the administrative building in plain clothes with a visitor's pass that Shikamaru had arranged. The looks she received from the Anbu stationed in the hallways ranged from suspicious to hostile. Root operatives were not popular in the regular military. She sat across from Naruto's desk and waited, patient, controlled, the glass lens mind working behind her neutral expression. The conditions I outlined are now formal policy, Naruto said. Full transparency through Shikamaru, no unilateral operations, real identities and standing for your operatives. He slid a document across the desk. This is the integration framework. Your organization becomes the intelligence division of the Konoha Security Directorate. You report to me through the Nara liaison. Your operatives receive shinobi registration, military benefits, and all associated protections. Suzaku read the document. Her expression didn't change, but Naruto had spent enough time around controlled people to notice the subtle signs: a slight relaxation of the muscles around her eyes, a fractional easing of the tension in her shoulders. This is more than I expected, she said. Is it more than your people deserve? She looked at him over the edge of the document. No, it's exactly what they deserve. I just didn't expect anyone to offer it. I'm full of surprises. You are. She set the document down. I accept. On behalf of my operatives, I accept these terms. A pause. The neutral mask shifted just slightly, revealing something underneath that Naruto hadn't seen before. Not warmth, exactly, but the recognition of a debt, freely offered and gratefully received. There's something I should give you, not as part of the agreement, as a personal gesture. She reached into her jacket and produced a sealed scroll. It was old, genuinely old, the paper yellowed and the seals faded but intact. Naruto recognized the seal type, Hokage-level classification dating from the founding era. I found this in Danzo's private archives. It's a record from the first Hokage's era, a medical journal kept by Mito Uzumaki during her pregnancies. It documents the interaction between the Jinchuriki seal and fetal development, including techniques she developed for protecting the child. Naruto's hands trembled as he took the scroll. Mito Uzumaki, his distant relative, the woman who'd carried the Nine Tails before his mother, who'd been married to the first Hokage, who'd navigated the intersection of Uzumaki and Senju blood generations before this moment. How long have you had this? Since I took over Root. I've been holding it as a contingency, intelligence to trade if needed. Something shifted behind her eyes. I'm not trading it. I'm giving it to you because it belongs to you, and because... She paused, and the hesitation was so uncharacteristic that it caught Naruto's attention like a shout. Because I was taken from my family at 6 years old, and I will never have children of my own, and the idea that this document could help protect yours matters to me in a way that I don't entirely understand. The honesty of it hit Naruto in the chest. He'd been treating Suzaku as a strategic asset, an intelligence to be managed, a resource to be integrated. He'd forgotten, or hadn't fully realized, that she was also a person. A person who'd been carved hollow by Danzo's training and was slowly, painfully, discovering what might grow in the empty space. Thank you, Suzaku. Don't thank me. Read it, and give it to Sakura. She'll understand the medical terminology better than either of us. She stood to leave. At the door, she stopped. One more thing, the architect. My network has narrowed the identity to 3 possible individuals in the land of Earth's civilian government. I'll have a definitive answer within the week. And when you do, then we decide what to do about it, together. She said the last word with the careful emphasis of someone who was still learning what it meant. She left. Naruto held Mito's journal in his hands and felt the weight of generations pressing through the old paper. Uzumaki and Senju, bound together not by politics or power, but by the simple, stubborn act of loving someone and wanting to keep them safe. He sent a clone to find Sakura. Sakura received the journal in the hospital's private research room, where she'd set up a dedicated workspace for Tsunade's prenatal care. The room was covered in charts, medical scrolls, and the growing body of research she'd been developing on Uzumaki Senju gestational dynamics. She'd been sleeping there more often than not, driven by a combination of professional dedication and the growing realization that this pregnancy was unlike anything in medical history. She opened Mito's journal and started reading. 3 hours later, she was still reading. The journal was dense, written in the precise, formal style of a woman who'd been trained in both Uzumaki sealing arts and medical documentation. But underneath, the formality was something personal. Observations about her own body during pregnancy, descriptions of techniques she'd developed intuitively, notes about the way the Nine Tails chakra interacted with the developing children, plural. Mito had carried 3 pregnancies to term. The first 2 had been relatively standard, complicated by the Jinchuriki seal but manageable with the techniques she'd developed. The third was different. The third child had demonstrated the same accelerated chakra development that Tsunade's baby was showing. Early Tenketsu formation, a bridge between the mother's seal and the fetal network, and a nascent chakra output that supplemented the mother's defenses. Mito had documented the phenomenon with a mixture of scientific curiosity and maternal awe. She'd called the technique that the child's chakra enabled the nested shield, a defensive formation that drew on both mother and child to create a protection stronger than either could produce alone. It was the same technique that Tsunade had independently redeveloped, the same phenomenon that had manifested during the hospital battle. But Mito's journal contained something more. The third pregnancy had revealed a property of combined Uzumaki Senju genetics that Mito had never published, never shared with anyone except, apparently, Danzo's archives. The child's chakra network, once fully developed, would carry a unique resonance, a frequency that combined the Uzumaki vitality factor with the Senju cellular regeneration in a way that created something new. Not a Kekkei Genkai in the traditional sense. Something more fundamental. A chakra type that was inherently regenerative, inherently vital, inherently protective. Mito had theorized that a person born with this combined resonance would have natural healing capabilities that surpassed even the strength of 100 technique, without the need for stored chakra. The implications were staggering. And they explained, with terrifying clarity, why the Architect and the Periphery Alliance considered this child a threat worth killing. Sakura closed the journal and sat in the quiet research room and stared at the wall and processed what she'd just read. Then she picked up the journal, sealed it in the highest security storage she had access to, and went to find Tsunade. She found her in the apartment, alone. Naruto was at the administrative building. The inaugural preparations consumed most of his daylight hours, and the apartment had taken on the quality of a command center in his absence. Maps, documents, and medical texts covered every surface, and Tsunade moved through them with the organized chaos of a general planning a campaign. "Sit down," Sakura said. Tsunade looked at her student's face and sat. Sakura told her what Mito's journal contained. She spoke clearly, clinically, in the language they shared. The precise vocabulary of medical science that allowed them to discuss extraordinary things without losing their grounding. Tsunade listened without interrupting, her hands folded in her lap, her face revealing nothing until Sakura reached the description of the third pregnancy's unique chakra resonance. Then Tsunade's hands unfolded and moved to her abdomen, and she held them there with a gentleness that Sakura had never seen from her before. "The nested shield," Tsunade said softly. "I thought I was inventing something new. I was recreating something my grandmother had already discovered." Her documentation suggests the technique is instinctive. The child's chakra network naturally moves to supplement the mother's defenses when it detects a threat. What you experienced during the battle wasn't just your technique working, it was the baby responding to danger. At 10 weeks. At 10 weeks, with an Uzumaki Senju chakra network that's developing faster than anything in recorded medical history. Sakura hesitated. Tsunade-sama, the journal also documents the risks. The accelerated development puts strain on your chakra pathways. The bridge between the 100 seal and the fetal network will continue to strengthen. And as it does, the baby's chakra demands will increase. By the third trimester, Mito experienced episodes of chakra depletion that required extended bed rest. Bed rest. Tsunade said it the way most people said death sentence. Periodic bed rest. Not constant, but your activity level will need to decrease as the pregnancy progresses. The 100 seal has limits, even for you. Tsunade was quiet for a long time. The apartment was still, the evening light coming through the windows in long golden bars that made the scattered documents glow like illuminated manuscripts. "My grandmother carried 3 children," she said. She held the 9 tails, managed the Senju clan's political obligations, and supported Hashirama through the founding of the village, all while dealing with accelerated pregnancies and chakra complications that no one else in history had faced. She looked at Sakura. "If Mito could do it, I can do it. You can, but you'll need help, more help than you're used to accepting." "I have help, I have you, I have Shizune, I have." She paused, and the next word came out softer, warmer, carrying a weight that simple syllables shouldn't have been able to hold. "I have Naruto." Sakura nodded. Then she did something she rarely did. She reached across the table and took her teacher's hand, not as a doctor to a patient, but as a person to a person. "The baby is going to be extraordinary," Sakura said, "and so is the mother." Tsunade squeezed her hand. The gesture held more than gratitude. It held the complicated, layered love of 2 women who had been teacher and student and were becoming, through the alchemy of shared crisis, something more like equals. The inauguration was held on a clear autumn morning, 2 weeks after the battle. Shikamaru's logistics had transformed the village center into something between a formal ceremony and a harvest festival. The main stage was set before the administrative building, with seating for the council, clan heads, and diplomatic representatives. But beyond the formal seating, the streets had been open to the public, and vendors' stalls lined every thoroughfare, and the smell of festival food, grilled meat, sweet dango, fresh rice, mixed with the crisp autumn air in a combination that made the whole village feel alive. People came. Not just shinobi, everyone. Civilians, merchants, children, retired elders. They filled the streets and the rooftops and the balconies, and the sound of the crowd was a living thing, a hum of anticipation and celebration that vibrated through the buildings. Gaara arrived with a small delegation from Suna, his red hair visible from across the square, his expression carrying its usual intensity softened by something that was, for Gaara, remarkably close to happiness. He found Naruto backstage before the ceremony and gripped his arm in the desert-style greeting of close allies. "You've been busy," Gaara said. "You have no idea." "I have some idea." The intelligence about the Periphery Alliance reached Suna through diplomatic channels. "We've identified 3 of their cells operating in the Land of Wind." He released Naruto's arm. "I've neutralized them. Consider it a coronation gift. It's an inauguration, not a coronation. The distinction is less meaningful than you think." Gaara's pale eyes held a depth of understanding that only another young leader could offer. Being responsible for a village changes you. It has to. The person who takes the hat off at night is never quite the same as the person who puts it on in the morning. Is that a warning? "It's an observation, from a friend," the ghost of a smile. "You'll do well, Naruto. You always have." The ceremony began at noon. Kakashi stood on the stage in his Hokage robes for the last time, looking simultaneously relieved and wistful. The council members were arranged in their formal positions. Koharu rigid and watchful, Himura measured, the clan heads in their ceremonial attire. The diplomatic section held Gaara's delegation, a representative from Kirigakure, and a surprise envoy from Kumigakure that Shikamaru had arranged through back channels. Tsunade sat in the front row of the formal seating. Not on the stage, she'd refused that, insisting that the ceremony be about Naruto, not about their relationship. But she was visible, present, wearing a formal kimono in senju green that she'd chosen with deliberate care. The pregnancy wasn't showing yet, not externally, but Sakura sat beside her with one hand casually resting on Tsunade's back. Monitoring, always monitoring, the dedication invisible to everyone except those who knew what to look for. Naruto stood backstage and looked at the Hokage hat in his hands. It was lighter than he expected. The fabric was worn from 6 previous wearers, shaped by the heads of leaders who'd carried the village through founding and wars and reconstruction. He turned it in his hands and felt the generations in its weight, not the physical weight, which was almost nothing, but the metaphysical weight of everything it represented. "Ready?" Shikamaru asked from beside him. "No." "Good answer. Let's go." They walked onto the stage and the crowd erupted. The sound hit Naruto like a wave. Not just cheering, but something deeper. A collective exhale of faith, of hope, of the desperate human need to believe that tomorrow could be better than today. He felt it in his chest, in his bones, in the chakra network that connected him to Kurama, who rumbled a low, vibrating acknowledgement from within. Kakashi stood at the center of the stage. He held the formal scroll of succession in one hand and his Hokage hat in the other, and when Naruto approached, he smiled, the full smile, visible even through the mask in the crinkle of his eye. "Don't drop the hat," Kakashi murmured. "I almost dropped it during mine." It would have rolled off the stage. Encouraging. The formal words were spoken, the oaths were taken. The village charter's succession clause was read aloud by Himura, whose voice was steady and clear and carried a weight of institutional gravity that, for once, felt appropriate rather than oppressive. And then the moment came. Kakashi removed his hat and held it out, and Naruto took it, and the transfer of authority, everything it meant, everything it cost, everything it promised, passed between them in the touch of worn fabric. Naruto put on the hat. It fit perfectly, which seemed like it shouldn't have been possible given that the previous wearer had significantly different hair. but the hat was old and wise and apparently adapted to its bearer. He turned to face the crowd. Thousands of faces looked up at him. He saw people he knew, Uruka in the crowd, tears streaming openly down his face, Kiba whooping from a rooftop, Hinata standing with the Hyuga delegation, her expression radiating a pride that transcended their complicated personal history. Sai, painting the scene with rapid brushstrokes, preserving the moment in ink. Rock Lee, standing at attention with tears of passionate joy cascading down his cheeks. Ino, Choji, Tenten, the whole generation of shinobi who'd grown up with him and fought beside him, and were now watching him become the thing he'd always said he'd be. And Tsunade, in the front row, looking up at him with eyes that held everything, fear and pride and love and the fierce, burning hope of a woman who'd finally stopped running from the future. He was supposed to make a speech. Shikamaru had written one eloquent, strategic, hitting every political note with precision. Naruto had memorized it. He'd practiced it. He didn't use it. "I'm not going to stand up here and make promises," he said. His voice carried across the square, amplified by the acoustic seals built into the stage. "You've all heard enough promises from people in this hat. Instead, I want to tell you something true." He took the hat off and held it in his hands. "I was the kid nobody wanted, the orphan, the troublemaker. The dead last. Every person in this village who's my age remembers me as the brat who painted the Hokage monument and couldn't do a basic clone jutsu." A ripple of laughter from the crowd. "And every person in this village gave me something, whether they knew it or not. The shopkeeper who eventually sold me groceries, even though the other shops wouldn't. The teacher who stayed after class because I couldn't figure out the reading. The old man Hokage who treated me like I mattered when nobody else did." He looked at the monument, his father's face carved in stone. His own face would be there someday. The thought was absurd and real and made his throat tight. "This village made me, the good parts and the hard parts, and I'm going to spend every day in this office trying to deserve it." He put the hat back on. "Now stop listening to me and go eat." "There's a festival happening," the crowd exploded. Not the polite applause of a formal ceremony, a roar, full-throated and unrestrained, the sound of a village choosing joy. The festival music started. The vendors began serving. Children broke free from their parents and ran into the streets. And on the stage, the newly inaugurated 7th Hokage grinned the grin of a boy who'd once been alone on a swing watching the other kids from a distance, and felt the distance finally close. The evening brought something quieter. The festival continued. It would go on until midnight. Shikamaru's logistics covering every contingency from food supply to garbage collection. But Naruto slipped away from the public celebration as the sun began to set. He had somewhere to be. The apartment was quiet. Tsunade was there, having left the festival early at Sakura's insistence. The day's emotional intensity had been draining, and the baby's chakra draw had increased noticeably during the ceremony. As if responding to the ambient emotional energy of the crowd, she was sitting at the table. Their table. The low table where everything had started, sake and conversation, and the slow, dangerous discovery of what two people could be to each other when they stopped pretending they didn't need anyone. Naruto sat across from her and placed something on the table between them. It was a ring. Simple. Handmade. The band was forged from 2 metals, one the dull silver of Senjuira alloys, found in the old ruins of the Senju compound, and one the deep red gold of Uzumaki metalwork, sourced from a fragment of his mother's belongings that Kakashi had kept safe for years. The 2 metals were braided together, intertwined, inseparable. He'd made it himself, badly, with help from Tenten's workshop and approximately 4 failed attempts. It was imperfect, slightly uneven. The braiding was rougher than a professional jeweler would produce. It was the most important object he'd ever created. Tsunade looked at the ring, looked at him. Her face did the thing it did when she was feeling too many things at once, a rapid sequence of expressions, each one real, none of them lasting long enough to become a mask. "Naruto," she said. "What is this? It's a ring. I can see that it's a ring. Then why did you ask? Because I need you to say it. He took a breath. The Hokage hat sat on the chair beside him. The festival sounds drifted through the window. The village he'd just been entrusted with lived and breathed outside these walls, full of people who needed him to be steady and strong and wise. Right now, he was just a man sitting across from a woman, holding a ring he'd made with his own clumsy hands, terrified in a way that no battlefield had ever made him. "Marry me," he said. "You're 19 years old. I know. I know how old you are. I don't care. I have never cared. I am never going to care." He pushed the ring across the table. "Marry me, not because of the politics, not because of the baby, not because it makes the council happy or the village comfortable. Marry me because you want to wake up next to me for the rest of our lives and fight about whose turn it is to make coffee and argue about hospital budgets, and raise a child who's going to be smarter than both of us and probably just as stubborn." Her eyes were bright. That terrible, beautiful brightness that came from emotions breaking through decades of carefully maintained walls. She reached for the ring and held it up, examining the braided metals with the analytical eye of someone who understood craftsmanship, even when it was imperfect. "You made this," she said. "Tenton helped a lot. It's uneven." "I know, the braiding is rough. I know. It's the most beautiful thing anyone's ever given me." She put it on. It fit, not perfectly, but close enough, which seemed thematically appropriate. She held her hand up, and the two metals caught the lamplight, silver and red gold intertwined. Senju and Uzumaki joined in a circle that had no beginning and no end. "Yes," she said, in case that wasn't clear. He came around the table and kissed her, and the kiss was different from any they'd shared. Not desperate like the first, not tender like the morning after, not fierce like the pre-battle farewell. This kiss was a foundation, a beginning. The first stone laid in something that would outlast them both. When they separated, she was smiling. The full, unguarded, transformative smile that she gave so rarely and that he was becoming increasingly dedicated to earning. "We should tell people," she said, "right now. There's a festival happening. The whole village is gathered. If you want to make a statement about what your leadership looks like, what better statement than this?" He looked at her. The ring on her finger, the life growing inside her. The future they were building, imperfect and rough and braided together from things that shouldn't have fit but did. "Shikamaru is going to kill me for going off script twice in one day. Shikamaru will adapt. He always does." They left the apartment together. Walked through the festival-lit streets, hand in hand, the ring visible on Tsunade's finger to anyone who looked. People noticed. Of course they noticed. Whispers began immediately, spreading through the crowd with the speed of wildfire, and by the time Naruto and Tsunade reached the central square, half the village had heard and the other half was being told. Naruto didn't make a formal announcement. He didn't need to. He simply stood in the middle of his village celebration with the woman he loved, the ring on her finger catching the lantern light, and let the truth speak for itself. The crowd's reaction was messy and human and imperfect. Some people cheered, some people frowned. Most people felt something in between, surprise and warmth and uncertainty, and the fundamental human desire to believe in love stories, even unlikely ones. Shikamaru materialized beside them with the expression of a man who had been planning a carefully controlled narrative and had just watched it get cheerfully demolished. "You proposed," he said flatly. "I proposed. At the Inauguration Festival, hours after taking office, without telling me." Surprise, Shikamaru closed his eyes, breathed, opened them. "The morning headlines are going to be insane." "Good. Insane headlines mean people are paying attention." "That's not." Shikamaru stopped, looked at Tsunade, who was watching the exchange with visible amusement, looked at the ring. Looked at the crowd, which was shifting from surprise to celebration as the news rippled outward. Looked at Naruto, who was grinning with the incandescent joy of a man who'd just gotten everything he ever wanted in the span of 12 hours. "Congratulations," Shikamaru said. "You beautiful, impossible, troublesome idiot." Ino appeared from somewhere in the crowd, took one look at the ring, and screamed at a pitch that made dogs 3 blocks away bark. Choji lifted Naruto off his feet in a hug that would have crushed a lesser man. Kiba and Akamaru howled in celebration. Lee wept with such passionate enthusiasm that a small puddle formed at his feet. Gaara appeared, studied the ring, and said, "The braiding is uneven." Everyone keeps saying that. It suits you. Imperfect things that work despite themselves. Which, from Gaara, was the most romantic thing anyone had ever heard him say. Kakashi materialized on a nearby rooftop, observed the chaos with his one visible eye, and pulled out his book. Some things didn't change, even when the world did. And in the middle of it all, Tsunade Senju stood with a ring on her finger, and a baby growing inside her, and a village celebrating around her. And she held the hand of the young man who'd knocked on her door on a summer evening because he couldn't stop coming back. And she thought about all the things she'd lost, and all the things she'd found, and the strange, unplanned miracle of discovering that the future could still surprise you, even after 50 years of believing it couldn't. The festival burned bright until midnight. The village laughed and ate and danced and gossiped and celebrated with the ferocious joy of people who'd survived a war and an attack and were determined to find reasons for happiness in whatever form they came. Above the celebration, on the Hokage monument, the stone faces watched. Hashirama and Tobirama and Hiruzen and Minato and Tsunade and Kakashi. 6 faces carved in mountain rock, looking down at a village they'd each carried in their own way, watching the 7th bearer of that weight stand among his people with the woman he loved and the future he was building. And if stone could smile, they would have. Chapter 6. First Light, the final chapter. Naruto's first weeks as Hokage, navigating the reality that the title doesn't solve problems, it multiplies them. A final threat emerges from the minor nations coalition, now backed by a rogue element within one of the 5 great nations. Naruto must use everything he's learned, combat, politics, relationships, and sacrifice, to end the threat without starting another war. Tsunade goes into labor during the crisis, and the parallel between Naruto's public battle and her private one drives the climax. The story ends not with a neat bow, but with a beginning Naruto holding his child on the Hokage monument at dawn, exhausted, scarred, but looking forward. The final scene hints at the challenges still to come, but also at the strength they've built to face them. Subplots woven throughout the root thread, Suzaku's presence in every chapter, escalating from shadow to direct confrontation to complicated ally. Her philosophy challenges Naruto's idealism without being proven entirely wrong. Sakura's journey. Each chapter gives her meaningful scenes that build toward her own independence and strength, separate from her role in Naruto and Tsunade's story. The Uzumaki Senju legacy. Historical revelations about the connection between the 2 clans and what this child represents in the larger history of the shinobi world, revealed gradually through action and discovery rather than exposition. Naruto and Tsunade's relationship, not a fairy tale romance. Built on mutual respect, shared trauma, fierce arguments, genuine tenderness, and the slow realization that what started as an accident might be the most real thing either of them has ever had ready to begin.